Council, please come to order. Good morning, everybody. We have taken our presentation and public comment on agenda item C4. I think we're ready for action, but wanted to make sure that nobody had any questions for staff before we moved into action. Okay. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion that's been sent to staff. The motion reads, the council revises the alternatives as follows and requests staff incorporate additional information below for a second initial review per the Scientific and Statistical Committee recommendation. Deletions are shown in strike through and additions are in bold. Alternative 1, no action, status quo. Alternative 2, implement an annual closure of the Red King Crab savings area to all commercial groundfish fishing gears. The existing closure for non-pelagic trawl gear is not changed under option 1. Option 2 modifies the trigger to close the Red King Crab savings area for non-pelagic trawl. The closure would be in effect option 1 if NPFMC does not establish a total allowable catch the previous year for the Bristol Bay Red King Crab fishery. And option 2 if the total area swept biomass for Bristol Bay Red King Crab is less than 50,000 metric tons. The sub options which apply to either option. Sub option 1, exempt hook and line gear from the closure. Sub option 2, exempt pot gear from the closure. Alternative 3, implement closure of NMFS reporting area 512 to fishing for Pacific cod with pot gear. The closure would be in effect option 1 if ADF&G does not establish a total allowable catch the previous year for the Bristol Bay Red King Crab fishery. And option 2 if the total area swept biomass for Bristol Bay Red King Crab is less than 50,000 metric tons. Revise the analysis as follows. Consult with stock assessment authors to better summarize the biological consequences, stock level impacts of different levels of PSC in the Red King Crab savings area and the Red King Crab savings sub area and area 512 with respect to the entire Bristol Bay Red King. And area 512 at current levels of Bristol Bay Red King Crab abundance. Include information to evaluate the relative importance of the Red King Crab savings area and the Red King Crab savings sub area and area 512 with respect to the entire Bristol Bay Red King Crab stock. Discuss potential for contribution of the 2023 winter pot sampling project. Enhance the analysis and discussion of trade-offs to bycatch and fishing operations for the groundfish fisheries that would be affected by the action alternatives. Incorporate the Appendix 2 analysis on halibut, salmon, and crab PSC into the EA-RIR. Expand the analysis of PSC impacts to include PSC data from the last 10 years and analyze PSC impacts under Alternative 3 in addition to Alternative 2. Include analysis of trade-offs for halibut bycatch that include the Amendment 80 sector's historical use of Red King Crab saving sub-area based on years prior to 2020, when the total Bristol Bay Red King Crab PSC limit was set at 99,000 and 32,000 crabs, and consult with groundfish fishery participants to gain local knowledge on fleet response to the action alternatives. Incorporate SSC recommendations as practicable for additional steps to more accurately portray the likely range and certainty of costs and benefits of the proposed alternatives. Describe rationale for the 50,000 metric ton area swept trigger and the likelihood of the Bristol Bay Red King Crab stock being above that threshold in the next 10 to 15 years, given the most likely projected ecosystem conditions. Discuss trade-offs and merits of 50,000 metric ton area swept trigger compared to the current trigger for closure of the Red King Crab saving sub-area to fishing by non-pelagic trawl gear. Further explore actions that could be implemented through framework agreements for the pot, CV sector, and pelagic trawl sector. The actions would have similar goals to the proposed alternatives to reduce Bristol Bay Red King Crab mortality in the Red King Crab savings area and area 512 respectively, but would be more dynamic and responsive to seasonal spatial distribution of Bristol Bay Red King Crab and focus avoidance on more discrete areas of relatively higher female Bristol Bay Red King Crab abundance. remove the pelagic trawl gear definition discussion from section 4 to be addressed separately, and include information from ongoing and potential projects to address gear seafloor interactions for all gear types and Bristol Bay Red King crab distribution. Request NIMS and the Enforcement Committee, in consultation with industry, identify ways to revise the pelagic gear performance standard to be enforceable. Continue to incorporate this discussion into section 4. To better understand and evaluate this issue, the discussion should also include a full time series of pelagic gear crab PSC after the large mesh introduction in 1993, and an accurate description of catch accounting issues for observers, including the number of annual violations during the same time period, 1993 to 2003. That's the motion, Mr. Chair. Be happy to speak to it if I get a second.
Seconded by Mr. Mesereau, and I would note that this is the motion is posted to our e-agenda. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to begin by, as we often do, by thanking the analysts and for their efforts to assemble the relevant information to inform the council and the public on the action in front of us. That is quite complex, as we've all been saying. And while this document is indeed a great start, I am supporting, with putting this motion forward, the SSC's determination along with the AP that this initial review analysis is not sufficient to inform council decision-making at this time. And I'll just walk through the motion, Mr. Chair. I anticipate there will be some questions. So in terms of my rationale for the limited changes to the alternatives themselves, alternative 2, I was intending to address the staff note that in the original or the current alternative, that the reference to the red king crab saving sub area is potentially confusing. And I am modifying, I'm proposing to modify alternative 2 to clarify and confirm the analyst's assumption that alternative 2 is intended to specify that the non-pelagic trawl sector could only operate in the red king crab saving sub area if the conditions of both alternative 2 and current regulations, that is the Bristol Bay Red King crab, the directed Bristol Bay Red King crab fishery was open in the previous year, are met. And although I'm not proposing to modify exactly how staff suggested, we just wanted to be abundantly clear that that was our intent with this change. And I'm not at this time proposing any other changes to the purpose and need or alternatives. In terms of, we were quite specific in terms of making suggestions for the next version of the analysis, similar to what the AP did. And of course, we often get from the SSC. So many of these suggested changes were taken from the AP motion and follow-up discussions with staff to determine what is reasonable to accomplish and most useful for council discussion going forward. I'll try to briefly go through rationale for the suggestions that I have here for revisions to the analysis in terms of consulting with stock assessment authors. This is in reference to extensive discussion at the SSC meeting about better ways to characterize the likelihood that there would be meaningful improvement in either stock levels or the likely reopening of the directed Bristol Bay Red King crab fishery as a result of the proposed action. In terms of including information to help evaluate the relative importance of the red king crab savings area and sub area, information that we've identified that may be useful in the next version of the analysis would include understanding the proportion of mature male, mature female, and juvenile Bristol Bay Red King crabs, excuse me, found in these areas from the Eastern Bering Sea Trawl Survey and in the 2023 Collaborative Winter Sampling Project. And additional information could be things like the proportion of adult and juvenile red king crab EFH that is contained within these areas as suggestions for the analysts of things that might be useful. In terms of discussing the potential continuation for the 2023 Collaborative Winter Pot Sampling Project, the council received informative testimony about plans for continuing That project, hopefully at least for a couple more years, which I think including that information in the analysis would provide helpful information for the council going forward. Several bullets to enhance the analysis and narrative of trade-offs to bycatch and fishing operations, to the groundfish fisheries that would be affected by potential actions. These specific recommendations came up during staff discussion and were responsive to public comment and SSC and AP recommendations. So I won't go through those in detail. I think they've been covered in our discussions thus far. In terms of incorporating SSC recommendations, along the same lines for additional steps to more accurately portray the range and certainty of costs and benefits of the proposed alternatives. The SSC did make a number of specific recommendations for how to do that I have not detailed here, but what I would highlight is I thought the SSC's discussion on page 21, setting the stage for those recommendations was really helpful in terms of highlighting that the analysis really it does focus on the uncertainty and the characterization of the costs and benefits of this action. And the SSC was trying to address and make recommendations to the analysts that the SSC found that the current analysis treats these uncertainties too similarly in terms of the costs and potential benefits of this action, and left the impression that costs are as likely to be either negligible or as significant as the benefits. And I thought that was a good representation of my takeaway from the analysis. So I think some of the SSC's recommendations on how to address that could be useful. In terms of the next two bullets relative to the 50,000 metric ton area swept trigger that is included in both alternatives 2 and 3, those came directly from the AP and recommendations on the first bullet in terms of the 50,000 metric ton area swept trigger and the likelihood of Bristol Bay Red King stock being above the threshold in the next 10 to 15 years, given the most likely projected ecosystem conditions. I did add that additional direction at the end after talking with staff in the sense that that's going to involve some projections. And so much like we do when we do a rebuilding plan, giving that additional direction will be helpful in terms of the time frame and the projected ecosystem conditions to help decision making. Moving along to the suggested recommendation revision to further explore actions implemented through framework agreements for each of the pot, CV, and pelagic trawl groundfish sectors. I was picking up on the information in Appendix 1 that referenced specifically the proposal for a framework agreement for the pot cod sector. And however, we did hear public testimony suggesting that that concept of a framework agreement might be applicable to other sectors as well. And I think through this action, the council has expressed interest in dynamic closures as opposed to the fixed area closures that we are looking at in the current alternatives. And so there was some reference in the current Appendix 1 that the current version only provided a brief overview to highlight potential opportunities and challenges that could be further explored at the council's direction. And so with this, requesting this inclusion in the next version of the analysis, I am requesting further exploration of the framework agreement concept, both for the pot cod sector and, if applicable, for, the pelagic trawl sector. Moving on to the next bullet, I am recommending to remove the pelagic trawl gear definition discussion from section 4, and I intend to address that separately. I'm recommending to include information from ongoing and potential projects to address gear seafloor interactions for all gear types and Bristol Bay Red King crab distribution. And that recommendation was included in the AP motion. And finally, I'm requesting that NIMS staff and the enforcement committee, in consultation with industry, identify ways to revise the pelagic year performance standard to be enforceable. Continue to incorporate this discussion into section 4. And to better understand and evaluate this issue, the discussion should also include a full time series of pelagic year crab PSC after the large mesh introduction in 1993, and an accurate description of Ketchikan County issues for observers and annual violations during the same time period. And I'm being very specific about instructions for that because I think there was some discussion during the staff presentation that was a little difficult to get a handle on the actual concerns that were raised about the performance standard, the way the performance standard is monitored, and some of the challenges therein. So I'm asking for some very specific revisions to the presentation of that information to help the council in the next version of the analysis. Happy to take any questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baker. Mr. Kurland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Baker, for the motion. There's a lot there. I appreciate your speaking to the components, and I may not have fully absorbed some of what you're going through. So I think 3 questions. First is in the strikeout and bolded language, the revisions to the text for alternative 2, where you are proposing to take out the reference to the red king crab savings area. I recall, or sub area. I recall that staff pointed out that the savings area actually includes the sub area. So you're not intending to exclude the sub area. You're just kind of simplifying that. Is that right?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kerwin, that's correct.
Okay, thanks. Second question is with the bolded language below that, we say option 2 modifies the trigger to close the red king crab savings sub area. And I'm not sure I followed how option 2 modifies that trigger. I wonder if you could just clarify that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kurland, I think, again, we probably should have followed the staff and recommendations. It is my intent with this motion is that if alternative to option 2 is selected, that non-pelagic trawl gear would be prohibited from fishing in the red king crab savings sub area. If the Bristol Bay red king crab biomass is less than 50 metric tons and the directed fishery is closed, like as in under current regulations. I'm not sure, thinking through if the council went forward with alternative to option 2, if we would want to rethink the current regulations in place for non-pelagic trawl gear in the red king crab saving sub area. I think that's what's confusing, is the current regulations trigger that closure for non-pelagic trawl gear if there's no Bristol Bay directed king crab fishery in the previous year. And what I am trying to accomplish with alternative to option 2 is that trigger could be closure to the non-pelagic trawl gear in the Bristol Bay red king crab, or excuse me, the red king crab saving sub area if the area swept biomass is less than 50 metric tons and the directed, or excuse me, the staff highlighted in the analysis, you could have that condition. The area swept biomass could be less than 50,000 metric tons and the Bristol Bay red king crab fishery is not closed. And it is my intention, I'm really sorry, Mr. Chair, that 50,000 metric ton threshold apply to non-pelagic trawl gear in the Bristol Bay in the red king crab savings sub area, that be an option for consideration for the council.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So so just to maybe try to help me clarify this a little bit further, if I get you right, you're not intending that your changes here would change the purpose of option 2. This is more sort of a clarification or interpretation of how that option works. Is that right?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kurland, yes, thank you for that. Thank you for helping me out.
Okay, thanks. And through the chair, my third question is way down near the bottom of the motion. So you note in your, let's see, the third to last bullet, we'd remove the pelagic trawl gear definition discussion from section 4. And then your final bullet references continuing to incorporate a discussion into section 4. So I gather your intent is however that would be by whatever means that would be discussed separately, that additional information would be folded into that analysis or discussion. Is that correct?
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not quite sure I followed your question. So maybe maybe you can repeat that.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry. So the third to last bullet says remove the pelagic trawl gear definition discussion from section 4. And so maybe your intent was just that definition language would come out of section 4 rather than section 4 coming out in its entirety. I think that's what was throwing me.
Ms. Baker.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carland. That's correct. I am in the bullet to remove the pelagic gear definition discussion from section 4. I am just proposing to remove that particular part of section 4 regarding the pelagic trawl gear definition. I'll intend to address that separately.
Additional questions, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a morning for 3 questions because I also have 3 questions. So my first question, Ms. Baker, thank you for your motion. On the frameworking bullet, I think it was like the third one from the bottom. Did you intend to exclude non-pelagic trawl in that? And if so, why would you exclude non-pelagic trawl in that?
Ms. Baker.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. I did not intentionally exclude non-pelagic trawl. I guess I hadn't, perhaps it was just an unintentional exclusion. I didn't, I had been focusing the action, thinking about it for the pot cod sector and the current action under alternative 2, which most of our discussion has tended to focus on the pelagic trawl pollock fishery. So that was my suggestion was limited to those 2 sectors.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you. And my second question is regarding the last bullet with the performance standard. Can you elaborate a little bit more on your goal with that bullet? We've had some discussion about non-regulatory ways to better enforce the performance standard, like observer training and additional reasonable assistance requirements. Or are you looking for some kind of regulatory change or fix?
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. I think I can't answer that question based on the information that we have in the analysis is the conclusion that I came to. And so with this request, I am seeking modifications to the analysis of the pelagic trawl gear performance standard that we received at this meeting to better understand whether the performance standard is meeting council objectives as we were asked to do, or how it's monitored and enforced. And I think it just the information that we had in this analysis, I quite frankly came away with more questions than I entered with. And so my hope is that further discussion of the performance standard as suggested in the motion will facilitate development of options for a pelagic trawl gear performance standard that is enforceable to address perhaps some of the concerns that were raised if they were valid after further review of the information. and consistent with the council objective to discourage or prevent trawl operations on the seabed. And it's also my hope that we would then be able to appropriately consider the significant public comment that we received, that we consider expanding the purpose and need and current alternatives beyond fixed area closures to provide access to the Red King Crab Savings Area for pollock vessels, for example, if some performance standard that we identify could be achieved. And I'm interested in this approach, but at this time with this analysis, I don't think we have sufficient information to revise the purpose and need or actually change the analysis to, change the alternatives to further explore that approach. And so I'm requesting additional discussion by NIMP staff, the enforcement committee, and industry representatives to provide that additional information, whereby I think we'd be able to more appropriately consider the answer to your question. Is the performance standard, how is it being monitored? Is that appropriate? And can we make a determination if the performance standard is meeting our objectives? And are there other approaches to a performance standard that we might want to consider along the lines of what was proposed in public comment for potential expansion of the alternatives?
Thank you, Ms. Baker. That helps me understand where you're coming from a little bit. I have a hard time separating the performance standard issues from the gear definition issues. So I think that's something that we'll need to consider when we have that additional information you've requested. So thank you for that. And then my third question, we've had quite a bit of public comment about looking for dynamic closures and the challenges with fixed area closures. Is it your, hope is not the word I'm looking for, but do you feel like the additional data that you've requested will get us to a point where we may be able to consider other options besides just these hard fixed area closures that we have in the current package?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Yes, I, as one council member, am quite concerned about the impacts of fixed area closures. As we've talked about throughout this process, I think given the potential impacts on fishing operations, impacts on other PSC species of fixed area closures, and just the lack of flexibility, that causes me great concern. And so I am really hoping that we are able to consider other approaches to that are more dynamic in nature. We are data limited, and I think that's what we're struggling with. But I'm hoping, I will say hoping, that this additional information requested in this motion will allow us to move down that path to identify some other alternatives to explore.
Additional questions on the motion, Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for your motion, Ms. Baker. I know you've worked hard and so have other people on this, and I appreciate it very much, the thoughtfulness that's gone into this. My question is on the fourth bullet point from the top of the revise the analysis as follows section, and the sub bullet points that are there. I'm assuming that enhancing the analysis and discussion of trade-offs of bycatch, I guess I'm not assuming anything, I'm just asking a question. What we saw in the analysis this last time was these worst case scenarios, which was a bit unsatisfactory. So we're trying to get to something more finite, and I think that's what this bullet point is getting to. But I'm just curious if you have any other ideas. You've incorporated some things from Appendix 2 and included kind of the Amendment 80 sector, the Red King Crab Savings or halibut bycatch within that area and without that, and outside that area, and the consultation that we heard a lot of in public testimony. But we weren't real specific as to what analysts might do to get to that in another approach. I'm just wondering if you have any ideas on what the analysts might be looking at here. If that was your
Ms.
intention of this motion, of this bullet point. Thank you.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Down. You have accurately captured my intention. And I think in terms of the PSC displacement analysis in that first sub-bullet, I did try to provide some quite specific instructions in terms of a time frame for PSC displacement and noting that we'd like to see impacts for PSC displacement under alternative 3 in addition to under alternative 2. So those are some technical recommendations. I think the most useful information will come from the third sub-bullet, as you mentioned, which we've heard a lot about throughout the meeting this week in terms of consulting with groundfish fishery participants to get contextual information on fleet response. We've heard a couple of different things in public testimony and I think in discussions at the advisory panel in that the worst case scenario was in terms of the current analysis that we have was based on some consistent assumptions about fleet behavior. And we heard that those might not be the actual assumptions, that movement assumptions may vary year to year depending on conditions, and that movement assumptions also will not be at a fleet level. It will be in some cases on an individual vessel level. And so I think the value of analysts consulting with groundfish fishery participants will provide the most valuable information in terms of context around the quantitative information that we have in the displacement PSC analysis that the council will have to consider the next time around.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker. My last question on the framework agreement section. I have heard the proposer of the framework agreement present this several times now and have had some opportunity to interact with that, but I have trouble seeing where how a framework agreement might work for somebody that's not in a cooperative structure, like the pot vessels. If you have one group and a subgroup, and then the subgroups in each of those groups, it's difficult to come to a framework agreement, and it would have to be through regulation. So my question for you is that since the state of Alaska has prioritized the Pacific cod fleet as a potential candidate for rationalization, wouldn't this better fit in a cooperative structure than I'm thinking if we go down this road, we're going to have to do regulations and those kinds of things. So I just wanted you to give you a chance to respond to that. I'm not opposed to this in any way. I think it's great, but the framework agreement, but it seems to me that it might be difficult. Is that something that the analysts would flesh out, or?
Ms. Baker.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Down. To be brief, yes, I think that is, those are the types of issues that I would anticipate that the analysts could bring back to us. And that was my intent with this recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker. I'm on the same section of Mr. Down's original or first question on the PSC impacts analysis. And I appreciate your response to Mr. Down. I wondered, and I appreciate the direction to expand the analysis to include PSC data from the past 10 years. My question is, does that direction preclude the analyst from parsing that out more, like either on a seasonal basis or monthly basis? We have that data on a weekly basis, because I'm afraid after looking at that analysis that when we average rates across a year, we could be not representing potential outcomes as accurately as we could. So my question is, does that preclude the analyst from looking at that in a monthly basis, seasonal basis to be more representative of when the fishery is actually operating.
Ms. Baker.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball, for that question. I appreciate that. I likely should have included that. No, I am not intending to preclude that. We did certainly hear some comments through discussions this week about the utility of presenting that information at a minimum on a seasonal basis. And so if if possible, the analysts at a minimum, I would like to see that if monthly is possible, as you suggested, which I think we have done for our other analyses. I certainly don't want to preclude that evaluation either.
Thank you.
Additional questions on the motion? Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your motion, Ms. Baker. I just have a quick question on the second to last bullet and just wanted to, I didn't hear this in your rationale, but just wanted to verify that this was, you may be looking for a description of ongoing industry efforts and description of that research. Just clarifying that the expectation is that we still would be receiving reports during our December meetings on the updates to that research. Thanks.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. Yes, to clarify, that bullet is intended to request that staff include information from industry, ongoing and potential projects to address gear and seafloor interactions. And we did hear an update on some of that work in public testimony on this agenda item, and I was very appreciative of that, and that prompted me to suggest including it here. But yes, I think that is a great reminder. Thank you, Ms. Drobnica, that the council already has requested that this December that the groundfish industry sectors that impact crab provide updates to the council on any efforts to avoid crab or reduce crab interactions or mortality. And so I fully intend and to continue that request. And that is essentially, that's very similar to what this bullet is here. So thanks for asking.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Baker, the requests for additional information in the motion are really comprehensive, and I think I understand why all of them are important, but I don't see a direct linkage between all of them and the information necessary to analyze the revised alternatives. And so I'm wondering what your sense is in terms of when we should see this package next. In your view, is it okay to have the package come back to us when all the requests for information that directly bear on those alternatives are completed and ready for us to review? Or are these additional requests important enough to us to understand the full context of the action that we really should wait to review this package until all of those bullets have been addressed to the extent practicable?
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My intention would be that I understand that the last bullet specifically and potentially the framework agreement bullet are the ones that are a little bit difficult to predict in terms of how staff might be able to address those and be able to bring back. As I mentioned earlier, particularly the very last bullet, the performance standard discussions, I understand that those discussions may take some time, and there may not be fixes, if you will, to the performance standard that can be put into our process right away. But I would like at least initial discussions to take place to identify the potential approaches to revising the performance standard in terms of again, how we're monitoring it. Are there ways to improve that? And if our monitoring is appropriate, do we have the information to determine if the performance standard is meeting our objectives? And if it is or is not, is there another performance standard that we could think about identifying, again, to get to the point to consider what I thought was pretty strong testimony, to consider, could we base another alternative in this analysis on some sort of performance standard to fish in an area that would otherwise be closed if the gear couldn't meet that performance standard, to avoid the really rigid fixed area closure approach. And so I don't have a very direct answer to your question, unfortunately, because I'm not sure how those performance standard discussions are going. But the reason that I kept the performance standard discussion in this analysis, again, is because I didn't feel that we had complete information to make decisions about the operation of the performance standard, the applicability of the performance standard, and whether we could include that or something like it in an alternative, which is I'm not ready to do yet, but we might be able to do if we can get at least an initial considerations of this information back.
Mr. Twite.
Thanks. That helps me a lot. Let me just, I think what I'm hearing here, and if I am, that's certainly what I agree with, is that concern that the only real tool that's in front of us in this analysis for full analysis is the fixed area closure, concern that that's maybe not that appropriate a tool. And so essentially a sense of don't really want to take that up for final consideration until we're sure we've really exhausted the other alternatives that actually in our mind have a greater chance of being successful in the long run.
Ms. Baker.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Twite, yes, I think that is a good expression of my intent for this motion.
Further questions? Okay. Any amendments to offer? Ms. Van Roven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The fourth bullet from the bottom, the framework agreement bullet. In the second line, sorry, this is a simple fix, so I didn't send anything to staff. Farther down, fourth bullet from the bottom. The further explore actions that could implement through framework agreement for the pot CV sector. And the amendment is strike the word pelagic and add an S to sector at the end of that sentence. So it would, oh, that's okay.
That look, excuse me. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Twite. Ms. Van Roven, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just in response to my question. It sounds like it was not an intention to exclude the non-pelagic sector, and this just would include them.
Okay. Any questions on the amendment? Amendments to the amendment? Or comments? Okay. Is there any opposition? The amendment passes. Thank you, Ms. Van Roven. Any additional amendments to the main motion? Okay. And go to comments on the motion. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. I've been trying to sort through SSC recommendations, and I feel like I'm supportive of the motion. I think it picks up the important and practicable recommendations from the SSC and the AP for that matter. I guess I'm glad you've included all the alternatives and options that we had originally. That leaves everything on the table for potential actions to continue to evaluate. But I guess I'm most interested in and pleased that you've included at least a note on potential for continuation of the 2023 winter pot sampling project and the framework agreement options. And I heard a few folks in testimony, including the Crab Foundation, talk about kind of the most meaningful ways to protect crab. And I am not at all disputing that the existing crab savings area has been or is important for red king crab. But even looking after the first winter pot survey that they went to great lengths to do, you know, at a time when groundfish are actually operating in the area, it definitely showed a different distribution of male and female crab, and it showed a different distribution than I think we expected of where crab were located, really on the eastern edge and in 512. And if we could continue those efforts and start to work through, I think, as you've alluded to with framework agreements, an ability on an annual basis to use data like that to actually avoid areas where we are seeing, especially female red king crab, I think that is one of the most meaningful actions we could pursue. I'm also glad that you included the last bullet and continuing to look at a performance standard. I think we heard pretty loud and clear that the current one is not enforceable. I think we need to continue to work toward that. And I think we need to continue to work toward just plainly getting gear off the bottom. So I think this is a big package, but I actually think everything you've included is really necessary, including some things that aren't necessarily options, but are things that I feel like are more meaningful actions than the fixed area closures on the table. So I'll support the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again, Ms. Baker, for your motion. I think it's a pretty comprehensive motion. I think one thing that we've heard throughout the week that we can all agree on is that this analysis is not ready for final action at this point. And so I appreciate all the additional information requests. The motion did not pick up the changes requested for the purpose and needs statement. And I think that's appropriate at this time with the information we have available. The questions we're interested in, is it protecting crab or protecting crab habitat? And I think that's important to keep in mind as we move forward, because those two things require different tools, and not all of those tools have been addressed or considered in the package at this point. I think if we're looking to protect crab, at some point we need to look at things like PSC limits for pot gear in particular, but for fixed gear. Let me think, what else was I gonna? I do have some concerns about the performance standard piece staying in this package rather than moving with the gear definition, as you've indicated, you intend to deal with separately. I understand your rationale for keeping it in at this point, but I anticipate that at some point that's likely to need to move. I have concerns that the red king crab savings area is still the right area for protecting crab, but we don't have enough information yet to be definitive about that. And in the meantime, I think we need to remember to do no harm, and in particular to the trade-offs with other PSC species. And so that's one thing that I'll be watching as this moves forward. And I think that's it. Thank you. I will support your motion, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. I will also be supporting it. I'd also like to thank staff for the work that they perform on the analysis. I also found the presentation very helpful and kind of better describing the limitations in some of the statements that were found throughout the analytical document. I'm hopeful that Mrs. Baker's motion, which includes many of the SSC recommendations, gets us a little closer to understanding the trade-offs involved here, so that we can move forward with a more informed decision. However, I do take note of the SSC's findings that we still may be in a kind of persistent situation of an imbalanced level of uncertainty regarding the costs and benefits of this action. Still, Ms. Baker is asking for more information here, and I'll look forward to seeing to the extent to which these can be rectified in the forthcoming analytical documents. And like others, I heard a lot of themes from public testifiers about the desire for, more, and we have in past meetings, the desire for more dynamic and refined spatial management tools to minimize interactions with PSC and provide important flexibilities to the fleets. I do think that that's our ultimate collective goal here, and I think we're getting incrementally closer to that through the POTCOD and winter survey and other efforts. And I appreciate the incorporation of that in the motion and making sure that we're bringing those efforts to the forefront of all of our discussions. I also appreciate the inclusion of the framework agreement. And we heard a lot of support from this concept, and again, a pathway that provides some options for more flexibility for the fleet and continued improved communication and more responsive operational decision making. And during past meetings and this meetings, we received updates on the collaborative research efforts that are taking place with industry. The motion also highlights this. I think I strongly encourage, continued work on better understanding the impacts, the extent to which bottom or the gear is contacting the bottom, a better understanding of the impacts involved. And we did hear that this research could potentially inform the need for and the potential for gear modifications in the future. And we'll look forward to hearing a report back from the industry in December on these efforts. I think everyone here has a lot of concerns with the situation and expressed concerns with the situation facing crab stocks and the impacts that this has had on communities and stakeholders. And this has been a universal concern for a number of meetings. I think all of the efforts being conducted by industry and research really reflects this concern. And I've been struggling a little bit with how to align the timing of all these efforts with the pathway and the process that we're on now. And I think there's certainly no easy answers, but there's this motion, I think, takes a very thoughtful approach with maintaining some of the traditional regulatory options, as well as reflecting some of the ongoing work and providing some options for the future to kind of create some pathways for more flexible management. So I appreciate Ms. Baker's motion, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abnika. Mr. Down?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. I think it was definitely well thought out and well constructed. And one thing that I heard in public comment was that one thing that everybody agreed on was that this was not ready for that we needed to take a second run at an initial review on this. So I appreciate you detailing how that would be done, and the SSC certainly made that decision easier for the council. There's things in here that can be characterized different ways, such as the winter survey for the winter crab pot survey that was completed. There is some crab that were observed, not only in that area, but to the north and to the to the west of the area, and and so characterization of the female crab that were limited in that survey. The characterization of that is also can be described by the fact that maybe they were molting or for other reasons not eating at that time. So so I appreciate that you included the conversations and the consultation with industry, because I think we're going to get a lot out of that effort. I really appreciate that, Ms. Baker, because I think that when we get to there, we'll have the we'll see a different characterization of some of the things that we saw in here in this. So I appreciate it very much, and I'll be supporting the motion for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Any final comments on the motion? Okay. Let's try this. Is there any opposition to the motion? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Additional action on this agenda item, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion that's been sent to staff. The motion reads: the council requests NIMS and OLE work with council staff and industry to identify revisions to the regulatory definition of pelagic trawl gear to clarify that the cod end is not intended to be regulated, allow for gear innovation, and resolve any inconsistencies in current regulations and or outdated regulations. The proposed regulatory revision should be provided to the council and a regulatory package for review. The second also.
Second by Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This motion is responsive to the recommendation in the initial review analysis for the council to consider regulatory revisions to the definition of pelagic trawl gear. And the analysis specifically identifies the three topics that I've included in the motion, clarifying if the cod end design is intended to be regulated, to allow for gear innovations, and to simplify compliance monitoring by removing outdated or potentially inapplicable regulations. And I've specified in the motion that I'm requesting NIMS and OLE to work with council staff and industry to ensure that any potential revisions to the regulations are developed in consultation with gear experts and enforcement experts to ensure that that conversation takes place and that coordination. Based on the analysis in the staff presentation, it appears that at least one issue related to the pelagic trawl gear definition, which is addressing whether the cod end is intended to be regulated, could be addressed fairly quickly, while the other issues are a little broader, and it's my understanding could result in pretty thorough review and need careful consultation, again, with industry gear experts and enforcement and regulatory staff that could take more time to address, for example, than the cod end issue. And so I have suggested in this motion further evaluation of all of these issues, these three issues related to the pelagic trawl gear definition, be brought back to the council in what I'm calling a regulatory package for consideration, which could look like something, if the cod end regulatory revision is somewhat straightforward as I'm understanding, perhaps what comes back to the council is a proposed purpose and need and draft alternatives to initiate a regulatory amendment to go forward with that. But if the other issues that are identified in this motion in terms of the pelagic trawl gear regulatory definition need more discussion, or if there are more questions that the council could provide direction on in this regulatory package for review, I would hope that those issues could be identified for the council when we review this next and determine next steps at that time. Happy to take any questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your motion, Ms. Baker. Any questions on the motion, Mr. Kirtland?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Baker, for the motion. I wonder if there's any more you can say about your intended scope for the discussions on the second and third bullets here.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since these topics came directly from the staff recommendations for what the council should address, quite honestly, through the staff presentations, I was struggling to get any more specific than this. And that's essentially why I've separated it. I think determining that scope could really benefit from these discussions that I'm suggesting take place with NIMS and OLE and council staff and industry. I understand that perhaps is a little bit unusual to specify that in a motion, but I think that's the challenge I anyway took away from the discussion of these issues within the staff analysis. I thought it was helpful, you know, they were identified, but I had a little trouble going to that next step about potential more detailed direction or more detailed scope. So I just couldn't provide that at this time.
Mr. Kurland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Baker, for that answer. So for example, in the third bullet, resolving inconsistencies in current regulations and or outdated regulations, and recognizing that you don't have total clarity on all the parameters of this, but for example, were you thinking that that might address whether the existing approach to dealing with pelagic trawl gear is meeting council objectives in limiting contact with the seafloor and or limiting unobserved mortality in the red king crab sightings area or other management areas that are where the distinction between pelagic and non-pelagic trawl is meaningful for what the council's objectives are. Is that the kind of thing you were thinking this would get at?
Ms. Baker.
I think that specific issue that you're mentioning was addressed briefly in the analysis in front of us. And so I would anticipate that that particular issue would be part of these discussions, and as well as any other specific regulations that, again, could be inapplicable or outdated. I was hoping for that thorough review of all of the regulations. I just honestly don't know if there were potentially more topics than were brought forward in our analysis. But that's what I'm hoping to set up, I guess, with this potential process going forward is a thorough evaluation of all of those potential regulations that could be relevant because it was raised to us as an issue, but I think in the analysis, but I think it's important to have all of those parties communicating about those in terms of the application of the regulations, the enforceability of the regulations, how fisheries gear is actually working, those sorts of things.
Further questions on the motion? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker. When we work on gear definitions, they're pretty technical and they tend to take a long time. And we saw in this package all the revisions that we had to do to the pelagic gear definition. I'm thinking about not too long ago when we modified non-pelagic trawl sweeps and the years that effort took. And I see that there are some potential implications here for the last action we just took. And so I guess I'm looking for your intent if this is to move in tandem with that action or if you think it's going to move entirely separately on a separate timeline. There's a lot of staff time and industry time involved in both.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Vanderhoven for the question. I think to the degree these actions can move in tandem, that would be helpful. As I mentioned, I think in particular, the first item clarifying the cod end is not intended to be regulated could move quicker, likely, compared to the others. But it is, I think I was in agreeing and understanding, as you said, that gear definition, consideration of gear definition revisions is technical, and part of the incentive for separating it like this is acknowledging that it could be a separate process depending on the initial conversations that take place. And we may not be able to, of the issues that are identified, the longer term issues relative to the definition of pelagic trawl gear, I think we'll have to look at when those are able to be identified, to the extent those are able to be identified. And the council will have to determine at that time whether to, what is needed in terms of moving forward with this relative to the other action under Bristol Bay Red King crab. It's difficult to say right now. I've struggled with the process for all of this in terms of trying to be somewhat efficient with our time and staff resources, as you say, and address some of the things that, as I understand it anyway, are low hanging fruit, as it were, the cod end issue. But that's really hard to separate out from all of the other pelagic trawl gear definition issues that were raised to us. And this was the interim approach that I'm suggesting at this point, but I certainly welcome discussion and consideration of other proposed approaches.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Okay. Further questions? Okay. Mr. Bluro.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker. I just wanted to confirm that what you're asking for is the staff and industry to develop a purpose and need statement and the alternatives and options and the initial review package.
Ms. Baker.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Withrow, no. The direct request is that those groups discuss and identify potential revisions to the regulatory definition of pelagic trawl gear. Those three issues. Those regulatory revisions should be provided in what I'm calling a regulatory package, because I expect that to be a combination of my understanding, and this is what I expect that group to come back with, but I may be wrong, is that the only thing that immediately that group might be able to come back with to discuss, and then NIMS would come back with potentially a purpose and need and alternatives for clarifying that the cod end is not intended to be regulated. I do not expect, I would like to be surprised, but I certainly do not expect that even several discussions among those groups would allow potentially NIMS to come back to us at the next step with a purpose and need and alternatives for the other two items in that list. I think that's going to be, those are going to be the longer track items. I would be happy to be wrong about that. So I would expect more of a discussion of the issues related to the gear definition relative to those two topics and potential approaches to revisions for the council to consider. And just because because these three topics are together in this motion, I tried to leave the language general about what the actual document is that comes back to the council, but I would expect NIMS to prepare that document in working with OLE and in consultation with council staff and industry.
Mr. Withrow.
Thanks. Just to follow up, usually when we would get together to work on items, you might form a committee. And I was just wondering, had you thought of that as an approach?
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is sometimes what we do. I did not propose that.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
I guess following up on that, thank you, Mr. Chair. Were you envisioning this as more of a workshop approach? I guess I'm getting a little concerned about the scope and what direction some of these discussions within the group might stray. And with a committee, we would have a terms of reference to help corral that.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand that concern, and perhaps I should have been, I wasn't envisioning a formal committee or workshop, but now that I'm reading it, I can see the concern about that. Perhaps I should have included in the motion to be really clear about tasking in this motion, similar to what I did in the other motion, requesting NIMS and OLE in consultation with council staff and industry, identify revisions to the regulatory definition and provide those proposed revisions to the council in a regulatory package for review. I'd like to hear comments on that approach, if I could.
We can certainly go to comments on that approach before amendments if folks would like. Ms. Van Ruben.
Sorry, Ms. Baker, I missed that. Can you repeat that?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Ms. Vanderhoeven. Yes. I could clarify the intent of this motion to be that the council is requesting NIMS and OLE in consultation with council staff and industry, identify revisions to the regulatory definition of pelagic trawl gear to clarify that the cod end is not intended to be regulated to allow for gear innovation and to resolve any inconsistencies in current regulations and our outdated regulations. And those proposed regulatory revisions would be developed by NIMS and provided to the council in a regulatory package for review.
Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you. And so that would not be like a workshop approach. That would be a non-publicly noticed.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you. Yes, more of a typical analytical process in which the analysts consult with all relevant parties in terms of developing identified regulatory revisions.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I read this as fairly narrow based on the three things that the staff provided in the presentation. So I just want to clarify that again. The first bullet is very clear. Is the second related to like the ability to use a salmon excluder, for instance? And then the third is the very narrow inconsistencies that they provided in the PowerPoint yesterday. So I guess I was reading this as having agency work always in consultation with industry, so they don't go down a bad road and create some other inconsistency, makes sense, but that these were fairly narrow changes. So I guess I was a little bit confused by the broader conversation, but that was my take on this. I guess I'm just looking for a validation from Ms. Baker that that's the intent.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think I'm assuming that the issues that were raised in the analysis that we had in front of us were summarizing the issues that staff had found in terms of potential revisions to the pelagic trawl gear regulatory definition. And so picking this up from the staff recommendations, both in the presentation and in the analysis, that was what I anticipated would be addressed in this regulatory package.
Other council members? Okay. So I believe that was a clarifying discussion on your intent, Ms. Baker. I don't think we necessarily need an amendment to get to those clarifications. So we can go to amendments if council members wish to offer any. Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have an amendment that I've sent to staff. So my motion would be to amend this main motion as follows, and this would be an addition. The council notes the conclusion in the analysis presented by staff that, quote, the pelagic trawl definition and performance standard do not appear to be effectively limiting seafloor contact for pelagic trawl gear, end quote. The council requests that staff prepare a discussion paper building upon section 4 of the analysis entitled Discussion Trawl Gear Performance Standard and Pelagic Trawl Gear Definition to further evaluate whether the existing trawl performance standard and definition of pelagic trawl gear are meeting council objectives to limit bottom contact by mobile fishing gear in the red king crab savings area and other management areas that are established under council FMPs with the purpose of limiting bottom contact by mobile fishing gear. The discussion paper should identify and evaluate potential management options for effectively limiting seafloor contact by pelagic trawl gear in such areas to protect sensitive habitats and or to reduce unobserved crab mortality.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Down. Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the discussion around Ms. Baker's motion and her answers to my question seeking clarification of the scope for the second and third bullets. It became clear to me that that this wasn't explicitly addressing some of what we saw in the staff paper about whether the definition of pelagic trawl gear is meeting council objectives, both for the red king crab savings area and other areas, again, where the distinction between pelagic and non-pelagic trawl gear is meaningful for council objectives. So my intent with this amendment is to clarify that council is seeking that sort of additional discussion from staff so we can better identify whether these management areas are fulfilling council objectives and get a better handle on this issue to decide whether further action is needed.
Thank you, Mr. Kurland. Questions on the motion, Ms. Van Hoven?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kurland, for your amendment. I'm a little confused and struggling with the same issue as the last motion, because now we've looped in the performance standard here. And under our last action, we intentionally left it in the other, and these two may or may not move in tandem. And I think that's potentially setting us up for a pretty big rat's nest of things affecting the same issue, moving on different tracks and maybe not coming to the same conclusions. So can you walk me through that a bit, how you see that working?
Mr. Kurland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the question, Ms. Van der Hoeven. I wrestled with that a bit too, and I think we heard in public testimony some concern over that interrelationship, that there are some issues specific to the red king crab savings area, and then there are potentially similar issues that have broader implications. And I guess what I was struggling with, and we heard some comments about wanting to continue discussion, continue having the pelagic trawl gear discussion included in further action or further evaluation for the red king crab savings area, but not losing track of the fact that the same subjects have implications for other council managed areas. So I guess that's what I was wrestling with. I envision that this might be a longer term discussion and analysis, given that the geographic scope is broader. And so that could certainly be informed by whatever additional discussion of the performance standard is carried forward specific to the red king crab savings area action. I guess I don't see a risk that they would become inconsistent or at cross purposes, but I'd welcome any thoughts on that or clarifications to avoid that kind of situation that you alluded to.
Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the motion that Ms. Baker made relative to the pelagic trawl year definition, that would apply throughout Alaska. Wouldn't just be Bering Sea specific. And I just want to confirm that when you say other management areas, you also would include Gulf Alaska and all of the Bering Sea, Aleutian Island area.
Yeah, Mr. Curlin, and if you can pull your mic over to you just a little bit more.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Witherell, yes, that's my intent through, hence the language, other management areas that are established under council FMPs.
Mr. Oliver.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker's motion was very specific and asked for a regulatory package. And this motion requests a discussion paper. Is this meant to be a separate discussion paper in addition to the regulatory package or part of the same package?
Mr. Kirtland.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Oliver, this discussion paper would be a separate piece, but certainly flowing from what we saw in the analysis for this action.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And I hope it's not too repetitive. I don't know how we address this when we've just had a previous motion under C4 that retained the performance standard and asked for additional information and analysis, in part because the way that the conclusions were drawn were not supported in the analysis. So I thought our original motion was looking at providing a fuller discussion, really understanding the observer issues, making sure it's accurate that pieces of crab are counted as crab PSC, ensuring we're looking at more than just the last couple of years. I thought the whole point of that discussion in our previous motion was let's get more information to ensure that the conclusion that you've just drawn in this motion was supportable, so we could move forward from a factual point. So I guess I'm just, now that we've got that in that motion and now this new one, I feel like we're just going to confuse this issue further, and not because I don't think that your intent is a good one. I just really think it was a stepwise approach, and this is bypassing the first step from our original motion. And, thanks. Sorry, that wasn't a question.
Mr. Twite has a question.
Mr. Twite may take Ms. Kimball's lack of a question and rephrase it a bit more as a question. And it's from a slightly different perspective, though. So regardless of merit, I wonder, and this is either to the maker of the motion or the parliamentarian, because it appears to me that the motion is a separate task with separate staff potentially contributing, potentially a separate timeline, and a pending council discussion at staff tasking, potentially separate priority. I wonder if it's simply best treated as a separate motion rather than an amendment to this one, which would then allow the council to, one, think a little bit further about Ms. Kimball's point about sequencing, but also just potentially task these differently, think about different priorities. Use them as fairly independent because they feel fairly independent. Maybe I'm missing something.
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Twite, for that question, and Ms. Kimball for bringing this up as well. Again, I saw this flowing directly from the analysis that was before us under this agenda item, and specifically what was in section 4. And following on from that, I think certainly the council could sequence these different pieces. That strikes me as an issue for staff tasking and relative prioritization of this discussion paper relative to the other, whatever other action the council may wish to take under this red king crab savings area action. So it seems to me we've got the flexibility to address that without breaking it out, but I'm open to other thoughts.
Okay, well, we are not following our typical course of question amendment discussion. approach here, but for understandable reasons, this is kind of a complicated issue. So other council members wish to weigh in either with questions or thoughts on the process going forward. Mr. Dunn.
As far as the process going forward, Mr. Chairman, since you asked that question in particular, I think that the process that was outlined by Mr. Curlin here is adequate. I think it's clear. We could pull this out, reintroduce this as a separate motion for procedural reasons, but I think we'd end up getting to the same point that this is in no way does it bypass what we've done in the original motion, nor do I see that it minces these things. This is just simply looking at whether the current definitions that we have meet the council objectives for bottom contact by what we're calling pelagic gear. And you know, we can, I think there comes a time when we got to not mince words and stuff, and we got to consider this. I think this is a good time to do it. I think Mr. Curlin's motion putting this in this place is adequate. So that's on your particular question. I think maybe I strayed from that a bit, but on the particular question, I think procedurally we could mess around with this and we're going to get to the same place. I don't see a utility in spending the time to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Down. I will ask for any amendments to the amendment. Okay, Ms. Kimball.
I do. The amendment would strike the first sentence. The second I'd speak to it.
Seconded by Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Kimball.
I apologize. I'm not even sure this is worth doing because I wouldn't have voted for including what we included in the first motion had we known that this motion was going to come about. We had very specific things in that motion that we wanted to include in the analysis to better understand and evaluate this very issue. And that's not included here. So I guess this is my best attempt to make this more palatable, but I'm still not sure it's worth doing given that we just did this in the first motion. So that's my idea.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Questions on the amendment? To the amendment, Mr. Down.
To the amendment, Ms. Kimball, I understand your point that you may have viewed what we did in the First Amendment under this agenda item differently had you known this was coming. But my question is on your amendment that with striking that language, don't we really get to the same place as if we would have tried to amend the first motion? This seems like this is maybe a cleaner way to get there than what we could have debated this issue in the first motion to me. So I'm just curious as to your thoughts there since you commented on that.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. My only thought is I can't amend the motion we already passed at this point. So I'm trying to.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just confused. Maybe it's just the morning, but it seems like we have here the beginning of that motion was a discussion paper, and then this is a separate discussion paper in the same motion. And I have not seen that before, and I have been here for quite some time where we do two discussion papers in one motion. And is that your intent?
My intent, I did not put this motion on the table. My intent was to strike the first sentence in order to get at the information to build on section 4 of the analysis without presupposing that conclusion, since it was not supported in the document. So I don't know what Mr. Curlin's intent. You could direct that question to him.
Thank you.
Mr. Curland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mesereau, I don't see the words discussion paper in the main motion that I was seeking to amend. So I guess I don't see the problem.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll try to ask a question. I think that gets at Ms. Kimball's point. Mr. Curlin, and am I understanding the intent of this amendment regardless of what the document is? I tried to be clear in the earlier motion that I did not think the information presented in this analysis was sufficient to support the statement that the performance standard did not appear to be effectively limiting contact for pelagic trawl gear or meeting council objectives. And I thought because a performance standard was very specifically suggested as a potential way to modify our alternatives in that action, that is why I wanted that to stay in the main action. But what I'm interpreting from your amendment here is that this proposal, because it includes both the pelagic trawl gear definition and the performance standard, is that you're asserting that those things are, you don't think it's appropriate to separate those things in the way that I was intending with the motion that we passed earlier and my original motion here. Do I have that interpretation correctly?
Mr. Kurland?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Baker. I guess it again gets to this complexity that there are issues focused specifically on the red king crab savings area and potentially broader implications of the same issue about how pelagic trawl gear is handled in council management. And I guess what I was trying to get at here is making sure that the council get some information from staff to help evaluate whether additional action is needed on that sort of broader question of how the council is handling pelagic trawl gear. But again, that can be informed, I think, by the prior motion and the clarification of the performance standard. So again, maybe it's a little bit of a sequencing issue for staff tasking as to when this discussion paper would be prepared and come back to the council relative to when the work in the prior motion is prepared and brought back to the council.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Curlin. So appreciate the explanation of your proposed amendment. Do you not see the possibility for staff providing the type of information that you're requesting here under the original motion above?
Mr. Kurland?
Thanks for the question, Mr. Chair. It is possible that we could get it. I guess I was mostly trying to make sure that we didn't move on without putting down a marker or a mechanism to address this broader issue, not knowing how that evaluation of the performance standard might come out in the prior motion.
Okay, want to make sure that we try to stay focused on the amendment to the amendment at this point, since that's what we're currently dealing with. Ms. Vanderhoven, on that point?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was my question. This was starting to make the process orient part of my brain hurt. Can we deal with the amendment to the amendment and then get back to the discussion?
I think that's a good idea. Okay, any additional questions on the amendment to the amendment? There's no additional opportunity for amendment. So is there any further comments on the amendment to the amendment? Okay. Let's go ahead and vote. We'll start with this. Is there any opposition? Okay. The amendment is now amended. Now we're back to the main amended amendment. Okay. Additional amendments to the amendment, or Mr. Twite?
out of concern that we're sort of now muddling how we intend to work on this. We had in the motion that we've passed, plus the motion that Ms. Baker put in front of us now that we're debating whether or not to amend. We had two very concrete work products and a sense of how they could be handled. I'm worried that the introduction of this in this manner, regardless of merit, but just the way that we're proposing to do this essentially is muddling our kickoff, not just of this, but of the whole package. And for that reason, I'm concerned enough about that to oppose the amended amendment. I'm not at all opposed to further discussion about how to get at your basic point. I'm just confused right now that we've wrapped ourselves around the wheel, and I have no idea how staff's going to figure the way around it if we've got ourselves wrapped around the wheel.
Mr. Oliver?
Again, I was going back to my earlier question and you missed Mr. Twite's point about whether this was better treated as a separate amendment, but Ms. Baker's motion did not have the words discussion paper. It actually had the words regulatory package, which I presume to mean a regulatory amendment package, EARAR, et cetera. And I would still not sure whether this is meant as part of that package or a separate discussion paper. Because, well.
Mr. Kurland?
Mr. Chair, on that point, I think Ms. Baker clarified, at least it was clear to me that the cod end issue might be a relatively straightforward matter where the agency could bring back an approach and a suggested regulatory package for the council to review in fairly short order, but that the second and third bullets here dealing with gear innovation and inconsistencies or outdated regulations might take longer, might be more involved, that there might be some subsequent step. So I guess I see this as potentially different phases or different actions that would flow from what's covered in the motion here if it goes forward as with my amendment. Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to make sure that I still give an opportunity for any additional amendments to the amendment before we go into further comments on the motion, on the amendment. Okay. Further comments on the amendment? Mr. Down.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On comments to the to this amendment, I think there's been some obviously some debate and some trepidation on the part of some council members' minds as to whether this should be in the present place where it is or whether it should have been a separate motion. But to articulate this as something that somehow would be confusing to council or something that we've got ourselves wrapped around here that we can't understand. This is very straightforward. The council requests a discussion paper that builds on section 4 of the analysis. It's very defined. It's easy to understand. And whether we vote for it here, we vote for it somewhere else, I don't think that that what we've done here is confuse the issues or changed either one of the intentions of the previous two motions under this agenda item. This is an issue that's that we would benefit from a discussion paper on this. I think that we've got some good stuff that came out of section 4, and to build upon that to further have the council understand the issue of whether that meets the current and previous council objectives, whether we're meeting our council objectives as set to limit bottom contact by mobile fishing gear. It's important. Now, it's not, I don't think that this is going to bias any crab or save any crab but it's at least gets us to a place where maybe we can start talking about this issue in common sense terms when we're, we've got ourselves around this, we've the council's through history, and I understand how we got here, but of calling pelagic trawl when it's bottom trawl and it's confusing to people. It seems nonsensical to me at sometimes. I think this is going to help us out of the weeds. I don't see this as a big priority that would have to come back soon or anything, but I think it's easily understandable, and I'm going to support this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think the spirit of the motion is fine. I just feel like this is a expansion of the subject that's in front of us. We're talking about trying to limit bottom contact in the red king crab savings area. And by adding other management areas that are established under council FMPs with the purpose of limiting bottom contact by mobile fishing gear, it seems to me that it's a dramatic expansion of the problem that's in front of us. And I'm not sure that it's a one size fits all solution. I suppose the analysis would tell us that, but I think it's adding a level of complexity to an already complex problem. And I was under the impression the problem in front of us was reducing crab mortality, and there are not crabs everywhere in every FMP. So it seems like it's a dramatic expansion of something, and it may be, I don't know, I'm not an expert in bottom contact, but it seems like you don't want bottom contact where there's crabs, but maybe there's other areas where there's pollock that it doesn't matter. So it seems like this is a dramatic expansion of the issue. And I don't know, I guess I can support the motion, but I think that is where I have concern about it, that it's a much bigger issue than the one in front of us, which has already proven to be stifling and difficult. And I guess that's my concern.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Kurland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mesereau, I'll just tell you, in my thinking about this, I looked back at the motion that the council passed in December on this issue, which prompted this section 4 of the analysis in front of us. There are two sentences I'll just read to you. It says, the analysis should provide an expanded discussion of the performance standard applicable to vessels in the directed pollock fishery and the regulatory definition of pelagic trawl gear. The expanded discussion should include background on the rationale for and information used to establish the performance standard and gear definition to help evaluate whether the performance standard and gear definition are meeting council objectives. So that was in our December 22 motion. That wasn't limited to the red king crab savings area. It was getting at the broader definition and performance standard for gear. So that was very much informing my thought behind this.
Thank you, Mr. Kurland. It's helpful.
Further comments on the motion, on the amendment? Ms. Kimball?
This is more a question on process, but it does affect my thinking on the amendment. What is the process for amending our previously approved motion? And I only ask because then we'd be doing this in two places, which I do think is very confusing, and one with slightly different direction than the other.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. I might look to my esteemed parliamentarian, but I believe it would take a motion for reconsideration, which I believe there may be some voting thresholds on that, and it must be a motion that came from somebody who supported it, which could be anybody.
So it could be anybody.
Yeah.
Follow up. And then, Mr. Chair, that could be done at this meeting. That's part of the process, or would it need to be at a subsequent meeting?
I believe it would be this meeting. Okay. Further comments on the motion, the amendment? Okay, Ms. Kimball.
I apologize. I have one more question, if that's appropriate. We heard in testimony that the need to ensure that it wasn't just staff working on this in isolation, but they were working with enforcement, working with those that work with the gear. You don't have any of that in this motion, yet it was in the previous motion. And I'm wondering what your intent was there, Mr. Kurland.
Mr. Kirkland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Kimball's correct. I wasn't explicit about that, but I guess I would expect that staff would consult with anyone they need to consult with in preparing the discussion paper. So that same type of intent that Ms. Baker reflected in the first sentence of the main motion, in her speaking to that first sentence, I think that would apply here as well.
Any further comments on the amendment? Okay. Well, let's go ahead and vote. I'm going to ask Mr. Witherell to do a roll call.
Calling the roll on preparing a discussion paper on electric trawl gear. Mr. Down. Ms. Drobnica,
No.
Ms. Kimball, Mr. Kurland,
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau,
Yes.
Mr. Twite,
No.
Ms. Vanderhoven,
No.
Mr. Seaborn,
No.
Ms. Baker,
No.
Mr. Canine.
No.
And we have one absent. So the motion fails 7-3.
Okay,
3-7.
the amendment fails and we are back to the main motion. Okay, further amendments to the main motion. Okay. Comments on the motion? All right. Then we can go ahead. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I was still trying to organize my thoughts a little bit. I remain a bit concerned about what the format and who might be included in these discussions are, and making sure that we have the right technical gear experts involved. I guess that would be from the industry side in the group of people identified. I am going to support motion, but just flag that I am concerned about making sure we get the right people involved in those discussions.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Additional comments on the motion? Can go to a vote. Is there any opposition? And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Anything further on C4? Ms. Kimball.
I don't have another motion. I'm just hoping Mr. Kurland keeps his language in his back pocket. And so sequentially, when we get back an analysis for the next time, and we get to see additional information as outlined in our previously approved motion, we can know whether expansion to the way that Dr. Kurland mentioned is the next way to go, which it may very well be. So I want to be clear that I was supportive of that intent, but it's the sequencing that I was concerned with. So I just appreciate you giving me a moment to say that. Thanks.
Ms. Kimball. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And briefly, yes, I just wanted to add on to that in terms of my intent for keeping the performance standard topic in the main motion was exactly that. Again, I didn't feel that the conclusions that were presented in the staff presentation were supportable by the information. So I was thinking requesting more information will allow us to make the decision that Ms. Kimball described. So thank you for that.
All right. Don't see any further hands. So Mr. Down.
Just final comments on this agenda item. Is that?
Well, I guess we're going into comments, even though we've already taken action. So Mr. Down.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that on the amendment that we voted on, that I supported that amendment and but I don't want to let my support for that or any of my comments to that detract at all from my support of the first two amendments. I really appreciate Ms. Baker's hard work and all of the hard work that went into that. And I think it's going to lead us down a good road. And I know that took a lot of time on a day when we have a packed agenda, as are my comments right this second are doing. But but I think that discussion about that particular issue was very beneficial. So I appreciate all the time that we put into that. And I appreciate Mr. Curlin's bringing that motion forward. I think that we had some good discussion there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Okay, let's go ahead and take a break here. I'm gonna huddle with Mr. Witherell and talk about the remaining tasks on our agenda and what we need to do to make sure that we're concluded by the time we need to get out of here today, which is about 5 o'clock. So we'll come back at let's say 10:05 and we'll go from there. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready to move into agenda item D2, and we have Sarah Cleaver and Nicole Watson to walk us through that.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Sarah Cleaver, council staff. I'm joined by Ms. Nicole Watson, also council staff, and the Ecosystem Committee staffer. We will be presenting on the programmatic EIS as well as the Ecosystem Committee report. So first, I will provide some context for the Ecosystem Committee recommendations on the programmatic, and some of these slides are from the presentation that you received in February. So if I gloss over any, that's because you've already received those. And then Ms. Watson will provide the Ecosystem Committee report and recommendations. And then I'll circle back on the action that's before you today, which would be to provide direction on the draft purpose and needs statement, the draft alternatives, and the next steps for this action. On your e-agenda, you'll find the action memo, as well as the Ecosystem Committee recommendations for the programmatic EIS, which includes the proposed action, purpose and need, and draft alternatives. You'll also see the full May Ecosystem Committee report. And then for reference, we have the roadmap discussion paper for the programmatic from your February meeting. At your February meeting, you received that discussion paper, which included a roadmap and timeline for reevaluating the groundfish programmatic. And that includes a lot of background, both on the 2004 programmatic and then discussion of kind of new opportunities to ensure engagement and the ways that existing council initiatives and other efforts could inform evaluation or reevaluation of the programmatic. After receiving that paper, the council initiated the process of considering a programmatic EIS with the purpose of providing a comprehensive analysis of the cumulative impacts of federal groundfish fisheries on the human environment, given both ecosystem and management changes that have occurred since the last review. Adoption of a final alternative would include updating the council's current suite of 45 management policy objectives. And the council tasked the Ecosystem Committee with developing recommendations to the council on a purpose and need statement and alternatives. A programmatic EIS or PIS is generally prepared for a major program, plan, or policy with a stepwise approach to a broad analysis that supports smaller scale specific actions. And a PIS is often generalized to a particular program. In this case, or in the case of 2004, was our federal fisheries management here in Alaska. And so this is what we mean when we talk about a multi-tiered approach to EAs and EISs that help streamline the NEPA process. As a reminder, the 2004 programmatic was developed in response to a legal challenge and developed to fulfill NEPA requirements by evaluating the FMPs for their impacts on the human environment. And the federal action that the 2004 PIS analyzed was the authorization of the federal groundfish fisheries in the North Pacific, as a reminder. That analysis included a broad array of policy level programmatic alternatives, and that analysis was used as the basis for amending the groundfish FMPs in order to incorporate a new policy statement, which was the groundfish management policy. And on the slide here were the 4 policy level alternatives that were identified in the programmatic, and they ranged from a more aggressive to a highly precautionary harvest management policy. The preferred alternative from that programmatic, which was approved and then incorporated into the groundfish FMPs, reflected the council's current groundfish management policy and the objectives that are in those FMPs. This slide just shows a visual for the 2-step process that we have through the 2004 programmatic. And I wanted to highlight that the council is not bound by what the council did before in 2004, as initiation of a new programmatic is not in response to litigation, but it's rather something the council has chosen to do. And there's a lot of flexibility in terms of what a programmatic could look like. So there are some opportunities to look across fisheries. The council could consider whether there's a way a programmatic could help to better position fisheries management in the North Pacific in light of some of the changes that we've been seeing over the last 20 years, such as impacts associated with climate change, as the council tries to tackle some of these issues. And then this slide just highlights, you saw this slide as well in February. And so this just includes the outcomes of the 2004 programmatic, and the immediate outcome was the adoption of that groundfish management policy. And then the groundfish work plan, which is updated and posted at every council meeting. And so that can be found on your e-agenda. Now I'll turn it over to Ms. Watson for the Ecosystem Committee report.
Good morning, Council. Nicole Watson, Council staff. I will be providing the Ecosystem Committee report for you. We met twice since the last report you received in February, in both April and May. And it was the purpose of the meetings were to draft the proposed action, purpose, need, and alternatives for the programmatic EIS. Both meetings included robust stakeholder input and discussions, and the reports and the products of these meetings, such as the initial draft purpose and need and committee recommendations, are available on your e-agenda pages for the Ecosystem Committee. So just to remind you that all of the documents are available, including committee reports and committee recommendations, including the February council motion. And there are links embedded into this presentation for all of the e-agenda links, also for the Ecosystem Committee. So the council action for this meeting is to consider the recommendations of the Ecosystem Committee and whether or not to include the Arctic, and initiating the programmatic EIS. And here's a brief timeline of the committee meetings in which the programmatic has been on an agenda item. And this report represents the previous two meetings, as I already said, in April and May, which you can see highlighted in those. And I've also included in this brief timeline markers in light blue where public input has been requested. So we solicited public input prior to the Ecosystem Committee meetings. And you can see that occurred in both prior to the April, prior to May, and prior to this committee meeting as well, or council meeting as well. And I will briefly go into the method that was used to solicit input. Attendees of past committee meetings were contacted with email as part of the solicitation for the input. And the programmatic and input request was also included on the council website, emails, spotlight, newsletter, and through the e-agenda. We chose not to send emails or mail notifications to all tribes in Alaska, as we felt that this was beyond the scope for the project at this point. However, NMFS will have the opportunity to conduct formal tribal consultations as part of the NEPA process. Committee members were also encouraged to share with other potentially interested parties that may not have attended previous Ecosystem Committee meetings. And I'll go into the committee recommendations now. The committee recommends that the programmatic analysis include all federally managed fisheries in the Gulf of Alaska, Bering Sea, and Aleutian Islands, but was unable to reach consensus on whether or not to include the Arctic region. It is important to note that conducting an EIS is not a federal action under NEPA. A programmatic EIS is a high-level NEPA review that assesses the environmental impacts of proposed policies, plans, programs, or projects for which subsequent actions are implemented based on the review. So regarding the geographic scope, the committee noted that the council could delay deciding about the Arctic at this time and rely on additional public input through the formal NEPA scoping process to provide more perspective. The committee did note that the benefits of inclusion of the Arctic were development of a consistent management policy with robustness to climate change across all council managed regions, provide efficiency by including the Arctic in the process now rather than needing to revisit the management policy in the future. Extending engagement opportunities to communities and peoples not currently involved in the council process. There were concerns of inclusion that were brought to note by the Ecosystem Committee, and that included analytical and workload complexity, as the Arctic region is uniquely different from other council regions and does not currently allow commercial fisheries, and potential to cause confusion if it were interpreted as an indication that the council is considering opening the Arctic to commercial fishing. Public comments were mixed on the topic, but included substantial concern about the potential for analysis to lead to opening to the Arctic for fishing. And regarding the biological scope, the committee did agree that the biological scope of the action should consider all fisheries for which the council has fishery management plans or regulations, again, noting that there was no decision on the Arctic FMP. So this would include 2 groundfish FMPs, both BSAI and GOA, BSAI crab FMP, scallop FMP, and salmon FMP, and regulations governing management of halibut fisheries off Alaska. And I'm not going to read through the complexity of the purpose and need, as it is quite a bit. Again, it is in your resources on your e-agenda. However, I will highlight the committee's thoughts. The committee agreed that the purpose and need of this action is to ensure the management framework of the council meet the challenges of climate change, and the intent is to have a forward-looking document that takes an ecosystem-based approach in a flexible and adaptive manner. Members agreed that there is a need to increase adaptability in policies and procedures, and to ensure that the management framework recognizes the rights and needs of Alaska tribes and communities who rely on subsistence resources, that current allocation schemes cumulatively meet conservation and management objectives, and that science and management meet the needs of current and future fishery management and incorporates Indigenous science and traditional knowledge. There was some disagreement related to language indicating council intent to cumulatively assess current allocation schemes and fishery limited access privilege programs, or LAPs. The concerns included that the language would focus the programmatic too much on a project level analysis of individual programs. Others noted LAP programs were featured in the 2004 P8 programmatic as an important conservation tool and adopted as a policy and objective for fishery management. The intent is for the analysis to look at NPFMC allocation schemes in a broad cumulative sense, and how management of allocations across fisheries is precautionary or not in light of the effects of climate change. And no definitive consensus was reached on that topic. There was some additional concern expressed that climate change was only one of several important factors, and other changes such as economic and socioeconomic changes should also be listed. The committee recognized the concern, but noted that a comprehensive list of all changes would be too lengthy, and opted to maintain focus on evolving climate conditions. Committee members agreed that the structure of the alternatives from the 2004 programmatic would be used as a starting point for the discussion, and that they do remain relevant with this approach. The committee purposely chose not to label the status quo policy, but the alternative should be to evaluate something more or less precautionary. With one member disagreeing, the committee chose not to include a 4th alternative evaluating a highly precautionary policy, noting that the 2004 programmatic was an artifact of litigation, and confirmed that there was no need to include an outlier this time around. So to conclude the Ecosystem Committee report portion of this presentation, the committee acknowledges the need for comprehensive scoping to continue moving forward while balancing urgency. And Sarah will go into describing scoping in more detail on the next slide.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. So the February paper that you received in presentation described several different avenues for stakeholder and tribal engagement in this process. And I really just wanted to focus on the potential next step for the council in terms of engagement. And it would be, if the council chooses to proceed, to ask NMFS to begin the formal NEPA scoping process. This can't begin until there is a sufficiently developed proposal for action. So if the council chooses to proceed with this action, you would need to specify the initial parameters for the scope of the action before NIMS is able to issue a formal notice of intent, which would be to prepare that EIS and would be done through the Federal Register. As Nicole described, the federal action that the Ecosystem Committee proposed would be to amend the management objectives, policies, and procedures. And we wanted to include this slide because it's important to clarify or identify which management objectives, policies, and procedures those are. And so first, the groundfish FMPs already have language that could be replaced. So the groundfish management policy and objectives, that's fairly clear to us. The other FMPs have pretty limited language. So we would need to take a look specifically at those and try to identify what language would be changed and where. And then for halibut, because we don't have a halibut FMP, any changes or guiding principles on how we manage our fisheries under our authority under the Halibut Act would occur in some kind of policy statement similar to the council's ecosystem vision statement that we have included on our website. This is the last slide. So the next steps for the council would be to determine whether or not you would like to adopt the Ecosystem Committee recommendations on the purpose and need, alternatives, and proposed action. I'll note the purpose and need can certainly evolve over time, depending on whether there's new information that comes to light throughout this process or updated analysis. So it's a very iterative process, and as part of your next steps, you could consider the scope of the analysis. So do you want to take an approach that's specific to the groundfish fisheries, or would the council prefer a more holistic approach, including all FMPs, in which case it would, whatever comes out of this could be a overarching policy for all of the council's FMPs. The next step is that the council could then direct NIMS to publish a notice of intent, and it was highlighted I believe at the Ecosystem Committee that notice of intent could be drafted and then come back to the Ecosystem Committee and council before it's published in the Federal Register, so that the committee and council could provide more feedback on that. So I'll open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cleaver and Ms. Watson. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions, even on the next step slide, Ms. Cleaver, like the council hasn't technically initiated a programmatic EIS. So the council needs to make, you're asking the council to make that decision at this meeting, whether we should initiate a programmatic, and we would do that through adoption of the purpose and need. Okay. And then my second question is something that was said earlier in terms of scoping, that there would be opportunities for tribal consultation. I wasn't sure if we should assume that all tribes would be receiving proactively the letter or notice from National Marine Fisheries Service that if we undergo scoping, like, is there proactive outreach with tribes, or are we just waiting for them to ask to consult with the agency?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's a good question. And I am no expert in the tribal consultation process, so I would look to Mr. Kurland to describe that for us a little bit.
I'm not sure Mr. Kurland heard that. Ms. Cleaver or Ms. Kimball.
Just briefly on the scoping process that I was less familiar with, it was stated that there will be an opportunity for tribal consultation by NIMS, but I didn't know if we should assume that there'd be kind of proactive solicitation or to tribes to say, this is on the table, we'd like your comment. That's
Mr. Kurland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, Ms. Kimball. As you all know, we've been trying to clarify and articulate better exactly what our process is for tribal engagement. So I would say we're not quite there yet as far as exactly what that would look like, but yes, I would anticipate some level of outreach as soon as we have a sense of what this is going to look like. to begin opening the door for those discussions.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Great. Thank you both very much. Okay, so this was on the AP agenda, but they ran out of time to take it up. So that will just bring us right into public comment. And it looks like there are 12 members of the public signed up to testify. So first up will be Loretta Brown, and there will be no questions during this testimony. Then Jim Simon, then Vivian Corthius. I'd just like to remind council members to not editorialize in your questioning. Please keep questions direct and limit the questions to the scope of testimony given. And with that, Loretta Brown, are you with us?
Hello, this is Loretta Brown. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Excellent. Good morning. Thank you, Council, for letting me testify this morning. Like I said, my name is Loretta Brown, and I am testifying on behalf of Salmon State. And I'm in a kind of a windy spot, so I'm going to keep this pretty brief. Salmon State is encouraging this council to conduct a comprehensive NEPA analysis for both the Gulf of Alaska and Bering Sea. And we would like to point out that the 2004 programmatic supplemental EIS and the 2015 SIR are out of date, and that there have been major changes in both the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska since 2004 and 2015 analyses, and that to provide a more equitable and climate adaptive federal fisheries management, that a comprehensive EIS is necessary. And we strongly encourage this council to incorporate EEJ, ecosystem-based fisheries management, and the council's LKTK protocol into the EIS and all of the alternatives. And then we also strongly support all of the comments that were provided by our Western Alaska subsistence fisheries users that were in front of the Ecosystems Committee earlier this May, and we would ask that this council incorporate those into the EIS as well. And finally, I'll just end with saying that we encourage this council to go ahead and move forward in this council meeting cycle, so that NIMS can actually uptake the NEPA process very soon. That's all I had for today. So thank you very much again for letting me testify.
Great. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Brown. Okay, next up is Jim Simon testifying remotely.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity to testify remotely. My name is Jim Simon, and I've been tasked with representing the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, which serves the 33 member tribes of the Kuskokwim watershed. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Great, thank you. Good morning. First, may I say that it's very unfortunate that this agenda item was not discussed by the advisory panel. I'd also like to direct your attention to our more detailed written comments from June 2nd, 2023. The existing programmatic supplemental environmental impact statement for a ground fisheries management plan needs to be reconsidered and updated. Advances in scientific understandings and local observations of ecosystem changes have not been considered in federal fisheries management program operations because of data gaps in the outdated programmatic EIS, currently guiding council and NIMS management decisions. The Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska ecosystems have been in turmoil. Melting sea ice and warming ocean temperatures have fundamentally changed the ecosystem services provided to our tribal communities. Federal fisheries management operations have failed to address the concerns and economic impacts to inland communities such as the Kuskokwim River headwater tribal communities, which are equally dependent on Bering Sea ecosystem services. In addition to the Kuskokwim region, the Yukon and Norton Sound regions have faced disaster after disaster as our salmon populations collapse. Massive seabird mortality events and unusual mortality events among cetaceans and seals serve as additional examples. Scientists have documented changes across all trophic levels, documenting decreased nutrient productivity and availability, shifts in species abundance and distribution, and the collapse of crab stocks. In combination, the marine ecosystem is less stable, less productive, and less predictable. Without up-to-date analyses of what's happening in the ocean today, and without the benefit of formal tribal consultations in the outdated programmatic SEIS to guide federal management operations, the council and NIMS cannot make informed decisions about how federal fisheries management decisions cumulatively affect the ecosystem and the human environment, nor can they adequately fulfill federal trust responsibilities to tribes. The council and NIMS continue to conduct business as usual, managing fisheries under a management plan designed for a different world. Our tribal communities continue to face the consequences of ecosystem changes that are severely compromising tribal food sovereignty and food security. As noted in ADF&G's 2010 climate change strategy, quote, many environmental laws, regulations, and policies on the federal, state, and local levels were developed before the signs of a rapidly changing climate were predicted and observed. The challenge for environmental and resource management agencies will be to manage for healthy, productive ecosystems in a future made less certain due to a changing climate. This will necessitate possible changes to their institutional, legal, and policy frameworks to respond quickly enough to sustain the natural resources they manage for the public trust, unquote. And I would add also for federal Indian trust. Under federal NEPA guidance, as well as new statutory amendments to NEPA, programmatic environmental impact statements that are more than 5 years old should be reviewed and updated if there have been significant changes since the EIS was adopted. It is well past time to update the programmatic EIS to incorporate new scientific information and indigenous knowledge through formal tribal consultations with all affected tribes, not just coastal communities. Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission encourages the council to proceed with issuing a notice of intent to prepare a full programmatic environmental impact statement and initiate a formal scoping process and tribal consultations to provide the opportunity for the council and NIMS to consider whether there are ways to adjust fisheries management to meet federal Indian trust responsibilities and to support a more resilient ecosystem in light of significant changes that have occurred since the last programmatic NEPA process. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Simon. Any questions? No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, testifying remotely is Vivian Corthius, and there will be no questions.
Good morning. This is Vivian in Bethel. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you to the North Pacific Fishery Management Council for taking testimony this morning. My name is Vivian Corthius. I serve as the Chief Executive Officer for the Association of Village Council Presidents. AVCP is a tribal consortium of 56 federally recognized tribes along the Yukon River, Kuskokwim River, and Bering Sea coast. I am Yupik and a member of the Monoc tribe. I will be speaking to agenda item D2, purpose and need. Western Alaska is entering the third summer of the salmon crisis for villages along the Kuskokwim River and the fourth summer for communities on the Yukon River. Our communities are in dire straits. Across the YK Delta, families are facing another year of empty smokehouses and freezers. Our way of life continues to be under attack. This is also not acceptable. Without immediate action informed by the best available science and indigenous knowledge, our ecosystem is in danger of being unable to recover. Excuse me. That's why it is absolutely necessary that the process for a new programmatic environmental impact statement should begin immediately. The existing programmatic supplemental environmental impact statement for the ground fish fisheries management plan is almost 20 years old and has not been renewed since 2015, nearly a decade ago. This means the council and NIMS are making fisheries decisions, management decisions solely sorely outdated information. Without an up-to-date analysis of what's happening in the ocean today, the council and NPFMC cannot make informed decisions about how their fisheries management decisions cumulatively affect the ecosystem and the human environment. The law requires programmatic environmental impact statements that are more than 5 years old to be renewed and updated if there have been significant changes since the statements were adopted. Years of melting ice, warming ocean temperatures, seabird and mammal die-off, and the multi-year the multi-year salmon crisis we find ourselves in certainly qualify as significant. The federal government can no longer go on with business as usual, managing fisheries under a management plan designed for a different world. You must meet your obligations to manage these resources that belong to all of us, not just to industry, appropriately. Please also direct your attention to our written comments on the purpose and need for a programmatic EIS that we have submitted. Thank you on behalf of our region and our tribes in the YK Delta.
Thank you for joining us this morning, Ms. Cortez. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you and good morning.
Next up is Melissa Johnson. Good morning.
Can you hear me? I apologize, whatever was going around at the AP, I unfortunately have, and that's why you haven't seen me the last couple of days, but I'm still here in Sitka. I want to start out by thanking the Tlingit people for allowing this meeting to occur on their area of sacred space. Wangamaktoyak Nalakmitun Melissa Johnson, tribal member of Nome Eskimo community. I am here today to address the critical need for a new analysis and updated programmatic environmental impact statement that can effectively guide federal fishery management programs. The current PEIS has exhausted its course and is no longer sufficient to serve as a guiding document, especially in light of the far-ranging effects of climate change that are being documented. We are witnessing a rate of change that is faster than previously known, and we can no longer rely on an outdated plan to guide us through the prominent effects of warming marine habitats, northward bound species movements, and their impacts on food webs and marine productivity. The consequences of climate change, overfishing, sea level rise, coastal flooding, increased storm intensity, pollution, habitat loss, biodiversity decline, and other threats are not equitably shared by communities. This lack of equitable distribution of benefits and burdens associated with the ocean is often the legacy of socioeconomic discrimination, marginalization, and other discriminatory decisions. In Alaska, there exists a binding interconnectedness among ocean systems, fisheries, upland ecosystems, Western Alaska Native families, and other Alaska families. The horrific impacts of climate change on these ecosystems are ever apparent. However, the current management system was not designed to incorporate the indigenous knowledge and community perspectives needed to ensure considerations and mitigations of fisheries impact. While we agree with the Ecosystems Committee recommendation to broaden the analysis beyond ground fisheries and encompass the Council's management framework across all federally managed fisheries, it is crucial to expand the scope even further. The new analysis should not only examine the impacts of Council management decisions on fishery managed by NPFMC, but also include fisheries and at-risk stocks more broadly, including those managed by Department of Interior and of Fish and Game in the Arctic Yukon-Kuskokwim region. The PEIS should not include any evaluation of the Arctic Fishery Management Plan. There are not now, nor have there been federal fisheries in the Arctic Fishery Management Area of the Chukchi and Beaufort Seas. Therefore, there are no environmental impacts of federal fisheries to evaluate or analyze. If this is an action the council takes up, it is imperative to be very inclusive in the beginning of the tribal sector. As leaders in the ecosystem-based fisheries management, the council and NIMS must make fisheries management decisions based on complete consideration of the effects and those decisions in context of the current rapidly changing environment. It is evident that the council and
Ms.
NIMS.
Johnson, can you, your time's been up for a little
Oh.
bit. Can you please provide a summary comment?
I have a couple of more things to say, but the final comment that I want to say is that it is essential that we continue to address the concerning lack of time allocated, especially for the advisory panel to discuss this item as well as other items where on the advisory panel, that is the only opportunity for tribal representation. And by depriving adequate time on scheduled agenda items, it further highlights systemic inequities in this process. And that, again, we encourage the council and NIMS to work on a new analysis that complies with NEPA obligations. And that concludes my testimony.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson. Are there any questions? Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Johnson, as I think about your point about inclusion of time, I think that's means we should be thinking ahead. And I'm wondering, as you think ahead to sort of next steps following scoping, what do you think the council should consider doing after scoping? We'll have a lot of input to sort through. What are your thoughts about how we should process that and move along?
Through the chair, Mr. Dwight, thank you for your question. In regards to scoping, I think it is adequate that we, in this management body, as well as others, continue to do what we can in the collaborative efforts that we have already created and continue to create to include the tribal sector in these different areas of discussion. Though we do have one area within this body, through our collaborative efforts, there's, as we continue to move forward in these issues, we are building those relationships. We are becoming more engaged and having the dialogue, whether it be back and forth or not, but and from the tribal sector, we are continuing to work to be more engaged in this management body, as well as other management bodies that have been imposed on us as tribal people. Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
I guess you could tell me if it's out of line, but Ms. Johnson, I wanted to ask, had the AP had the opportunity to review this item, I mean, would you have supported the general like intent and language of the ecosystem committee recommendations?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for your question. I am only one AP member. I cannot speak for the rest of the body. I would hope that if we had allocated at least an hour to this agenda item, that we may have come up with the supporting the ecosystem committee's recommendations, but it's really hard to say because we did not have that opportunity. More time was focused on other parts of the agenda, and definitely it was a time management issue, and it was very unjust, especially as I stated in my testimony that the advisory panel is one of the areas where there is tribal representation, and members of the public may have felt a little bit more comfortable participating and providing more comments and or feedback, but it's really hard to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony this morning and joining us while you're feeling sick. I hope you feel better soon.
Safe travels, and Mr. Kneen, thank you so much for your time on the council and the different areas throughout the council process. And when you go back home, say hi for me to everyone.
Will do. Thank you very much. Okay, next up, testifying remotely is Paul Olson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
All right, excellent. For the record, my name is Paul Olson. I'm here on behalf of the boat company, and I'm often guarded with my 3 minutes. It's not a lot of time, but I don't have a lot to say. And so I'd like to spend a little bit of it thanking you, Mr. Chair, for your time on the council. I've always appreciated appearing before you and your predecessors. But anyway, my comment is really very simple. I think I'd like to see an expanded range of alternatives go forward for scoping. I understand if that's troubling, I'd rather see this go ahead for scoping, but you have my comment letter. Typically in a programmatic EIS, there should be 4 or 5 different alternatives. They should be different enough in their approaches to habitat protection, cumulative impacts of bycatch, impacts to underserved communities, so that the public can comment on some really different alternatives. Right now, I think the ecosystem committee ran out of time, and that's why we have 2 that are, one is a little less precautionary and one's a little more precautionary. And I'd like to see you add at least one more precautionary alternative. And if you have time, think about what types of things, what types of components would go in those alternatives. And that concludes my testimony, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Olson. It's been a pleasure working with you as well. I don't see any hands coming up for, now I do. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Olson. On your point about alternatives, was it your understanding that the ecosystem committee was suggesting that the committee as well as the council might gain useful information on crafting additional alternatives through the scoping process?
I actually missed the end of the ecosystem committee's meeting where they discussed it. So yes, I did not know that. And that's fine, but I still would reiterate that the council at least then direct NIP staff to solicit comments on how many alternatives should be needed and what the components of those alternatives would be. Is, you know, it's in my comment letter. Programmatic alternatives in EIS is something that's been covered pretty extensively in case law and other aspects of NEPA. And so that's it. You just should have several. And I would like to see a third to have more informed scoping, but if you just have 2 and you want to get through it, I understand, and we can do it on the scoping process.
Further questions? Thank you, Mr. Olson. Next up is Chad C. Following Mr. C is Steve Marks and then Teresa Peterson. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Chad C., Executive Director of the Freezer Online Coalition. The Freezer Online Coalition appreciates the opportunity to provide comments on the programmatic EIS. FLC recognizes the value of exploring revisions to the programmatic to reflect considerations that have emerged since the programmatic was last updated in 2004. As such, we support NIMS initiating NEPA scoping on amending the current programmatic to affect all federally managed fisheries in the Bering Sea, AI, and the Gulf. We expect that action to amend the programmatic will include extensive public engagement and a thorough analysis of proposed changes and their impacts. We look forward to participating in this process. Our initial comments today are focused on the scope of the proposed action and the recommendations of the ecosystem committee on the purpose and need and alternatives. There was extended discussion at the May Ecosystem Committee meeting on whether or not the scope of an amended PIS should include the Arctic FMP. FLC supports the eventual development of a programmatic that includes the Arctic. This would provide council clear guidance on management of decisions pertaining to waters encompassing the Arctic FMP. However, we have concerns with incorporating the Arctic region into this effort to revise the programmatic at this point. A few points that come to mind. Moving forward with a programmatic incorporating the Arctic region too quickly may create additional challenges for development of the management guidelines for the region. Less is known about the habitat and overall ecosystem in the Arctic than in other regions. The development of an Arctic PI programmatic could benefit from additional data collection and research that could inform decisions about management, including the degree of precaution needed for management practices in the Arctic. Research work on the region can be performed under the Arctic FMP without a programmatic EIS. The consideration of a programmatic EIS incorporating the Arctic will prompt many questions from residents of Arctic communities on the reasons for the action, including if this is a precursor to the opening of commercial fisheries in the region. Engagement with Arctic communities prior to development of an Arctic PIS would be helpful to alleviate questions about the intent and to inform council of factors unique to the Arctic that need to be considered in this action, both of which could improve the speed and quality of the council's efforts. Such an engagement could be previewed in conversations with Arctic stakeholders regarding this programmatic as you move forward. More broadly, I would expect that including an Arctic component to that programmatic would dominate the discussion and limit the ability to afford the time needed to address the programmatic for the regions already covered under this existing action. As to other elements of this action that's before us, as this is a programmatic EIS, council should be cognizant of not making the programmatic too prescriptive, including to direct action by council. This is inconsistent with the intent of such a document and can bind council to actions that, after further analysis, may not be in the best interest of the region. On the purpose and need, we suggest that the council look at reviewing the purpose and need statement to clarify that the intent of revisiting the PEIS is to review current management. Council should be careful not to include concluding statements about the adequacy of current management in the purpose and need. Regarding the alternatives, we have reservations that the vagueness of the wording of the three alternatives may result in some confusion with the public about the potential alternatives to be considered and what it says about our existing practices in the North Pacific. In written comments, some have noted that concern about the existing language portrays status quo as non-precautionary. I'd also suggest that the alternatives do not speak to the varying degree of precaution already incorporated into management practices in the North Pacific, some of which may need to be more or less precautionary, or simply maintained to best address the management challenges we face today. Whether or not provisions in the existing PIS need to be more or less precautionary is not a one-size-fits-all answer. A description of alternatives should be more clearly acknowledging that point. We understand that additional clarity on the alternatives will be provided in the scoping process and that development of the work plan for the alternatives, but additional clarity about the alternatives at the outset would be beneficial for the public. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. C. Any questions? Ms. Kimball.
I guess I have a short one. Mr. C, if you can answer, I was listening carefully to your testimony on the alternatives, and I think the purpose of scoping is to get more input, but do you have ideas on how to better characterize some general alternatives to solicit more input through scoping than the more or less precautionary?
Thanks, Ms. Kimball, for the chair. I was thinking about that, and perhaps it's because I haven't gone through this programmatic process before in the past but I think at a minimum we need to have a clear statement about what these alternatives mean when we're talking about more or less precautionary, so that they're not simply reviewed and looked at and said, well, we need to have, all actions under this need to be more precautionary or less precautionary or status quo. Just providing more detail about the complexity of that, of what that means would be important for understanding that.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
And next up, testifying remotely is Steve Marks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Am I coming through?
Yes, you are. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Steve Marks, testifying today on behalf of the Pew Charitable Trusts. Thanks, as always, very much for the opportunity to offer comments on these agenda items and this one in particular. We support the council taking action at this meeting to direct NIMS to issue a notice of intent to prepare a programmatic environmental impact statement for federal fisheries in the Gulf of Alaska, Bering Sea, and Aleutian Islands. As has been noted in the discussion paper and in public comment, the existing programmatic supplemental EIS under which the council currently operates does not address the dramatic and increasing changes in the marine environment that have occurred since it was developed in 2004, nor does it adequately address the full suite of direct, indirect, and cumulative impacts of federal fisheries on the marine ecosystem, including communities. There is a need for an evaluation of the full suite of impacts of federal fisheries in the North Pacific. This evaluation should account for uncertainty in future climate scenarios, including declining productivity, shifts in species distributions and abundance, habitat loss and fragmentation, changes in food web dynamics, and more. The process should also meaningfully engage tribes and tribal organizations, including the incorporation of traditional knowledge as a fundamental component of the best scientific information available. In regards to the draft purpose and need statement under consideration today, we greatly appreciate the thought and effort of the Ecosystem Committee and staff in developing this document. We feel that it largely captures the intent of the council in developing this process and offer the few following comments for consideration as the council continues to work through this. First of all, the range of alternatives evaluated through the PEIS should include consideration of meaningful changes to the council's fishery conservation and management measures and not be limited to just a revision to the existing groundfish management objectives. The current groundfish management policy and associated objectives that were developed through the 2004 programmatic supplemental environmental impact statement remain appropriate and remain needed. We like them. Rather than limiting the PEIS to consideration to wording changes or consideration of changes to these objectives, the council should evaluate alternative management approaches to better achieve those existing management objectives. Second, the analysis should extend beyond just an evaluation of impacts to fishery management unit species in corresponding directed fisheries. The PEIS should include an analysis of the impacts of federal fisheries on prohibited species, as well as other non-target species such as squid and other forage species. The PEIS should also identify and evaluate indirect and cumulative impacts to other managed and protected species such as marine mammals and seabirds, and also include a full evaluation of impacts on subsistence communities, as well as ecologically important marine habitats. Both are fundamental components of coupled social and ecological marine ecosystems, and the PEIS should include consideration of a range of alternatives that include management approaches to avoid and minimize adverse impacts to these components. Finally, we feel that the PEIS should not include an evaluation of the Arctic Fishery Management Plan. As everyone knows, there are no federal fisheries in the Arctic, and so there are no environmental impacts to evaluate or analyze. If the council is considering a federal action to develop a new fishery in the Arctic, it should conduct a separate and focused analytical process that conforms to both NEPA as well as the Arctic Fishery Management Plan. The Arctic FMP was visionary, and it outlines a clear process and set of management and scientific criteria that must be met prior to conducting analysis under a NEPA and MSA. From our knowledge, there is now no current proposal, nor have any of the criteria from the FMP been met, nor have any of the criteria identified in the Arctic FMP been met. Including an analysis of a hypothetical fishery in the Arctic through the PEIS, we feel is inconsistent with the purpose and need statement and circumvents the clear and explicit process outlined in the Arctic FMP. Thank you again for the time today. Those are the comments I had. Appreciate the opportunity, and I'll stop there.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Marks. Mr. Twite has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Marks. The, in your remarks, you sort of touched on some of the differences between the so-called status quo alternative and alternative two. I guess it's something that clearly the ecosystem committee struggled how to describe the differences in a way that didn't make it sound like status quo alternative was just simply a do nothing alternative, because it's not. And that alternative two wasn't some sort of unrealistic, do everything all at once as best you can, and be the global leader in everything. I'm wondering how you in your mind describe, how you to others describe the difference between the status quo alternative and alternative two, the do more alternative. How do you? And I recognize that scoping will, sorry, just parenthetically, I recognize that through scoping, we may all get the opportunity to think about this some more broadly, but get your thoughts now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Twite, for the question. If I understand correctly, by alternative number two, you mean the more precautionary alternative?
Correct.
Thank you. You know, and again, I am not a NEPA expert nor a legal expert in any way, but my understanding and listening to
Which
the
I'll
discussion-
point out is why I asked you the question.
In my recollection and understanding from the discussions at the ecosystem committee, the preference is to take a tiered approach here. And the status quo and then more precautionary and less precautionary alternatives indicate directions in thinking. And using that as kind of an umbrella tier to then, once there's analysis of impacts, you know, a robust analysis of direct, indirect, and cumulative impacts, the idea would be that then that might highlight alternative management approaches that would fall under those less precautionary or more precautionary tiers. And so ideas, you know, related to, I think what the council is intending to mean in its purpose and need statement when it says objectives, policies, and procedures, that's a pretty, I think that's could be interpreted subjectively and leaves room for anything from policy statements, council protocols. It could also include things, regulatory action, consideration of potential regulatory action down the road. So I think it's not the time to limit what those might be, but rather to sum up my response to your question, I see that those two alternatives as providing an umbrella for continued analysis that could tier down into increasing specificity.
Further questions for Mr. Marks, Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I think some of what you described in the early part of your testimony is where my concerns lie. You asked for the document to go beyond looking at the framework for federal fisheries or the management policy and objectives into more conservation and management measures. And I think I've been hearing, and the ecosystem committee was hearing, that that's not what a programmatic does. It is really focused on the policy and the objectives. So my question is, how do we manage expectations for this document? Or should we not pursue this document and instead work on conservation and management measures through our regular FMP process?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ms. Kimball, for the question. I think, first of all, yes, you're right. I did indicate that we think that this process the outcome of this process should be more than just edits and revisions to the management objectives. The management objectives, in my opinion, are largely aspirational. They're good. And I think that the analysis should focus on whether and how the council is achieving those existing management objectives. I also understand that this is an the environmental impact statements look at environmental impacts of federal action. So this document is regulatory in no way. It cannot propose or or suggest or start any sort of regulatory process, but it can evaluate different approaches. And that, I think, is the crux of what I'm trying to suggest that be included in the analysis. But I do think that any consideration of changes in management approaches, policies, and procedures, as stated in the purpose and need statement, must be informed first and foremost by an up-to-date and clear analysis of the full suite of impacts of federal fisheries in the North Pacific. And once that analysis of impacts is in place, I think that leads to consideration of alternative management approaches. And so that's kind of the sequencing and conceptualization that I have of the process.
Thank you.
I don't see any additional questions. Thanks again, Mr. Marks.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, next up is Teresa Peterson. Good morning.
Good morning, council members. Chairman Canadian Teresa Peterson with the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to encourage the council to adopt a purpose and need and a description of alternatives and direct NMFS to have to issue a notice of intent to prepare a programmatic EIS. The existing programmatic for ground fisheries management plans is almost 20 years old and is a document to inform fisheries management decisions made by the council and NMFS, it is out of date. The decision-making process will benefit from a holistic look at fisheries management with an up-to-date analysis reflective of the marine environment and how we want our fisheries to work in this world we are living in today. Every decision made by the council and NMFS relies on the programmatic and includes fundamental decisions such as setting catch limits, allocating catch, bycatch, secondary species, in-season adjustments, everything required to manage groundfish in the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea. We are all aware of the magnitude of climate-related changes in the North Pacific and the unprecedented rate of change that is contributing to the collapse of iconic species in the Bering Sea, namely crab and salmon bound for Western Alaska river systems and Pacific cod in the Gulf of Alaska. The impacts are profound, and the documents which guide council and NMFS decisions must be structured to consider the rapid and unpredictable changes we are faced with. These changes continue, and the Ecosystem Committee has been responsive to the request from the council to draft a purpose and need and alternatives, and has provided a good starting point to move the discussion forward with a notice of intent. Staff did a great job of getting the word out, and as noted in the presentation and from my experience as an Ecosystem Committee member, we received a lot of input. We recommend the programmatic analysis include the Gulf of Alaska, Bering Sea, and Aleutian Islands in its geographic scope. The focus should be on management policy and objectives as they relate to historic as well as ongoing commercial fishing activity and the impacts of those policies and management actions on fishery-dependent communities, especially considering subsistence communities and Indigenous peoples. We do not support inclusion in the Arctic region. The Arctic is uniquely different, and the inclusion of the region is generating substantial confusion and concern that this process excuse me, could serve as a stepping stone to open up the region for commercial fishing. The Arctic FMP recognizes international treaties, positions, and claims between Russia, Canada, and the US, and is structured to assist the US in discussions with other circumpolar nations. Given the complexities and the magnitude of differences surrounding the Arctic, including the analytical workload complexities in the unique region, the programmatic should focus on a suite of alternatives and analysis which looks at the cumulative ecosystem effects and impacts to the human environment of FMPs where fisheries are occurring. We encourage the council to explicitly note in the preamble and/or the purpose and need that the biological scope will include evaluation of bycatch and prohibited catch such as halibut, salmon, crab, and herring, and ecosystem components such as marine mammals, seabirds, and forage fish. The stakeholder process will benefit from a clear understanding of what species are under consideration in an ecosystem-based management policy consistent with EBFM practices. The draft purpose and needs statements contain several key themes to advance the discussion, inform draft alternatives, and approach an extensive PEIS in a meaningful way. In addition to the range of alternatives proposed by the EC, we encourage the addition of a highly precautionary approach to the management of commercial fisheries in a changing climate, while more specific language can be developed in the formal NEPA scoping process to further structure the alternatives. Additional language provided at this juncture, which reflects the purpose and need, would strengthen the scoping alternatives with recognition that climate impacts, subsistence impacts, indigenous knowledge and fisheries management, and ecosystem resilience will be considered. As the iterative programmatic process advances, these alternatives should describe potential changes to the policy approach, goal statements, and objectives and management actions for each fishery, and make it explicit that the council intends to ensure that the management framework recognizes the rights and needs of Alaskan Native peoples and communities that rely on subsistence resources, considers the cumulative impacts of current allocation schemes in a changing climate, and considers a science management interface which is responsive to the needs of fisheries management and incorporates indigenous science and traditional knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson, for your testimony and thinking that the action here is to initiate the action and go through scoping. But I'm starting to think about the wording of the alternatives that the ecosystem committee didn't have time to address. And so that's why I'm asking questions about that. But is there, based on all of your comments, is there value even for scoping in putting out an alternative that's less precautionary than we are today? I'm thinking of your comments on the Arctic and how that just adds confusion. And I'm wondering if that same thing applies to putting out an alternative that might say that we would go forward with something less precautionary than today.
Chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball. In thinking about the range of alternatives, we've recognized that status quo is a precautionary approach, and moving forward with a less precautionary approach, I wouldn't anticipate that would be the direction that the council goes under this action. But I also am reflecting, and again, I'm no NEPA expert by any means, but to have contrasting alternatives, my sense was that we have a less, more, and a highly precautionary approach, so that we have that contrast that we're considering in the programmatic analysis that really is looking at this broad scope of management policy considerations as this moves forward. So my sense is that we keep the less, we keep the more, we add a highly.
Thank you.
I don't see additional questions. Thank you, Ms. Peterson.
Thank you.
Next up is Julie Bonnie. Good morning.
Mr. Chairman and members of the council, for the record, my name is Julie Bonnie and I represent the members of Alaska Groundfish Database, both shoreside processors and trawl catcher vessels. I'd like to call your attention to our written comments for this agenda item. My public testimony today follows the points raised in our letter. We agree with the Ecosystem Committee's recommendation that the council should initiate a programmatic EIS to amend the management objective policies and procedures in all federal fisheries managed under the Magnuson-Stevens Act and the Halibut Act. We also believe that the Gulf, the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Arctic FMP region should be included in the new programmatic. For the purpose and needs statement, the council should review and revise the language and remove any conclusionary statements. The goal of the programmatic review is to assess if changes are needed, not conclude that changes are needed on the onset of the review. Regarding the 3 bullets that describe the potential focus for the review, for the first bullet, we believe this bullet should be more inclusive of non-subsistence resource users that benefit from these types of stakeholders. For example, the CDQ program and the CQE program in the Gulf of Alaska. For the second bullet, we suggest a broader treatment of the issues under review rather than focusing exclusively on allocations. We recommend changing this bullet to cumulatively current management measures meet conservation and management objectives that are responsive to changing climate conditions. This language expands the lens beyond just allocation and better represents the broader set of tools available to the council to meet its conservation and management objectives. We believe the 3 alternatives proposed by the committee are vague and misleading and need to be revised. There needs to be careful consideration of how best to describe status quo before the scoping process begins for the action, since in our mind, status quo is precautionary. We understand that developing a new programmatic is an iterative process and thank the council and the committee for their work on this thus far. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Bonnie. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Chris Woodley, then Shannon Earhart, and then last up is Becca Robbins, just Clark. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is Chris Woodley, and I'm the Executive Director of Groundfish Forum. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on the programmatic environmental impact statement. We support the Ecosystem Committee's purpose and need that there is a need to increase adaptability of fishery management policies in a time of rapidly changing ecosystems with unpredicted conditions deviating from the normal range historically observed. A holistic, adaptable, ecosystem-based approach is the most likely to increase the effectiveness of fishery management in this new regime. Keying off the words holistic, adaptable, and ecosystem-based approach, we support the inclusion of the Arctic within this programmatic EIS. I listened to the lengthy discussions at the Ecosystem Committee on this issue and believe that the reasons to include the Arctic are far more compelling and relevant if the goal of the purpose and need statement is to be truly, that was dramatic, to be truly holistic, adaptable, and ecosystem based. Rapidly changing climatic and oceanographic conditions and responses of biological systems have resulted in historical and unprecedented changes to the distribution and abundance of fish, sea mammals, birds, all of which are having significant impacts to subsistence users, communities, and commercial fisheries. The climatic and biological changes we are witnessing have no regard for existing FMP boundaries or other lines that have been previously drawn on maps and charts used by managers. Because the main intent of this action is to be a forward-looking document which includes the biological scope for all fish stocks in the region, this project should be as inclusive and comprehensive as possible in order to develop a consistent management policy. Given these realities and the stated goal, it would be a mistake to delay or exclude the Arctic FMP area as part of this body of work. Our other comment is regarding the description of alternatives. We appreciate the need to contrast new alternatives against the existing status quo through the general descriptions of more precautionary and less precautionary. But I think it is important the public understand that under the status quo, that council actions are already highly precautionary. As such, I think that if the council's wishes are to include these existing descriptions, that future refinement of alternatives should include more specific descriptions of how increasing or decreasing the concepts of precautionary would be achieved. So to summarize, we support the ecosystem's recommendations subject to our comments, and we look forward to further engagement on this matter. So thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Woodley. Are there questions? Thanks again.
Off easy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, next up is Shannon Earhart. Good morning.
Good morning. Finally, no, I kid. For the record, my name is Shannon Earhart. I'm a Navajo tribal member and I come from Fairbanks, Alaska. I decided to represent just myself today and not the company I work for. But I am here to support the ecosystem community, the purpose and need statement. And it's just that I think it's important that you've heard already that it's a very outdated system. And with the rapidly changing changes that we are all facing, especially around here that as you've heard so many times already, it's important to see what's going on. You know, our environment is being affected drastically. The fisheries, the people of the interior, as we say, you know, there's 228 federally recognized tribes in the state of Alaska that have a government to government relationship with the federal government that we're supposed to be negotiating with on the terms. But when you represent the AYK region, and it's 120 of those tribes that are being affected, their food sources are being affected by the environment and by everything else, we have to consider things that are changing in the ocean. And that we know that our salmon are coming out here to grow up before they come back. So we have to look at it. I mean, besides our salmon being affected, and last year we had our coho salmon, it was the first time we've had a closure on the Yukon River to date. We still haven't fished for a salmon. This is going on our third year. Just 2 days ago, NPFMC did their test fisheries, and there have been no salmon through the mouth of the Yukon. And accumulated, normally it's 3,900 salmon and 7,600 chum salmon that are supposed to come into the Yukon, which they haven't counted one. So we know there's got to be changes happening that you have to look at when you're taking that. Besides our salmon being affected, I've been hearing changes to the whales, to the seals. Yesterday, I listened to the crabs, I listened to sablefish that are all being affected. And then that in turn affects our marine mammals. The birds, seabirds were affected. They've had mortality die-offs. I've also heard in the interior that our songbirds, which we hear are Tweety birds, those are also being affected. And as we know, everything is a holistic science of life. So one thing is going to get out of whack, it's going to affect everything else. So now in the interior, because of no salmon, we're going to be looking at the bears, our big game, and the wolves are all going hungry, and they're going to start affecting it, which affects our food chain and our people's food chain, which we're already struggling with no salmon. Sorry, I get a little emotional there when we talk about it. But as I said, it's all connected. The ecosystem is in peril. Thus, a holistic ecosystem-based approach for EIS studies is needed, and which is a new one. You really have to look at the change. As I mentioned, I heard, for example, the sablefish. I hear they're smaller. You're catching more of them. That means something is changing in the ocean that we have to really look at. We know that other people are going. And as the people of the interior, we know our rivers, our waters are living systems. They change, they move, they don't stay in one straight line. Sandbars come, rock bars come, and they move around things. So if that's changing, we have to imagine that the ocean is also changing, and we have to look at those changes and how it is affecting us.
Mr. Hart, your
3
time's
minutes
up.
up. Yeah, my
Go ahead.
last sentence.
Okay.
For the new PIS study is needed, as you've heard, and we want to look at it and including the local and traditional knowledge of the people that are living out there on these systems. And as I said before in previous testimonies, we are here to help. We want to help. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us this morning. Can we see if there's any questions? I may be calling you back for nothing. I just apologize for you. Miss Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming back, Mr. Hart.
Yeah.
I might have missed it, but did you have a position on the inclusion of the Arctic in this programmatic process?
As it sounds good, I think we support not because it is such a bigger system and it is managed differently, or, you know, how we look at our fisheries. And I think it opens up more can of worms, so it should probably keep a little separate still. But I mean, we have to just think about how it's there, and that will be another arm, as you will, of a study.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I did want to say thank you for your service, Simon, and I hope you enjoy time away from this.
Thank you, Shannon. I appreciate it. Okay, last up is Becca Robbins, just Claire. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the council. Since Stephanie Madsen's not here, I guess I get to have the last word on this one. But I want to just start off by thanking the staff for all their work on this and all the work yet to come. And I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for all of your many years of service throughout this process, and enjoy your freedom on the other side of the table. Talking about the programmatic, in February, the council set out on the path towards doing a programmatic. And I think the reasons that you chose to do that still hold very much true now. I think obviously we're experiencing extreme changes throughout the North Pacific. I think Shannon just really clearly articulated what those are. And at the same time, our current NEPA documents don't consider those changes, nor do they consider Indigenous knowledge and the plight of coastal Alaska communities who are part of and depend on these ecosystems. So I think it is still time, as we said back in February and prior to that, for a new NEPA analysis that really considers the current state of the world in the North Pacific and can help us create management tools to meet those challenges. And you tasked the ecosystem committee with starting this process off by developing a purpose and need and description of our alternatives. I think they've done an excellent job of starting that process. And think you should adopt and forward that purpose and need with a few clarifications. One, I think it should be really clear that the programmatic should lead to action, understanding it is not itself an action forcing document, but I think if we're going to embark on this, much as the last programmatic resulted in a work plan that then resulted in action, I think that's key to making this a worthwhile endeavor for all of us. We should be clear that habitat and non-target species are included in the parameters, and I too would agree that as many previous speakers have said, that the Arctic is different. There are no commercial fisheries currently operating in place and should not be part of this particular analysis. So overall, I would just say, this is one of those moments, I think, where the council gets to choose a path forward. Do we work collaboratively and develop a programmatic EIS that sort of meets all of our needs and helps to chart a path forward amidst a changing climate? Or do we take the path full of conflict in which perhaps a court decides the timelines and dictates what this looks like? I think the council already indicated in February an interest in going down that first path and appreciate the work that the ecosystem committee has done already to move us towards a collaborative process as we develop a new programmatic. And I would urge you to continue along that path and take action at this meeting to send this out for scoping and develop a new programmatic EIS. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions, Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Robbins, just Claire. Two questions about alternatives. One of the alternatives that the Ecosystem Committee recommended wasn't because anybody on the Ecosystem Committee thought it was worthwhile to analyze, but just to mirror what we'd done back in 2004. And that's the alternative that essentially could be viewed almost as a step backwards from where we are. Do you see, other than if it's necessary to meet NEPA requirements, do you see any value to keeping that alternative in the analysis when it's an alternative that we've heard no support for from any stakeholders? And I'm pretty sure none of our science bodies would advise us to pursue. What if any value do you see in keeping that in?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that in terms of the alternatives, I
I do think that we will really get a lot more clarity. That's the intention of the scoping process, is to really flesh out what those look like. And so would say we should revisit that after the scoping process. I do think, that that we should expand sort of the other side of that coin of having a precautionary alternative, and perhaps even a highly precautionary alternative in contrast that way. But again, I think at this stage, it's really just describing very broadly what we're intending to look at, and that there can be more detail provided in scoping.
And you answered most of my second there. Thank you. But I guess it's almost the same question I asked Mr. Marks. Give me a sense right now just of the alternatives that the ecosystem committee put in front of us. How would you, I think he referred to them almost as you could think of them as two separate bins. Can you give me some examples of the kinds of things you might put in the status quo alternative, kinds of initiatives that we're doing versus the kinds of things you might put into a more cautionary, more adaptive, into, the more alternative?
Certainly, Mr. Chair, Mr. Twite, I think, I think the status quo really is sort of everything the council is doing now. So I'm not sure it's useful for me to list all of those out. But when I think of alternative 2, and if there is a highly precautionary alternative, that could include new approaches to things like harvest strategies, bycatch reduction, ecosystem considerations, inclusion of traditional knowledge. And I would expect that we'll provide a lot more detail about that in the scoping process.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, that concludes public comment. Let's stand down for 5 minutes and come back and see what action the council would like to take. Council, please come back to order. Okay, are we ready for action on agenda item D2? Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, there we go. Look at that. My motion is the council initiates the development of a programmatic EIS for all council managed fisheries and recommends NIMS initiate NEPA scoping and solicit public input on the following purpose and need and alternatives. Purpose and need statement. The federal action under consideration is to clarify the management policy and objectives for all federal fisheries managed under the Magnuson-Stevens Act and the Halibut Act under the jurisdiction of the North Pacific Fishery Management Council, Council, in the Gulf of Alaska, the Bering Sea, and Aleutian Islands, including objectives for adapting to the effects of climate change. The purpose of this action is to ensure that the management framework of the council is adequate to meet current and forthcoming challenges in the federal fisheries and to describe and implement that framework in a comprehensive manner to improve the council's ecosystem-based management approach. Given changing conditions in the fisheries, new council efforts, and significant climate-related impacts on the marine ecosystem, there is a need to evaluate the management policy and objectives for federal fishery management to be adaptable and responsive in order to better meet the objectives of the Magnuson-Stevens Act and Halibut Act, to ensure long-term sustainability of the stocks managed under those statutes, and to sustain participation in and benefits from the fisheries over time. The council intends to ensure that the management framework is structured to use the best available science, which includes climate science and local and traditional knowledge, and also recognizes Alaska tribes and communities that rely on subsistence resources. Alternatives. Alternative 1, maintain the current ecosystem-based management policy and objectives for council-managed fisheries, status quo. Alternative 2, adopt a more adaptive ecosystem-based management policy and objectives for council-managed fisheries, which would enable the council to develop and implement climate resiliency tools, new pathways to incorporate indigenous, local, and traditional knowledge, and new tools to assess and adapt to risk in the face of additional uncertainty in stock status and distribution due to climate-driven marine ecosystem changes. With a second, I can speak to my motion.
Seconded by Ms. Kimball. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Kimball, for your second. With this motion, should it pass, the council formally initiates the process for developing a programmatic environmental impact statement addressing council-managed fisheries in all but one of our large marine ecosystems and identifies NEPA scoping as the first step in that process. The council had requested that the Ecosystem Committee develop a draft programmatic PEIS, purpose and need statement, and alternatives for the council to consider regarding the value of undertaking a programmatic at this point. At their May meeting, the Ecosystem Committee reviewed extensive public input prior to drafting their recommendations for the purpose and need and alternatives. The Ecosystem Committee has recommended developing a PEIS with a broader scope than the 2004 PSEIS, covering all council-managed fisheries and assessing a wider range of impacts. The Ecosystem Committee had mixed opinions about whether to include the Arctic FMP, and as a result, the Ecosystem Committee did agree that their recommendation of the council would not explicitly include the Arctic. My motion reflects this, does not include the Arctic, and is responsive to the input we received from Western Alaskans and other groups, input that is well described in the Ecosystem Committee minutes and public testimony. The Ecosystem Committee recommendation included 3 alternatives, mirroring 3 of the alternatives that are included in the current PSEIS. The original 4 alternatives in the PSEIS are status quo, a progressive alternative which included transitioning towards EBFM, along with an even more progressive version of that, and a 4th alternative that was a more aggressive harvest approach than status quo. It is my understanding that inclusion of that 4th, more aggressive alternative was responsive to NEPA guidance at the time. regarding a reasonable range of alternatives. Staff working with NEPA now advise us that alternatives such as that are not likely, and in this case, this alternative would clearly not be supported by either our science bodies or most of our stakeholders, no longer have to be included for analysis. For that reason, I've removed it from the council motion. There is no reason for this council to inadvertently signal that we are seriously considering steps that would be regarded by most as backward. I've changed the ecosystem committee wording in alternative 2 from precautionary to adaptive in order to the word that's used to describe, first describe the alternative. As several council members and many stakeholders have noted that not all the changes we consider as part of alternative 2 will necessarily be precautionary, but very clearly all will be adaptive. For instance, incorporating new sources of knowledge is obviously adaptive, but may or may not be precautionary. I also want to be clear that the ecosystem committee recognized that the status quo option incorporates many elements that are precautionary, that are adaptive, and that status quo itself is not a fixed, unchanging state. For instance, under status quo, the council will continue to develop EBFM, will continue its pathway that it's currently identified to incorporate LKTKS as a result of the Bering Sea FEP. It will consider more climate resilient management tools through its climate change task force. For now, alternative 2 might be best considered as the set of initiatives that are not currently underway, as well as newer revised policies and objectives that are raised to us for consideration throughout the NEPA process. Other changes in wording from the ecosystem committee recommendation reflect further discussion of agency guidance concerning the definition of the action for NEPA purposes, suggestions from individual council members, and public testimony from this meeting. The ecosystem committee itself anticipated that there would be additional changes to their recommendation, both at this point through public input as council review, as well as through the upcoming scoping process. And if the council desires, the ecosystem committee is ready and willing to review that input and suggest whether further revisions to the purpose and need and alternatives are necessary at some point in the future. Finally, I want to close by reiterating the ecosystem committee recommendation that the programmatic EIS process continue to be broadly inclusive with appropriate tribal engagement. Thanks, and I'd be happy to answer any questions at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Are there questions on the motion, Mr. Kurland?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Twite, for the motion. I do have a few questions. Just starting at the top of the motion, the council initiates development of a programmatic EIS. I guess the way I would interpret that is the council recommends that the agency initiate development of a programmatic EIS, given that it's the agency's responsibility to comply with NEPA. And I just want to ask if that is your intent.
Grudgingly. So I always like to word it so that the council's out in front when everybody likes it and the agency's out in front when maybe everybody doesn't, but I believe you are correct. Yes.
Point taken, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Mr. Chair, my second question revolves around the action to be analyzed. So whenever the agency has to comply or is considering NEPA compliance, an environmental impact statement is for a major federal action. So the action identified here is consideration of clarifying the management policy and objectives for federal fisheries managed by the council. It's a little hard to tell just from the language here what that clarification might entail. I wonder if there's any additional light you can shed on this in terms of what you would envision by clarification to the management policies and objectives, just to get at this issue of is this likely to be a major federal action triggering the NEPA requirement for an EIS?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the question, Mr. Kurland. We've struggled with this. And I think in part it's because programmatics, at least in the field we work in federal fisheries management, are rare. There's not a lot of nationwide experience to draw on in order to answer that. And certainly for most of us, the programmatic now is 18 years old. So most of us don't have much experience with what the council expected back then. And of course, that was also done under the tender guidance of federal court. So the ecosystem committee, as they worked through that, and we really appreciate the contributions of your agency in helping us think about this in terms of it needs to be in action. The ecosystem committee's, I think, overall response to that is that they expect it, while they don't expect it to actually be action forcing, just as, for instance, the FEPs were not active forcing, they still, their expectation and mine is that it'll be very similar to the FEPs in that as a result of compiling and adopting the FEP, we recognize several areas that needed concentrated council efforts. And we chose two of those priorities. One is developing a LKTKS protocol and pathway. And another is enabling a climate change task force to address some tasks relative to thinking about our readiness and our resiliency to adapt to climate change. I would expect then that, and those represented fairly major shifts for us. Notice how often we refer back to both of those actions, not just thinking about the Bering Sea, but how often we refer back to those more broadly, even though they're not really being incorporated in the council yet. We're already incorporating them in how we think and how we look forward. I think the programmatic can provide a similar function, but more broadly, not just the Bering Sea, but the Bering Sea, the Aleutians, and the Gulf, helping us determine really not just what the next set of priorities are, but how we're going to view those, how we're going to think about those, help us think more holistically. I think I heard that come up several times, and I certainly heard that today, and certainly heard that in ecosystem committee response as well. So the action, a change in perspective, that's not really an action per se, but many of our stakeholders, as well as in our own conversation, have viewed, for instance, the adoption of the Bering Sea FEP as marking a major turning point for us as a council in terms of how we view things and how we approach things. I expect that to be similar here. Is clarify exactly the right verb to capture that? It may be a little too mild, but it also doesn't build too many expectations either. It represents, at least in my mind, when things are clarified, I have keener insight into issues that currently look sort of problematic to me. And maybe that's really the essence of it. And maybe that's why clarify is the right word, is that as we look ahead, we recognize it's going to be challenging. It's going to be difficult. It's murky. There's a lot of uncertainty. Clarifying our objectives gives us the ability to move forward with more confidence. Let me try that. Does that get at what you're asking? And
Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. I appreciate your exploration of that to try to elucidate what the major federal action is, and perhaps what you're alluding to is that using the scoping process can be a way to get broader input from the public to try to clarify exactly what the major federal action is and whether a programmatic EIS is called for under NEPA.
I think the ecosystem committee had a lot of confidence in using the NEPA tools like scoping to achieve exactly that. And that's why the ecosystem committee has consistently recommended using the EIS, the programmatic EIS process in order to take advantage of those NEPA tools.
Another question, Mr. Kurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My final question has to do with the range of alternatives. And Mr. Twite spoke to this a little bit in speaking to his motion. But I guess I'm looking for some clarification, Mr. Twite, that would your intent be to use the scoping process to try to solicit broader input from the public to help the council potentially identify additional contrasting alternatives, since there are only two here, a status quo and one action alternative?
It's my intent, and that was also the basis of the Ecosystem Committee's recommendation.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for the motion, Mr. Twite. I don't want to revisit the explanation you just gave, Mr. Curlin, on the federal action at issue, but my question had been whether, because it does seem a little either weak or tending towards status quo, whether you'd considered that our federal action under consideration is to approve the management policy and objectives. We will be taking action on an alternative that will set forth a management policy and objectives for the council. And I had you considered that, and there was some reason that was discarded as an option?
I think we've considered and probably will continue to consider a range of verbs there. The reason that approve, well, that was never specifically discussed, but what was discussed was at the Ecosystem Committee, and then again, I'm reflecting here, is that we weren't expecting sort of a wholesale replacement of our policy and objectives, and approve made it sound almost like we might be expecting to take one set of policy and objectives and move them out and approve another to be moved in. And so the Ecosystem Committee's preference, they chose a somewhat different verb. I'm suggesting clarify in order to reflect more that we expect an evolution, and maybe just a refinement, or it may be a little bit more major than that.
Thank you.
Counselor.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Troy. I just want to ask one more question to clarify what that action might be. Is it are you anticipating that there will be either an FMP amendment proposed or a series of FMP amendment proposed that would come to the secretary for approval that this NEPA document would support? I'm just trying to think procedurally what else would be coming to the agency.
I think the Ecosystem Committee, with some active guidance from the NIMS staff participants, members of the Ecosystem Committee, thought that if we, at the end of the process, if we ended up adopting alternative 2, that it was highly likely that our next step would then be to begin to consider whether or not there needed to be amendments to the FMP in order to implement that, or whether there was other tools. But it certainly, that was one likely outcome of adopting alternative 2 that was discussed. But again, not automatically upon adopting alternative 2, and instead we would start a process of a separate process for considering actual amendments. If I understand the sequencing correctly, and one of my fellow Ecosystem Committee members with a lot of NEPA expertise is sitting here, and I'd be happy to have her correct me if I've mangled any part of that.
Ms. Harrington.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite, I think if the council chooses, hypothetically, we're in the very initial stages of this process, but hypothetically, if the council chose alternative 2 or something similar, the action then would be to amend the FMPs. And I think that's what Mr. Fortenberry is getting at.
I stand clarified.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. My last question, Mr. Chair, Mr. Twite, I just want to ensure with the wording of alternative 2, which I agree with, that doesn't preclude the council. As you mentioned, some of those are kind of ongoing efforts already pending, are being incorporated. And I'll just use the on-ramps and the LKTK subsistence protocol that the council will review later this year. Having this in the programmatic doesn't preclude the council from taking action on any of those that are in the works or in the pipeline already. That's all I wanted was clarification. Okay.
Yep. For instance, I think what the committee was thinking about was right now, the pathway for incorporating LKTKS is fairly well described for the Bering Sea, under the Bering Sea FEP. The committee was thinking about alternative 2, for instance, would explore that potentially for the Gulf.
If there are no additional questions, any amendments? Okay. Any comments on the motion? Ms. Kimball?
Briefly, Mr. Chair, I'll support the motion. I have shared some concerns about trying to manage expectations with this process, but I do think it's important, and we're clearly hearing from the public and from tribes that it's very important. I think I was waffling on the inclusion of the Arctic because I think what we're doing here is looking at approaches, changing a management policy, changing some objectives, and I think that would all apply also to the Arctic. But I was definitely compelled by the fact that that would just be a wholly confusing endeavor to include the Arctic at this time, even if it is focused on policy and objectives, because it might look like we're expanding commercial fisheries into that area when we don't have that intent this time. So I'm supportive of the motion. I hope we can continue to keep this a process that's moving and not just a tome of all climate related issues in this document, but really how those issues are going to then shape what our management policy and objectives look like, so we can take in that information more pathways than we are currently. And that's my hope and intent for this document. So I thank you for the motion and I'll support.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further comments? Okay. We can vote. Is there any opposition to the motion? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Anything further? Okay, great. Well, that will conclude that agenda item. In the interest of time, I think we should go ahead and move into our staff report on staff tasking prior to taking a brief lunch. And we may also take the AP report after this presentation, depending on how long it takes. So, Mr. Villarreal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to give you a brief rundown of the things that we have included in the staff tasking agenda item. And before I do, I just going to give you the tick list that I've been keeping during the meeting. Some items from the B1 report. We were going to circle back on the discussion relative to future council meetings changes. The comment letter on advance notice for proposed rulemaking on national standard guidelines. You gave me some responses and made some comments. I took a lot of notes to draft a letter, but you may want to provide me with additional guidance on that letter. I did indicate to you that I would put a cover letter on the SSC subgroup that's worked. The SSC subgroup's report on the National Standard 1 technical guidance and get those comments in before the comment deadline. And if you have any more input on that, you can let me know. So looking at the action memo, there's a couple of things that are attached. You'll see that we have an updated committee list posted. And I note that at some point, Mr. Chairman, you can appoint an IFQ committee chair. You have several nominations for Groundfish Plan Team membership, but I believe you're going to announce those appointments at the end of the meeting. We've laid out, as far as we know, the committee meetings that are and plan team meetings that are coming up between now and the next council meeting. We've also attached an updated 3-meeting outlook, was just posted during the meeting, that includes items up through your Bristol Bay Red King Crab action. We also have our standard posting of staff, council staff responsibilities and the updated groundfish work plan. As described in the D3 action memo, the SSC reviewed the crew data collection discussion paper at the council's request at this meeting. The council and the AP previously reviewed that, so I'm not sure if you want to take additional action at this meeting. Relative to the meeting cycle adjustments, essentially we're requesting council feedback on whether the staff should pursue any of these options beginning in 2025. As well as to request input on how to weigh in on other factors with respect to selecting the timing and location of and meeting venues. So we'll probably get some public testimony on that as well. Looking a little closer at the October 2023 agenda, which we posted, I put a preliminary agenda up, and I'm going to direct you to that, take a closer look at what we have. It looks like it's going to be a fairly packed meeting if we keep all these items on the schedule. And you'll note that a couple of initial reviews, the Area 4 vessel use cap and the crab facility use cap that we have scheduled tentatively for initial review. The SSC wouldn't have time to review those at this meeting because it typically takes them a couple of days to go through the crab specs and the groundfish specs in October. So we've got for them, we've at least at this point, the staff has kind of made the priority for them to review the preliminary chum salmon bycatch analysis information rather than review the initial reviews. So as scheduled, we've got a long meeting that will go right into Wednesday, October 11th. There's, I haven't had an opportunity to meet with all the staff after all the action and see what's possible to get done. So some of those items that potentially could slip are marked with a T tentative, and you can let me know on the 3-meeting outlook, and you can let me know what your priorities are for those. But that's our intent. We've in the action memo, we've also put out some additional information on what you could expect of the chum salmon bycatch preliminary review analysis for October. And I know that Dr. Hoppala is probably online, and so she could answer any of those really detailed questions that you might have. We're looking to have preliminary action review in October, and then initial review is tentatively scheduled for April of next year. So that's what I have, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to try to answer any of these questions you might have on the 3-meeting outlook or the schedule or anything else.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Do we have any questions? Mr. Down.
Just to clarify that you'd meant I'm looking at the 3-meeting outlook and the quite extensive October council meeting agenda, and so you mentioned that you'd like to have some feedback on the tentative items, which I think there's 4 or 5 of those noted here on the 3-meeting outlook. Are you looking for input on that now, or are you just giving us the idea that we'll give you input on that at some time after lunch or something? I'm just curious because you mentioned that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dowd, I was looking for if people might have public testimony on that. So, but you could give me input after that.
Any additional questions? Okay. Anything other council members would like to add to Dave's preliminary tick list? Mr. Down.
Yeah, just a notification. I intend to bring forward a motion at staff tasking on the pot cod catcher vessel less than 60 feet, including the pot CPs, to ask for some a data request to begin the process of the council looking at a potential for a future cooperative program for that sector and the less than 60, the greater than 60 foot catcher vessels and the CPs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Just by way of notice, and I appreciate Mr. Witherell mentioning the universal crew data collection paper, that could be possible. It was noticed for possible action at this meeting, and that we also had an advisory panel motion at least twice, I think now, on getting a synthesis of observer availability and training issues. And so I'm just putting those out there as possibilities for staff tasking, maybe to solicit public comment if that's possible.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Witherell, I also want to bring up to the discussion about the times that we're allowing for testimony, trying to synchronize those between the advisory panel and the council.
Mr. Witherell.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mesereau, do you want to describe kind of what you have in mind so that the public can comment on testimony times? That might be helpful.
Through the chair, yeah, Mr. Witherell, I just thought that it would provide some equity to have the same amount of time to testify at the advisory panel and at the council. So when people prepared public comments, they'd have 5 minutes, regardless of whether they're an individual or a group. And I think it's best to have a discussion about that and then maybe hear from the public at a subsequent meeting as well, because we're away from Anchorage and we haven't had enough chance to really notice the public and have that discussion, but maybe just a brief discussion of that. Which will be 5 minutes instead of 6 for groups and 5 minutes instead of 3 for individuals.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Kimball.
Just quickly, Mr. Chair, before we break for lunch, we already have 17 people signed up for testimony. We need to be done at 5 o'clock. I just want to clarify. Okay.
Thank you for pointing that out, Ms. Kimball. Okay, I don't see any further hands. I think we should take the AP report. Looks like Mr. Wilkins is here. Good afternoon.
For the record, Paul Wilkins, AP Vice Chair. And I wanted to make sure to say congratulations on your final staff tasking item, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. Can you pull your mic just a little closer?
Sure. The AP's 3 motions. Motion number 1, the AP recommends the council consider a new management program for pot vessels over 60 feet long in the Bering Sea Pacific cod fishery. Options to consider could include rationalization of the fishery based on catch histories or other approaches, opportunities for cooperative fishing strategies, improvements in monitoring and fishery data collection, and establishing incentives to reduce crab bycatch. And that motion passed 15-2.
Are there any questions on this motion? Mr. Wilkins.
Motion 2. The AP recommends the council initiate a discussion paper on measures to address ongoing concerns about Gulf of Alaska tanner crab bycatch around Kodiak Island. The discussion paper should include the following: the process for development of 100% electronic monitoring protocols and or 100% observer coverage for trawl vessels to accurately assess tanner crab interaction, with a emphasis in statistical areas 525702 and 525630, as well as the amount of groundfish landed by target and gear type, pelagic trawl, non-pelagic trawl, pot in statistical areas 525702 and 525630 from 2019 to 2023. The percentage of observer coverage by target and gear type, pelagic trawl, non-pelagic trawl, pot on groundfish landed in statistical areas 525702 and 525630 from 2019 to 2023. The current tanner crab distribution around Kodiak Island as a whole
and specifically in statistical areas 525-702 and 525-630, as well as the following closure areas defined in Figure 5 to Part 679 of this Code of Federal Regulations. The Marmot Bay Tanner Crab Protection Area, the Type 1 closure areas, Marmot Flats area, Alatac Flats and Towers areas, the Type 2 closure areas, Barnabas, Chirikoff Island area. The next bullet, update and review of the council's previous action regarding Tanner crab protections, and analyze catch records and develop an economic model regarding the value of the groundfish bottom trawl fisheries and the Tanner pot fishery in the identified statistical areas, review of ADF&G crawl survey data and Tanner crab abundance in identified statistical areas, review of trawl gear and observer coverage currently used in these area, consider time on bottom of pelagic trawls operating in areas closed to bottom trawling, in particular bays associated with high Tanner crab abundance, consider time and area closures and other appropriate measures to protect crab, particularly during vulnerable life stages. Assess the following biological information on Tanner crab. First, accurate estimates of total fishery mortality in the non-pelagic trawl, and pot cod, groundfish sectors. Improved understanding of preferred habitat at various life stages, improved understanding of critical crab habitat, and improved understanding of seasonal movement and habitat use relative to groundfish seasons, and that motion passed 10-5.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. I do have a couple of questions. My first relates to the bullet in this motion to update and review the council's previous action regarding Tanner crab protections. And can you give me a sense of the AP's discussion about the value of doing that, given that my understanding is that previous action was recommended for fisheries prior to restructuring of the observer program? And did the AP discuss that at all in recommending that particular item?
Through the chair, there was some discussion and some notes in the rationale points that refer to that prior action from 2010 as having sort of been part of the impetus for restructuring the observer program, but I don't think we had any further discussion beyond that part of it. There was some public comment and testimony that both sort of touched on that prior action.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you for that. And my second question has to do with review of trawl gear and observer coverage currently used in these, I think that's meant to say areas. Is that bullet referring to the sub bullets above for the Marmot Bay and type 1 and 2 closures? Because I'm wondering how that bullet is different from the bullet above that request, for example, for trawl vessels, the percentage of observer coverage by target and gear types for those two specific ADF&D statistical areas. So I'm just wondering what the reference to these areas refers to in that lower bullet.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Baker. I believe that there was not a robust discussion on that, but I believe it sort of was thought that that bullet was related to the areas mentioned up above.
Okay. Further questions on the AP report? Great. Thank you, Mr. Wilkins.
Through the chair, the final motion number 3 was to approve the minutes from the April 2023 meeting, and that motion passed unanimously.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. Safe travels. Okay. let's go ahead and take a half-hour lunch break. After lunch, we have 26 members of the public signed up to testify. So I'm going to encourage testifiers to be succinct with their testimony when able. Of course, we want to hear from you, but we've got a lot to cover in a short amount of time. But look forward to hearing testimony at 12:50. Council, please come to order. Okay, we are going to start off with public comment here. And the first couple are supposed to be testifying remotely. I understand they're not online, so we're going to skip forward to Shannon Carroll, who is here and ready to comment. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I will hopefully be very brief. Shannon Carroll testifying on behalf of Trident Seafoods. Trident, as most of you know, we are active participants in both the Bering Sea pot cod catcher vessel sector and the catcher processor sector. We understand, based on recent statements by the state of Alaska and members of the council at this table today, that the council may be considering initiating an action to evaluate rationalization in the pot cod catcher vessel fishery for the BSAI. Trident doesn't have a position on this per se, though we do recognize the need for better bycatch management and observer or electronic monitoring coverage in that sector. But if the council does move forward, we want to be with a rationalization evaluation. We want to make sure that the CP sector is also included. The issues in our sector were well documented in a recent action that the council took to evaluate latency and catch counting issues. And should the council rationalize the CV sector, I think it would exacerbate these issues that were previously identified. So we therefore think it's appropriate to be included in any analysis moving forward. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Are there questions? Thanks. Let's go to Alexis Kwachka. Sorry, we're clipping right along here. We passed over you, but now that you're back. Good afternoon.
Hey guys, I have to read on script, so bear with me. My name is Alexis Kwachka. Today I'll be representing Kodiak Crab Alliance Cooperative. 136 paid members and represent 100% of the permit holders that participated in the 2023 season. We've harvested 5.8 million pounds of tanner crab in just over a week. We're asking the council to initiate a discussion paper on crab protections in the GOA waters. We would like to have 100% monitoring on trawl vessels fishing in known tanner crab stocks. Surveys are done on an annual basis and define the tanner crab biomass well. To begin with, we would encourage the east side identified in previous council actions as a good place to begin. Non-pelagic trawl and pelagic trawl, EM on 100% of the time while fishing in these areas. Stat area 5250702, 525630. This is the epicenter of the east side tanner crab stocks. It needs to be painful. It needs to be for a number of years. It can't be a one-off. It can't be you just don't go there fishing for a year. So I don't know how we do that, but it needs to be considered. Time and area closures during the most valuable or vulnerable life cycles, molt, mating, spawn, and larval stages. We know a tremendous amount of these crab. We know where they are. We know what their life cycles are. We really need to protect them. And I will point out that we just had the largest recruitment event in 40 years. And over the 3 previous years, we had almost no non-pelagic trawling on these crab. I don't know if that's a coincidence, but it's something to be thinking about. Performance standards relating to pelagic trawl. Pelagic trawling inside of 3 miles in bays are critical habitat and vulnerable to bottom contact. If contacting the bottom, what impacts are pelagic trawling having on these stocks? Critical gap of time, not a critical gap of time, but there's a shoulder season from pollock, between pollock and rockfish, and they're going into these areas to fish arrowtooth. They're 5 cents a pound, impacting $3+ a pound crab, whatever the number is. Public perception of pelagic trawl is that it's midwater. It's advertised as midwater by various trawl groups as such. The objective of this council should be to define pelagic trawl at this meeting. On the bottom or off. If on the bottom, all trawl is non-pelagic trawl, protect stocks and benthic habitat accordingly. And I appreciated Mr. Curlin's motion, and maybe it should be a standalone item, but there is a misconception here. The public thinks pelagic's not on the bottom. The definition says you can be on the bottom. That's what the industry's after. There needs to be a connection here. You're either on or off. If you're on, non-pelagic trawl. I think in these 2 statistical areas, it's important to understand that it's easy to go in there and do a scoop, get a couple 1,000 or 10,000 pounds of fish and say, oh, it's an observed trip and therefore my percentage is higher. I just, you know, you have to look at the volume of what those observed trips are and then really fully vet it. And I don't even know if the observer coverage, you know, program will allow that. We fully understand that static area closures are undesirable until we have data to move off of them. This is where we are. Dynamic closures may have potential and should be explored, but caution large buffer zones around this. You know, I think that everything's fluid and everything's changing. So our system should change accordingly. I'm a big fan of geofencing and I think we should talk about it. The technology that we have in the wheelhouse today is just phenomenal. And we could plug in on an annual basis where we don't want to be. ADF&G has a very conservative harvest strategy. We need more information to understand the effects of unintended consequences of other gear groups, and I mean that all other gear groups are having on tanner crab stocks and king crab stocks. And finally, I want to point out that the tanner crab fishermen around Kodiak Island have borne 100% of the conservation here, and we're not in the FMP. We have had many years where we don't fish. We're not asking for money when we're not fishing. We're taking care of our crab we can only fish from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. up to 5 million pounds. We're only allowed 20 pots. Over 5 million pounds, we're allowed 30 pots. We harvested 5.8 million pounds of crab in just over a week with 30 pots. There are guys that had 150,000 plus seasons. This is a unbelievable biomass of crab right now. It isn't what we were doing 10 years ago. And it's imperative that we protect them at all costs. And I'm going to end with pelagic trawl. Pelagic trawl is the public's perception and billed as midwater. Please define it, you know, because then we can go. If it's all on the bottom, it's all on the bottom. We take care of it from that point forward. And finally, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your service. I've appreciated your not leading with a stick, but a feather. Feather can be cut off, turned into a quill, which we can do good regulation from. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alexis. Appreciate it. Let's see if there's any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Very brief. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alexis, do I assume that you support the AP's motion on tanner crab, or were there differences you needed to highlight?
I think, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kimball, Ms. Kimball, I think that I kind of define what I think are really important. And yes, but there's a lot in there. And really, we just need the understanding what unintended consequences are. And I don't, if you guys want to take it apart and get to that, then I'm comfortable with that. If you want to move something forward and you know, pick up all the things that are in that motion, it looks like a lot. I would support that as well.
Don't see any further questions. Thank you. Okay, next up is Kristen Stahl Johnson. After that will be Kevin Abena and then Luke Lester. Good afternoon.
So when I signed up, I thought I was at the bottom of a long list. I want to make this as short as possible. I want to support the tanner crab fisheries and their patience for rebuilding those stocks over the last 40 years. And the information that they are now showing up, those crab are now showing up in trawl gear is really concerning. And even though it is not coming from observers, it's coming from crew members, and it needs to be strongly addressed by this group. The bycatch and impacts of pelagic trawl again are on the table, and I'd like to support Dr. Kurland's amendment to the last to the Bering Sea motion that did not pass, but it was about expanding that understanding to all the FMP regions. And therefore we need to really look at that impact of those, as I said in my earlier testimony, that strong impact on the bottom and bottom habitat. Dr. Witherall will remember way back in the day when I was strongly engaged in the initial discussions of essential fish habitat in the nascent ecosystem committee, and I argued strongly to have crab EFH included in the process in the Gulf of Alaska, but because of the cooperative agreements between the feds and the state, there is no FMP for the Gulf of Alaska for crab, and therefore crab protections were not included. And I lost that battle. I think we need to revisit that in a very strong way. We don't need necessarily need an FMP, but we need the federally managed fisheries to be responsive to that situation. When I moved to Kodiak in the late 70s, early 80s, you could put a pot 100 yards offshore and get for subsistence, and it would be plugged in crab in no time. By the time I left 20 years later, you could not do that anymore. I have lots of anecdotal information from my ex-husband and from others that those small unobserved boats were actually plugging their nets to the intermediate with red king crab, and didn't want anybody to know about it. They've been very good at, they were very good at avoiding observers for a very long time. I have been out of this process, like I said, for 20 years, so I'm not aware right now of, I understand there's a lot of advancement in that, but you certainly need to pay attention to that issue and bring the pelagic trawl gear issue up immediately and as soon as possible, because these resources are struggling and they're going to be continuing to struggle. But the Tanner crab fishery has done a really good job. Now we got to get the crab fishermen of the Gulf have been really patient, but we need to look at red king crab as well. And my last statement is that there was a statement in the executive summary for the Bering Sea red king crab savings area that said that we're managing a single stock in Bristol Bay, and now the information that came to the CPT in their last meeting said that we actually have they've identified the genetics of 4 basic stocks. There's the Norton Sound is its own stock, Western Aleutians is its own stock, Southeast Alaska is its own stock, but the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea are connected. They are a single stock. So we need to make sure that we're paying attention to the true biological realities going on here. Thank you very much for your time and these incredibly long hours you put in at the council table. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Thank you. Okay, next up, testifying remotely is Kevin Abena.
Yeah, hi, do you have me there?
Yes, we do. Good afternoon.
Yeah, my name's Kevin Abena with GGFA in Kodiak. I want to thank you guys for the time today. I'm testifying today to support the protection of our Kodiak Tanner crab in the GOA as presented by the Kodiak Crab Alliance Cooperative. We asked that the council consider reclassifying pelagic trawl gear as mobile bottom contact gear in light of recent NOAA studies that prove the bottom contact with pelagic gear is up to 90% of the time when the gear is in the water. Next to this, we ask that the council move to 100% electronic monitoring of all mobile bottom contact gear, whether it be pelagic or non-pelagic trawl in stat areas 525-702 and 525-630 on Kodiak's east side. Lastly, we ask the council close the previously mentioned stat areas to all mobile bottom contact gear from March 31 to June 15th yearly to preserve the crab at their most vulnerable time during the molt. We ask that stat area specific changes be a minimum of no less than 5 years, no 1 year trial. We want to see what these changes can do to our crab fishery. A few days ago, The At-Sea Processors Association said it is what it is in regard to the current crab stocks in the Bering Sea, as in they're in bad shape, but that's tough. Why should we help the stock recover? Well, the answer is because you helped destroy it. According to the Bristol Bay Red King Crab informational discussion paper in April of 2022 that the council, you guys asked for, bottom contact for pelagic trawls for catcher vessel tow is estimated between 20 and 60% of the time. And for catcher processor tow, it ranges from 70 to 100% of the time. What does that mean? It means that in an area closed to mobile bottom contact gear for the protection of crab, the allowed pelagic gear is on the bottom 20 to 100% of the time they're in the water. Maybe I'm missing something, but it seems like a perfect sidestep of the intention to prevent mortality of crab for the complete benefit of the trawl industry to execute their fisheries at another's demise. As the At-Sea Processors also stated, we have never denied that our gear occasionally touches the bottom and makes seafloor. What then is the definition of occasionally? Is it 10% of the time, 20, 50, 100% of the time a pelagic net is on the bottom? It seems in a democratic manner, we could call occasionally 50% of the time. In that world, the pelagic trawl fisheries in the Bristol Bay red king crab areas would be non-pelagic trawling. They'd be bottom dragging. As the council voted earlier today to unregulate pelagic trawl cod-ins and to revisit what defines a pelagic net, we are drawn back to the same Bristol Bay red king crab informational discussion paper that you guys asked for. Quote, the physical aspects of the gear, as is noted by onboard observers or enforcement officers, is what determines whether a vessel may directed fish for pollock or trawl in areas closed to non-pelagic gear, the red king crab savings area. What you did this morning was essentially strip the enforcement opportunities from the National Marine Fisheries Services officers concerning pelagic trawls, how and where they are used. Do you expect that instead of your officers being able to visibly see a violation on a cod end on a reel, they should instead get a warrant to stretch the entire net on a dock to inspect it? Why have the NPFMC officers at all? Just to board my vessel every time I deliver a halibut or a black cod in hopes that you find 5 pounds of home pack hidden on my vessel? Make sure my ADFG number is on my buoys? I spoke with a Kodiak trawler recently, who I think's been skippering a boat for 10 to 15 years in the Kodiak area. He said that in that time, he's never one time had a NPFMC officer aboard his vessel. That just blows my mind. It seems very odd. What's the point of having areas closed to non-pelagic trawl and allow pelagic trawling that is executed with pelagic nets designed to withstand bottom contact? Why have any difference in these two different types of gear? The Alaska component of the council should be ashamed of that vote. I bring up the state of the Bering Sea crab fisheries and the trawl fisheries that impact it because it is a direct comparison to our Kodiak tanner crab fishery now and in the future. We've had very little bottom contact trawl gear in the above mentioned stat areas and have an abundant, healthy crab stock that will provide a viable, consistent fishery for years to come if we protect them from mobile bottom contact gear. ADFG, along with our local fleet, has gone to extreme lengths with in-season management and conservation to protect these crab and to keep it sustainable, to keep it so we have a fishery every year. Please don't let this fishery suffer like you've allowed in Bristol Bay and the Bering Sea. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Urbina. See if there's any questions. Don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, testifying remotely is Luke Lester. Getting some indications that Mr. Lester is not online. Okay, so then up next will be Heather Bauscher. Following Ms. Bauscher is Ryan Johnson and then Oystein Lone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. And thank you for your service on the council. My name is Heather Bauscher. I'm the chair of the Sitka Fish and Game Advisory Committee. You've heard from me a number of times, and sorry to keep being a broken record on this, but the unguided rental boat thing continues to be a concern in our community and communities across Southeast Alaska. We've been trying to get at this issue for a while, and for those who aren't familiar, I want to say this is really an issue about accountability, problems with accounting for these removals of fish, and with less port sampling and more in these remote places, those fish aren't really being documented. And now we're having more businesses and boats popping up. I know there's also a problem with getting a handle on how many there are, something to do with the registration, and maybe there'd be some creative ways to come up with identifying or marking those boats. They don't really have a logbook system on that, and the Sitka AC has been trying to get at this for a number of different ways for years. Mr. Ramp, who testified here before you the other day, has written a number of those proposals, and we haven't been able to move this up the Board of Fish side, so that's why we've been bringing it back to this side again. Also, the Southeast RAC has been trying to get at this for a while too. And I'm not speaking on behalf of any other communities, but I do want you to know that I've been hearing about this all over Southeast Alaska as I've been traveling for my other work in the last 2 months. And this is one thing that has been consistent everywhere I've been. And the businesses are growing and the boats are increasing and the community concerns are also increasing. And the way that this works with all these folks being right there in these small places, the places they're going to fish is also starting to outcompete the local users and impact the available fish for local people. And when you're in a place like port protection or something, that's rather significant if you have to go farther to find your rockfish or your halibut. So yeah, I just wanted to bring this up again and try and get this in the batter's box, or try to get some sort of motion to get some sort of analysis, or get folks thinking about some sort of way to get at this problem. And please let me know what I can do to help on that front. Part of the reason I had both Mr. Ramp and myself speak, this will be the last time that I am presenting on behalf of the Sitka Advisory Committee. I will be stepping down as the chair. I moved to Petersburg, so I'm going to be handing this issue off to Steve, and he'll be helping to carry it forward. And I wanted to make sure he had some time here and started to understand how this works and have a little practice going forward in the future.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Belcher. It looks like we got a question from Mr. Twite.
As I was thinking about the last part of your description of some of the impacts, I was wondering, does that mean that at least from that perspective, the lamp, the Sitka lamp is no longer doing what was originally intended?
Thank you so much for that question, Mr. Twite. And I forgot to mention that, but that's one of the reasons that the Sitka Advisory Committee keeps bringing this up. Achieving the lamp in the first place was really hard won. And you can hear a lot of stories from a lot of folks that were involved that'll tell you all about it. It took a lot of work to get all the user groups to agree to establish that in the first place. And with these boats operating not under the guided regs, because they get to operate under the sport regs, that allows them to be able to then remove fish from that lamp, which undermines the initial purpose of it.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Boucher. When Steve Ramp testified under the B agenda items, I told him that I would get in touch with him, and he was going to get in touch with the RAC, Southeast RAC, and then they were going to approach the Charter Halibut Committee in October so that we can figure out the best path forward. So just since you're not going to be back here doing this again, we will take it up at the Charter Committee and report back to the council and see if there's interest in doing something about this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, and thanks for bringing that up there. I can help coordinate with the others that have been concerned about this. And would you like me to have all of them attend the Halibut Committee meeting?
Through the chair, it's probably not necessary. I think, if Steve kind of leads the charge and maybe one person from the RAC, a couple people is plenty, just because we're also establishing catch limits and other stuff during the meeting. But I think there'll probably be some interest in bringing something to the council. So.
Okay.
Further questions? Right, thank you, Ms. Boucher.
Thank you so much.
Next up, testifying remotely. Okay, looks like Ryan Johnson is not online, but Oystein Lone, nope. Okay, in person here, we have Nikolai Sievert-Stoll. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Nikolai Sieberstol. I'm here on behalf of Lowen Larsen LLC to speak to you about the issue of a possible reorganization of the over 60 pot card sector. We believe in reorganizing the sector through a consensus building process. We are concerned that this, first of all, to put it this way, we don't think it's the right priority at this point in time. When we are facing problems with diminishing stocks and bycatch and stuff like that, we think that we risk that our focus, our resources, and your resources and your time is going to be too much spent on how to divide the pie. We will have to run defense. We will have to protect ourselves. We will have to spend time on that. What time should be spent now is to protect the pie and grow the pie. And we would be much better served if we had a focused approach on that. And we are willing to go through a voluntary co-op arrangement with that focus to achieve those goals. And we believe that during that process, we can build something bigger than that, so that maybe a reorganization on the bigger term could come out of that process. That could end up as a voluntary co-op, or it could end up in the rationalization process. We don't know, but we think that we start with something that's meaningful and something that's important, and we coalesce around that, and then we build. And you give us input, and you tell us what we need to do, and we will go for it. That's the approach we would like. Now, if you do decide to go down the process of rationalization, we think it will be important that you set a sensible, what's it called, control date, recent control date. And our commitment is for a reorganization of the sector, either a voluntary or through a reorganization based on equal shares, because of the particular history that this sector has had. And that's about what I have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Sieverstol. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Julie Bonney. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Julie Bonney, and I represent the members of Alaska Groundfish Data Bank. So I guess I get to play the old school hat here since I've been around for a while on this bear eye crab issue. So I wanted to reflect on a couple things. One is from a community perspective, the fishery this year was super important to the small boat fleet. It was the largest GHL that I think we've seen in 20 or 30 years. So it was a big deal for a lot of small boats. I think there was 120 plus participants in the fishery. And based on conversations that I've had with some of the groundfish managers and crab managers in town, the net result was we have these episodal really high recruits, but then they all disappear over time. Well, what happened is we had the cod collapse, And so the cod collapse was right at the right time where we had a big recruitment of crab. And so therefore they made it through to the other end and created a really great fishery. Really great for the community overall. But in the big scheme of things, we as a community needs to celebrate all of our assets, which means trawling is important too. So to say that we have to pick one or the other really gives me a lot of concern. Then I want to go back to the last time we saw this issue, which I think was in 2010. And I know Bill was on the council and Chris and several others. And what actually came out of that action was, first of all, Demby Lloyd came to us at both AMC Squared and Alaska Groundfish and Whitefish Trawlers and asked us to see if we could come up with some kind of a consensus about what to do with tanner crab management. And we ended up with a position that if we could find funding, that the trawlers would go with 100% observer coverage, and that all the state fisheries, both barred-eye and pot cod for the state and the federal state pot cod would carry 30% observer coverage, so we could understand the interaction of gear with crab. Well, obviously we never got the funding, and then it ended up being elevated to the council as an action. So during that action, I remember final action at the Captain Cook in October in Anchorage. And it was like the hometown party for all of, so we had all the small boats there, all the trawl boats there. And one gentleman said, yeah, I'm not going to blow sunshine up your skirt when he was talking about what how, when you catch crab, because he did both the directed fishery and he was a trawler. But during that action, we ended up with three things. We ended up with elevated suites for flats. We ended up with the Marmot Conservation Area. And we had the dual of 100% observer coverage and 30% coverage for pots. But at that very same meeting, we took final action on the restructured observer program, which was really about deploying monitoring randomly versus owners of vessels choosing when and where they took an observer to meet the 30% threshold. So that's where we were then. Now, what's going on in the fishery is we have not had a shoreside flatfish market in 2021 or 2022 because the market collapsed due to tariffs and COVID. We tried this year and did 13 trips of flatfish. 2 out of the 4 processors participated. We had 4 vessels that fished. So I actually attached, we did a deep dive in the data for this, which is attached to my testimony. And it shows that during those 13 trips, we took 3.1 million pounds of flatfish. The overall observed rate for those 13 trips was 54%. Then it also goes into what was self-reported on logbook information of 1,024 crab. And that of those 13 trips, 3 actually had sampled crab on the trip. Now, the last time I checked in with the agency, the catch accounting system was suggesting for flatfish for CVs, it was right at 1,100 crabs, so very similar to those numbers. That we also did a deep dive in terms of what actually the coverage were in the 2 stat areas, and you can see that there was 6 trips and an overall, we only took 1 million of the 3 million in those stat areas, and the overall coverage rate in that area was 33%. So pretty representative understanding how odds is. So now we're at this point of what to do next. And so the parts of the AP motion that I could support is to basically bring back catch information and observer information over the last 5 years so everybody can actually see what is going on. And also to look at crab distribution, not only in the two stat areas of interest.
It's funny, your
Whoops.
time is up. Can you provide a quick summary?
Yes, so my quick summary is we want to see where the crab are in the conservation areas that we already have, because there was never any efficacy to determine whether they were functional or not. So let's look at the two stat areas everybody's worried about, but also look at the crab conservation areas that we have around Kodiak to decide if they're meeting those objectives. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Bonnie. Any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bonnie, on that. You were showing the coverage rates in those areas is about, in those two stat areas is about 33% coverage and 54% in the whole Central Gulf. Were you supportive of the portions of the AP motion that would look at 100% coverage to assess tanner interactions in those areas?
As long as this part of the odd system and not pay as you go.
Thank you.
And I also would say that should be tit for tat, 30% for pots.
Ms. Drabnika.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bonnie. In regards to your last statements about trying to better determine the efficacy of existing conservation closures, or conservation areas, I should know this, but is the directed crab fishery, I'm trying to figure out how to, best ways to do that, the directed crab fishery allowed in those conservation areas?
It is so through the chair, Ms. Mika, thank you for the question. I need to get my etiquette better here, but yeah, they can fish in those areas, but then you also have the survey that occurs in those areas as well. So you could look at, and I should note that type 1 and type 2 are conservation areas for king crab, and then the marmot conservation area was for tanner crab. But so I would think you'd want to look at distribution of both tanner crab and king crab to determine the efficacy of the closures.
Don't see any additional questions. Thank you, Ms. Bonnie. Next up, testifying remotely is Ron Kavanaugh.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Chair, fellow council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Ron Kavanaugh. We live and work out of Kodiak, Alaska. Our family owns and operates 3 vessels in the pot fisheries, cod, crab. We participate in salmon also. Today, I would like to support the tanner crab protections for the Kodiak areas 702 and 630. Adding additional areas for review may be helpful, but mixing king crab closures does not help protect our currently healthy tanner crab stocks in 2 specific and very important areas. We are trying to maintain a rebounding healthy stock, which is different from analyzing whether closures on depleted stocks work. Both gear types should have their DMRs reviewed and updated. In the pot fishery, a bicot crab has an assigned 50% DMR. This does not correlate with the fact that I can put a crab in my tank after being sorted on deck and deliver it 3 weeks later with little to no dead loss. Local tanner crab fishermen are very concerned about trawling in the mentioned 2 areas. It appears that the definition of pelagic trawl gear does not limit contact on the bottom. The public is now understanding that pelagic trawl has significant interaction with the bottom, and the large meshes are intentionally intended to shake out the disrupted crab bycatch before it enters the cod end. Because these crab are not retained, this compounds the amount of unobserved mortality. We are concerned about the negative impacts on the tanner crab stocks in these 2 areas of significance. Also, on another matter, I would like to address the treatment of staff at the AP level. The direct undermining of staff's background and ability was very concerning to me at the last meeting. It set a hostile tone, and in my opinion, these actions create a barrier for public comment. I've attended and testified at many council and AP meetings over the years. I expect the hard questions and pushback when addressing contentious topics. I participated in IFQ discussions when they began. This is not so for new members of the public that you are trying to integrate into this system. Testifying is very intimidating, especially when you're new. Adding the type of abrasiveness used during the AP meeting discourages testimony and suppresses new and diverse testimony that you are encouraging. I would also like to clarify that my testimony at the AP was not specific to a single incident that occurred in 2023. My reaction to my comments, it was demanded that I provide evidence or names. I felt this was inappropriate and goes.
Mr. Kavanaugh?
Yes.
I apologize. Your time is up. Can you provide a summary comment, please?
After reviewing the AP minutes, I would note that my public testimony was further misrepresented and at best misunderstood. And I would say because of this, 100% observer coverage in these areas of 630 and 702 would alleviate this uncertainty. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kavanaugh. Are there questions? Okay. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Next up is Melissa Johnson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the council. Felt like I was back in the military with this quick lunch. Thank you for having time during staff tasking. I think in regards to the discussion of the meeting schedule at the AP, we briefly had introduction of the topic, and we were supposed to revisit it, but ran out of time. I think that especially for solicitation of public comment and outreach, that we revisit this agenda item at our next meeting. And in regards to the changes within the AP and the SSC handbook and the standard operating procedures, policies and procedures regarding conduct at the AP, throughout this meeting, even though I was absent like a day and a half, within the public view, I had been reached out a few times that members of the public did not feel comfortable providing their feedback at the AP. And I'm not sure why folks felt like they were comfortable coming to me, especially not coming from the tribal sector, but that it's an issue that has been brought up in the past, and something needs to be changed or done differently. And then the third thing is that if one of the 4 out of 5 meetings is taken off of the agenda, that maybe reaching out to First Alaskans Institute, where a small portion of the saved money can be utilized as an agenda item for members of the public to have the same Alaska Native cultural awareness training that the council, the AP, and the SSC members had an opportunity to get trained on. I think that since we have a diverse population of user groups come to Alaska, and even within the state of Alaska, that what the First Alaskans Institute has provided was very beneficial in that capacity. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us and for your testimony. Any questions? Thanks again.
Again, safe travels.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Heather McCarty. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Heather McCarty for Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association. I am not here to ask for any action or anything at this meeting, but I wanted to give a little feedback from the point of view of crab users regarding the Bristol Bay Red King Crab action item that you had and your struggles with the definition of pelagic trawl and the performance standard. I really appreciate the work you've done on Bristol Bay Red King Crab action item. I think that was well done. And I know that a lot of the discussion about the gear issue was done sort of on the fly. And so I know that it was perhaps not as comprehensive as some of us would have liked. I was hoping that Mr. Curlin's proposed amendment to the second motion passed. And I'll tell you why, because frankly, the council objectives section or element of what he was proposing, I think is really important. I think the public perhaps needs a little more clarity on what the council objectives are regarding this gear discussion. You know, for a lot of people, it's kind of the core of the issue. You've had several crab users speak to the council and say, what we are really looking for is not to close people out of areas, not to stop anybody from fishing, but to stop bottom contact in these sensitive areas that have been identified and will continue to be identified, I think, in more clear ways. So I think just a consideration of what the council objectives are surrounding that discussion on gear would be really helpful to the public as we go forward. Maybe not at this meeting, but maybe at subsequent meetings. What is the council objective in that gear discussion? One bullet added to that motion saying meet council objectives would have been helpful, and then a little clarification of what those objectives might be. So that's my feedback, and thanks for all your work, and thank you, Mr. Canine, for everything you have done over these many years. You've made all of us very welcome, and we're very proud of you. So thank you, Simon.
Thanks, Heather. Any questions on Ms. McCarty's testimony? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, testifying remotely is Chelsea Riddell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. For the record, my name is Chelsea Riddell. I'm a Kodiak resident and I am testifying on my own behalf regarding the interactions between Kodiak's trawl fisheries and tanner crab. First, I would like to note that I align myself with the comments made by Ms. Bonnie before me. While I support the general concept of the AP's second staff tasking motion, I do have deep concerns with the predetermination prior to the results of a current discussion paper or analysis that there is a need to pick up where the council's previous 2010 abandoned action left off in regards to the 100% observer coverage for the trawl fleet. Just because there was a perceived problem in 2010 does not mean the same situation still exists 13 years later. Since my time is limited today, I want to speak specifically to who the Kodiak trawl fleet is, because too often they are grossly misrepresented. The comments I hear about Kodiak's trawlers does not match what I experience, live, and breathe every single day. Just because we use trawl gear does not mean we care less or are any different than any other stakeholder in this process. We are all invested here, financially, emotionally, and spiritually. Fishing is our life and our livelihoods. I talk to our captains every day. We all want sustainable fisheries for future generations. No one wants to see Kodiak's tanner crab fishery disappear, and everyone wants to see it thrive. And every single one of them has been boarded by NIMS OLE regularly throughout the years. All fisheries have bycatch. We are all the same. We work tirelessly to improve our data, our monitoring, and our commitment to our fisheries, including operating within regulatory requirements. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, when my guys are on the water, they are actively searching for clean fishing, avoiding all bycatch, and always calling to clarify complex regulations. Our fleet willingly adopted EM in the pelagic pollock fishery, including having cameras on 100% of the time. We are now piloting the implementation of EM for non-pelagic fisheries, again at the request of the fleet, and this is expected to increase the number of participating vessels. We have nothing to hide here. Equally, as long as tanner crab fishermen have been asking for protections, the people that I work and live with every day have also been asking for the cooperative management tools that would allow us to slow the pace of our fishery, give us 100% monitoring, and bring our fishery into the 21st century. Without the state prioritization of these tools, I'm concerned about what additional regulatory or financial burden of increased monitoring requirements or area closures would do to our fleet, who is already struggling with changing fisheries, increased costs, and poor markets. Should the council choose to move a motion forward at this meeting, I hope it includes an objective look at all sectors, including pot gear, impacts on tanner crabs, and includes a review of existing closure areas prior to making additional recommendations about monitoring coverage. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Riddell. Not seeing any hands pop up. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up are Chad C. and Jim Armstrong, then Linda Benkin, then Chris Woodley. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair and members of the council. We will be brief. First, I wanted to just congratulate the Chair on your time as Chair and your great work that you've done for the council. So a few comments and I'll pass it to Jim for his short comments. Earlier in the week, we talked about National Standards 4, 8, and 9, and then received testimony and comments and the B reports about that from the agency. I would note that we would like to see council express concern with the timing of the potential consideration for potential changes to these national standard guidelines. And that's not just for the ANPR, but for the timeline laid out with by the agency for full consideration of any potential changes. In B reports, that representative from NOAA Fisheries stated the intent to complete the changes to the guidelines as needed before a potential change in the administration. We'd urge council to voice their concern to the agency in building a timeline around consideration of these timelines around who may be in the White House. These guidelines carry tremendous importance on the management of our fisheries. The agency's timeline for reviewing and implementing changes to these guidelines should be rooted in the amount of work and analysis and engagement needed to comprehensively consider the needed impact of potential changes, which can't even be determined until we've completed the ANPR. Declaring any kind of intent to complete these changes ahead of the next election amounts to politicizing the process at the expense of careful analysis and review. On one other note, the observer monitoring issue coming up, there was some comment about bring back up for consideration in staff tasking discussion paper at the FMAC committee recommended and the FAP earlier supported on the availability of observer availability and the limited vessel opportunities for training observers to receive endorsements. We'd express our support for seeing that taken up and initiated. So, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of brief points. As we look forward to the next council meeting, FLC is looking forward to another frustrating experience of watching the SSC be unable to have enough time to cover the Pacific Cod Bering Sea assessment because of the modeling structure and how it stands out from the other assessments in the amount of time that it needs. So we look forward to maybe the creation of more time during the specifications process for SSC review that revision to the schedule might afford. I was actually approached by an SSC member to maybe make a suggestion about this. They've acknowledged all our frustrations, but I've also acknowledged their inability to be able to operate differently under the current schedule. Similarly, in terms of process, just some thoughts on the AP. At this meeting, it appeared that they were getting bogged down in process. It could be greatly improved if there was some adjustment where they focus more on the diversity of viewpoints on the issues rather than through motion making. I think that would make the atmosphere more welcoming to everyone. Minority views would get to be expressed. And it would elevate the atmosphere, the discussion. If voting's needed, it could be restructured in a way so AP members participate in a way where that's less about winners and losers and more about collecting a representative representation of the range of viewpoints for communication to the council. So just some thoughts on that. That's it. And thank you for your service.
Thank you both for your testimony. Any questions? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you for your testimony. Just on that last point, I think you might have heard in previous meetings that council try to move the AP in that direction. Now we're getting a few people testifying to that. Do you have any suggestions for how to do that? The one suggestion that had been provided by staff was even not have the AP vote on motions, but it simply express the diversity of views and provide that input to the council. So I'm not pushing you to take a stand on that. I'm wondering if you have any other suggestions for meeting the kind of objective that you just outlined.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. I don't have it all worked out, and this is kind of getting into more personal testimony than FLC position. I need to make that clear for the members, but I think that just if there was a focused exercise by staff or a cooperative effort with staff and subset of council members or something on how to reconcile dealing with an action that actually has alternatives and sub options, and how to just get the different views from the different stakeholders that are represented there. There could be some, I'm just kind of thinking almost like of a histogram, where there's maybe even no opinion on some things, but it's not necessarily the motion that succeeded that is going to get across what happened in the AP. And they do a great job, the AP leadership, with their reports. I'm amazed at the objectivity they're able to maintain in that. But I do think there may be a way to just sort of be more descriptive of what happened there, and less there's just so much involved in the parliamentary procedures and all that other stuff that ends up chewing up a lot of time, and I think maybe off-putting to some members of the AP, especially newer members who are less familiar with the process.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Thank you. Okay, next up is Linda Benkin. Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, Linda Benkin with Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. I have a bunch I want to cover, but I promise to do it fast. First, I wanted to support Mr. Mesereau's proposal for allowing 5 minutes for individuals and 5 minutes for organizations. If you feel as if you can fit that into your schedule, it certainly would be nice for people who travel a long way to have a little more time to speak. Also, relative to proposed changes that Ms. Evans identified in the beginning of this meeting, if it's necessary for cost savings, we would certainly support one virtual or partially virtual meeting. Or if the staff thinks it really does benefit the analytical process, to drop the February meeting, just not this February, because small sablefish release is on your agenda. Don't drop that one. Then I wanted to just quickly echo Ms. McCarty's statements about the sort of confusion around the amendment on the red king crab. I think what we in the audience were looking for was an objective from the council of what your objective is for redefining pelagic trawl and redefining the performance standard, and that your objective is getting in the nets off bottom, or at least most of the time off bottom when we're talking about pelagic trawling. And we didn't see that in any of the motions that were made. And I don't know when you can revisit that. Maybe you all know that's your objective. It just was not clear to stakeholders here. On that topic, I want to apologize. I understand I used a term that was offensive to some in my testimony on that issue. In referencing the definition or past definitions of pelagic trawl, it was certainly not my intent. It was a term that was used at the time, coined by members of the trawl sector, but I certainly didn't mean to offend and will not use it again. Mr. Chairman, just end with thanking you all for coming to Sitka, thanking the chair for your exceptional leadership. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Benkin, and for again, for all your efforts, for the great reception we had the other night, and welcoming us here to Sitka. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, next up is Chris Woodley. Following Mr. Woodley will be Jamie Goen and then Ephraim Freilich. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Chris Woodley with Groundfish Forum. Like Linda, I'm just going to hit the high points here. I know we want to keep moving. So first up, I wanted to just talk quickly about the council schedule discussion. Our board has met on this, and our general feelings is that it seems like it makes sense to drop the February meeting. We don't particularly like the idea of mixing virtual versus in-person meetings. So we think that having everybody meet in person is the best way to go. But if you need to drop the February meeting, that makes sense to us. I think in terms of changing the timeline for the remaining meetings, that may be possible for the June meeting, but I feel that in October and December in particular, there are so many other meetings that are going on for fishing industry representatives who participate in this process and many others, that those calendars are really problematic, I think, for a lot of us. So just put that out there. Like the idea, we should continue to meet in the Pacific Northwest. And meeting at places other than Portland or Seattle also makes sense. We like the idea of what we heard at the AP about Newport or possibly Bellingham. So I'm just going down a list here. This isn't particularly graceful as per usual. So then another item I wanted to bring up in looking at the calendar or the 3-meeting outlook is that it looks like there's a consideration being made to move the Amendment 80 review from October of 2023 to February of 2024. I'd like to point out to the council that this review was started a year late and has already been moved once. For our sector, we've had numerous impacts as a result of Section 301 tariffs, of the COVID pandemic. We heard that the flatfish market in the Gulf is essentially wiped out as a result of a combination of those two things. And we think it's important that all be captured as part of this review. It's important for us and other policy issues that we push on. And so if we can maintain that schedule, I know it's probably very challenging, but keeping that in October will be greatly appreciated. And then as far as the actually, I guess that's it. And so my last comment is thank you, Mr. Chairman, for all your work with this body over the years. It's been you've been a fantastic leader up here, and really appreciate it. So best of luck to you in your future endeavors. Thanks.
Thank you for that kind words, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. Woodley. Are there questions? All right. Thank you, sir. Next up is Jamie Goen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the council. I'm Jamie Goen, Executive Director of Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. We represent the crab harvesters in the Bering Sea. I want to speak to our support from what you've heard from Kodiak Tanner fishermen and for the AP motion number 2 for Kodiak Tanner crab, and just highlight some of the parallels happening between concerns by Kodiak Tanner fishermen and Bering Sea crab fishermen on overall trawl impacts, both pelagic and bottom trawl, on crab and on habitat. This is an Alaska-wide issue, and there's growing concern by crab fishermen and other Alaskans around the state. We need three things here: time and area closures to protect critical life stages like molting and mating crab. We know in other countries that have plentiful crab stocks that they protect their crab when they're molting and mating from trawl impacts. And we need to look at some lessons learned from other countries around that. We need to protect habitat. We need to decrease disturbances, and we need to maintain seafloor diversity. Number two, we need to treat pelagic trawl as bottom trawl until there's enforceable technology to prove that they're not on the bottom. Number three is we need adequate observer coverage and monitoring of these fleets. And so this is both for the Gulf and the Bering Sea. Switching gears a bit, I want to speak to, I had the opportunity to speak at 2 national forums recently on building climate resilient fisheries. And there was a theme evolving out of both of those national forums that we need to start testing measures even in the face of uncertainty. So we've got to figure out how to get to actionable steps forward as we're dealing with growing challenges with climate change. So that's exactly what adaptive management is. So how do we start moving towards more adaptive management? And we need to start testing these measures aimed at building resilient fisheries. Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers is using crab as a test case. We've recently developed a resilient fishery action plan. I want to thank NOAA Fisheries for lending us Asia Sumilo on detail to help develop that action plan. We presented it to the crab plan team recently and then nationally in these 2 forums. We're going to seek input from the Council's Climate Change Task Force, and then we're going to continue to work with agency partners and others to get feedback on that action plan. We're working towards tangible steps to start building resilient U.S. fisheries. So there's more to come on this, and we welcome input and feedback on that. Switching to the October meeting, I want to thank the council for keeping crab specifications on the first day of that October council meeting in the hope that we have a Bristol Bay Red King crab fishery. There's a lot that has to happen before our October 15th season start date. So thank you for keeping it on that October 5th date. And looking at the schedule, I see the program reviews tentatively scheduled for October. I think that's something that could move to December if you need to open up some time in your October agenda. And I think moving it to December would still stay within statutory requirements. And then I'll just end on thanking the chairman for your service and echoing what we've heard from others and for your leadership of this council. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that, Ms. Cohen, and thank you for your testimony. Ms. Kimball?
I know we're pressed for time, but just a brief question because I hadn't heard about the climate resiliency action plan that Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers is doing, and what is that process? What does that look like, and how do you get NIMP staff to work with you on that? Maybe we need to start replicating that and borrowing NIMP staff for other areas. I'd just like to hear a little bit more about that.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, thank you for the question. It was an incredible opportunity. My understanding is that NOAA hasn't done that often. So NOAA has a leadership development program that's usually within the government when you do these details, but there have been times where they've come to the private sector. So that's through the Intergovernmental Personnel Act, I believe, that we worked that arrangement. And it was an incredible opportunity. So this staffer worked on her knowledge. She's worked across NOAA line offices with weather and fisheries and oceans. So she pulled from crisis management and weather response scenarios around the country through line offices. She talked and pulled examples on climate work around the country, and then interviewed our fishermen as well and other agency scientists and managers to give us input into building this draft action plan. We've set it up so that it's in bins of what managers could be doing, what scientists could be doing, and what industry could be doing. And then it sets it up over 3 time frames. What's needed immediately to stabilize the fleet, what's needed to create opportunity, and then what's looking longer term for each of those different stakeholders.
Further questions for Ms. Cohen? Thank you. Okay, next up, testifying remotely is Ephraim Freilich.
Hi, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the council, and hello from almost sunny Juneau. First, I just want to thank you for your service, Chair Kaneen. It's been a pleasure to work with you in this capacity with your wise approach, calm demeanor, and even keel. So appreciate you, Simon. My name is Eflin Freilich, and I am testifying today on behalf of the Independent Pot Cod Harvesters, or IPCH. IPCH is a trade association representing about 20 permits and other participants, including crew in the over 60 pot cod sector. IPCH would like to voice its support for the priorities laid out by Ms. Goen and ABSC just previously. And we'd also like to note that any motion presented today that would aim to move toward rationalization has not been discussed with IPCH anytime recently. And there's been no recent opportunity for input or discussion by IPCH, which is a significant portion of the sector. The organization hopes that before making any new motion, it would be consulted with meaningfully and will make its membership available to engage in such discussions at any time, open and honestly. Currently, IPCH membership and the sector are focused on making major changes and impacts to significant and pressing issues, as we all are aware of. IPCH is working on bycatch mitigation measures, as I have testified to in the past, as well as research and development of gear innovation and intrafleet real-time mitigation and reporting tools for hotspots. Spending precious staff and stakeholder time on the politics of rationalization at this critical juncture in our fishery and adjacent fisheries is potentially damaging, and we'd want to explore other options, of course. IPCH believes an all-hands-on-deck approach is needed to ensure the long-term health of our stocks right now. And the organization, though, does not oppose rationalization generally and have come to the table in the past to discuss voluntary measures, including a co-op with our sector partners. However, the organization does oppose distracting from the most pressing issues of the day, which are urgent. In the longer term, the independent pot cod harvesters remain united around key positions. It believes that the sector and council must take a deliberate and inclusive approach in discussing any potential rationalization plan. It believes there are internal agreements to be had sector-wide if the proper time and care are taken in earnest. And further, IPCH believes that any solution must work toward maintaining access while promoting fairness and equity among permit holders and crew. Finally, IPCH believes that the universe of ideas to be explored going forward with those currently involved in the fishery must include pot limits, equal shares amongst permit holders, maximum quotas, crew concerns and protection of their interest in the fishery, and maintaining access to this entry-level fishery while combating the graying of the fleet. IPCH looks forward to hopefully having more meaningful discussions with council members and the entire sector before taking any additional actions. Thank you so much for your time today, everybody.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Freilich. I'm looking around for any questions. Okay, don't see any questions. Thanks again. Okay, next up, testifying remotely is Heather Mann.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Heather Mann. I represent the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. MTC absolutely supports holding at least one meeting a year in the Pacific Northwest moving forward, and at least one meeting every 3 years in Oregon, which was the norm prior to the pandemic. Newport is a fishing town, which is home port to several boats, trawlers, and crab vessels that participate in federal fisheries off Alaska, and I believe is a good candidate for a council meeting. MTC members and I stand ready to help the council staff explore and pull off a meeting in the Newport location in 2025 if the council wants to go that way, which I and many others hope that you will do. So please use me and MTC as a resource for that. Based on the comments I've heard today, I do feel compelled to just say a few things. It's my belief that all fishing vessels, regardless of their size or gear type, should be monitored either by cameras or humans. And I'm going to advocate for and look for opportunities that can increase monitoring and accountability for all vessels, including the fisheries where observer coverage is managed by the state. I've been alarmed at the amount of finger pointing and speculation regarding midwater trawl, especially when it's coming from sectors that have little accountability of their own or no knowledge about how today's trawl gear functions. And I'm wondering if maybe we shouldn't at some point have trawl experts, come into the council process and provide an evening presentation on just, how trawl gear actually functions. When, egregious allegations are made without any evidence to back it up, I believe that that undermines the council process, and our process is based on transparency and the best available science. You know, I've been personally threatened. My captains and crew have been threatened. Last week, there was a call to sink trawl boats with many of us on board, you know, and I think you would agree that there's no place for this type of behavior in the federal fisheries management process. And I'm bringing that up because when people make allegations which aren't true, this feeds the hate that some have against the trawl industry. And in my opinion, it can become dangerous. This isn't about me whining about people picking on trawlers. It's about the fact that the truth is important. Facts are important. If asking questions to testifiers about the evidence of their allegations is considered hostile, I guess I would look to the council for how AP members could better respond in a way that's respectful to the testifier, but also recognizes that these kinds of allegations can be dangerous, especially when they're not corroborated and they're not true. And so I stand willing and able to, as an AP member, do a better job, but I'm looking for some guidance as well from the council on you know, just how do we navigate that? And finally, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for your years of service to the council. I have very much appreciated your thoughtful and dedicated leadership, as many others have said, and best luck to you in the future. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Mann, and for the kind words. Let's see if there's questions. Okay, I don't see any questions. Thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Teresa Peterson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello again. My name's Teresa Peterson with AMCC. First off, I too want to take the opportunity to say thank you to Simon. You've done an amazing job on the council, and really your kindness and support during my time on the council was much appreciated. So thank you. Next, I want to say we respectfully request the council initiate a discussion paper on measures to address longstanding concerns about Tanner crab bycatch around Kodiak Island. This is really a full circle moment for me in the council process. The first time I ever testified or even attended a council meeting was in this room in June 2004. And I sat here with our respected elder, Walter Sargent, who I'm sorry to say passed away last week. We're back again, asking for Tanner crab protections in the same statistical areas we will be talking about today, and that's stat areas 702 and 630. Our written comments are extensive and provide maps of these stat areas. And given the time constraints, I'm going to try and be brief. While I support the comprehensive list of considerations in the AP motion, I think we need to trim it down. And as a starting point, let's explore what it looks like working in the odds program in 2024 and beyond. Virtually, if you want to fish in the stat areas, you check a box and carry an observer. 100% for trawl and 30% for pots if the council thinks that's important. We recommend a discussion paper that explores this requirement to carry an observer in the previously identified stat areas within the observer program we have today, so it can be done with no additional cost to the fleet. What we really wanted out of the 2010 motion was 100% observer coverage on bottom trawling in these areas. And we thought we got that, but instead we ended up with trawl sweeps that hadn't been tested in the Gulf and a small closure in Marmot. And while that was a step forward, we really want the coverage in these areas. And I hear about the coverage rates that should provide an understanding of crab interactions, but what I don't understand is why the encounters that we hear about and see pictures of just don't end up in these observed trips. And I want to agree that Kodiak is a fishery dependent community reliant on salmon, halibut, sablefish, herring, groundfish, and crab. And the key to success is maintaining resilient ecosystems necessary to support this economic diversity.
In providing economic opportunity for groundfish fisheries in pursuit of flatfish, there should be enough give to enhance opportunities for tanner crab. The fishery is a big deal to our community and other communities in the Gulf. On a separate staff tasking request, I want to encourage the council to move forward with whatever process is needed to look at the current definition of pelagic trawl and the BSAI and GOA and the efficacy of the performance standard. Accurate and enforceable gear definitions and performance standards underpin the sustainability of all our North Pacific fisheries. Management differentiates between pelagic and non-pelagic trawl, and under what we thought was the assumption that pelagic trawl doesn't contact the seafloor a significant amount of time. With the performance standards for pelagic trawl linked to the number of crab that ends up in the net and is hauled aboard, and when that's like compared to the information to the FE models, crab catch is not a suitable standard for determining bottom contact in our view. If an objective is to minimize bottom contact and protect habitat, let's talk about it in a discussion paper and determine appropriate thresholds and identify objectives. We think this should be a high priority for the council to move this discussion forward, both in the Gulf and the BSAI. And very briefly, and reading through the meeting cycle changes, there's a lot there to consider, and I think it's worth exploring options that reduce this, address this escalating meeting costs, and then also consider the timing for meeting in coastal communities. As someone that lives in a relatively remote community, we do want you to keep coming. And I think it makes sense to consider changing those meetings to October or earlier in May if the February meeting is dropped. And then finally, as kind of was touched on, this idea to look at a 5-minute testimony for everybody. I think that makes a lot of sense. It should be consistent with the process in the AP, and it just creates more of a level playing field in terms of opportunity to provide input. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
And thanks, Teresa. It's been great working with you as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up is Craig Lowenberg. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, my name is Craig Lowenberg. I'm here today on behalf of the Bering Sea Pot Cod Cooperative. I recognize time is tight, so I don't intend to repeat my regular plea for pot cod rationalization. It already plays like a broken record in my head, and I'm sure it sounds the same to you. So since 2019, state of Alaska and this council has asked stakeholders to work together to build consensus on this issue. The Bering Sea Pot Cod Cooperative has worked diligently in good faith to incorporate the concerns of all stakeholders since that time. The draft framework we presented at past meetings has included every concern brought forward regardless of the perceived viability. It does include consideration of equal shares and continues to be a living iterative document. My concern with the consensus approach is that every time it feels we've made progress and addressed stakeholder concerns, the conversation from a minority of stakeholders reverts back to equal shares for all participants through a voluntary program, regardless of their historical participation. There are several participants in the fishery that are relatively new entrants, and in many cases are leasing in one way or another their LLP permit in order to do so. I can say it's doubtful consensus will be reached. I'm not aware of any programs where 100% of participants were in full agreement at the onset. Bering Sea Pot Cod Cooperative has reached out to the independent pot cod harvesters recently and continues to do so. We were told by the former director and several members of the group that it is no longer a cohesive functioning group. I encourage the council to recognize rationalization of this sector as a path forward to conserve red king crab and promote safety, set a control date, and initiate initial review. Thank you once again for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. Any questions? Thanks.
Thank you.
Next up, testifying remotely is Patrick O'Donnell.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chairman, members of the council. Paddy O'Donnell, I'm a Gulf trawlerman. I'm testifying in opposition to the AP Kodiak Tanner Crab motion. First, I want to express frustration that the Alaska Bycatch Review Task Force did not have any representation from the Gulf of Alaska trawl sector. Second, this motion was put forward by the very people who are quite vocal in not supporting rationalising the Gulf of Alaska trawl fisheries. Gulf rationalisation efforts have proposed 100% monitoring and could include evaluation of trawl impacts in the Gulf of Alaska, and rationalisation was recommended by the Bycatch Task Force. Instead, the state's priorities take a piecemeal approach under which the Gulf trawlers will lack the tools to be able to effectively deal with further costs and restrictions. 100% monitoring is a heavy cost to the fleet. I urge the council to use a comprehensive approach that will achieve the best management for the trawl fishery in the long run. The monitoring requested in the AP motion echoes a similar inquiry in 2010 to lead to restructuring of the observer program in recognition that data from all fleets is important to really understand what's happening. If action is taken on this agenda item, then we should look at all gear types and impacts to the crab stocks and feather fisheries and all state water fisheries, including looking at dead loss and discards in the directed tanner crab fishery. The AP motion suggests considering additional closed areas. However, static closed areas are not effective. In fact, the area mentioned 525702 and 525630 are some of the heaviest trawl grounds in Kodiak and remain the most productive for groundfish as well as crab due to the removal of predators. Meanwhile, areas that have been closed to non-pelagic trawl for the last 30 years, such as the Type 1 king crab closures, have not shown any improvement or increase in crab stocks. It seems like people assume Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska trawl fisheries are identical. However, Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska are completely different, particularly in regard to the type of seafloor. In my 30 years of trawling in the Gulf of Alaska, I've had little to no bottom contact with pelagic gear, as this usually leads to extensive and very costly gear damage on rough bottom. Pelagic trawl is defined in regulation as less than 10% bottom contact in the Gulf of Alaska. The trawl flatfish fishery has been an important part of the Kodiak economy for years, which allows the processing plants to fill the gap and keep the resident processing crew working between pollock fisheries and salmon fisheries in the summer, and also in the winter months prior to the holidays. If you move ahead with 100% coverage for trawl in these areas, then you should require 100% in all vessels, regardless of size, to have full accountability. Thank you. That's all I have.
Great. Thank you for joining us, Mr. O'Donnell. Are there questions? Don't see any questions. Appreciate your testimony. Next up is Rebecca Skinner, testifying remotely.
All right. Do you have me?
Yes, we do. Good afternoon.
All right. Thank you. This is Rebecca Skinner testifying for Alaska Whitefish Trawlers Association. AWTA is based in Kodiak and represents trawl harvesters operating in the Gulf of Alaska, Bering Sea, and West Coast groundfish fisheries. I'm hoping to address 3 items in this testimony. 1, the AP motion on Gulf tanners, 2, the council meeting schedule, and 3, the crude. So starting with the Gulf tanners and trawl, I am testifying in opposition to the AP motion. The motion references State of Alaska priorities based on work of Alaska Bycatch Review Task Force. However, the task force and the subsequent advisory council did not include representation from Gulf trawl. This means that the fishing operations being regulated do not have a seat at the table. Being excluded from that process exacerbates the problem that trawl is painted with a very broad and very dark brush. Most people do not distinguish between Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska trawl and assume the fisheries are identical. We saw that this afternoon in testimony on this very item when there was reference to the April 2022 information paper and assumptions that Gulf pelagic trawls spend 90% of time on the bottom based on that paper. The problem is the paper does distinguish between the Gulf seabed and the Bering Sea seabed, and the numbers provided in the paper are specific to Bering Sea pelagic trawl. But there's a lot of members of the public that want to conflate the two. It takes constant vigilance to educate and remind people that Gulf and Bering Sea trawl are different, and honestly more bandwidth than we really have. The motion says it intends to address monitoring and data collection to better understand the impacts of trawl fisheries on tanner crab in the Gulf of Alaska. However, this approach precludes identifying and evaluating impacts from other fisheries, and it is not clear why the scope of proposed impact analysis is so narrow. Further, this approach continues the existing data gap from lack of monitoring in state fisheries. It is unfortunate that the state explicitly took Gulf rationalization off the table as a priority. A rationalized management structure would provide tools to, one, allow the trawl fleet to continue operating, while two, meeting any new monitoring or PSC requirements. 100% monitoring comes at a high cost, and there is a reason it has not been required outside of a rationalized program. The proposed prioritization and piecemeal approach misses an opportunity for a better and more comprehensive solution in the long run. I have been asked to remind the Council that the Gulf trawl fleet was promised tools, i.e. rationalization, over a decade ago when the new at that time Gulf PSC limits went into place, and the Council never delivered on those tools. Finally, for context, the amount of tanner crab taken as bycatch in trawl is around 0.1% of estimated tanner abundance in the Gulf. The exceptionally large abundance and GHL in 2023 for tanners was predicted by state biologists and is anticipated to be temporary. Since 2018, local biologists have been tracking one of the largest cohorts of tanners ever seen throughout the westward region. And according to state biologist Nat Nichols in 2022, once they start to become legal, we can expect them to hang around for potentially 3 years. So looking ahead, within 2 years, we would expect the exceptionally large 2018 tanner cohort to have aged out and the stock in GHL to be reduced due to biology of the crab and not because of trawl bycatch. Moving on to the Council meeting schedule. I do encourage the Council to keep meetings as accessible to the public as possible through continued virtual participation, which I want to stress should include a telephone only option and not just through Zoom where you have to click on a link due to bandwidth issues. And I note that attending meetings in person is expensive and becomes impossible when you can't find lodging. So in my opinion, having a fully virtual June meeting is better than holding it in an Alaskan location with a lack of lodging, expensive travel costs, and connectivity issues that inhibit virtual participation. On the crew data collection item, I did listen to the SSC discussion and agree with recommendations to review similar data collection at a national level and or in other regions and not reinvent the wheel. I encourage decision makers to really think about what information is needed and craft surveys to effectively get that information. For example, the SSC discussion recognized that the proposed crew data will be helpful and better than nothing, but will not capture crew reliance across multiple fisheries or on non-fishing income generating activities. I also specifically note crew data should be collected across all federal fleets, including small vessels, and don't recommend trying to include fuel right now. If you do, don't ask for gallonage, ask for cost. And then please explain why this particular data point is important. And that concludes my testimony. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Skinner. Are there questions? Don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony today. Okay, that runs us through our list. We'll run through one more time for those we've missed. First up is Kirill Basarjan.
How are you doing? Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
How are you doing? Good afternoon, Council. So I need to address 2 items. The first item, we'd like the K-Bay Fisheries. My name is Kirill Basarjan. I represent K-Bay Fisheries Association. We'd like Council to look into taking final action for the Area 4A to allow C and D IFQ quota to be harvested on vessels under 60 feet, which we have presented in October of 2022 Council meeting to be adopted. We'd like that to coming to implement it. It's very vital, especially this time of year. There's really nobody to fish in area for small quota shareholders. We'd like council to maybe make an emergency order or something that can expedite this for this season. Our second addressing item is here about the trawl fleet. I hear both sides of the story, but we have to come to a conclusion here to what has to be done. The trawl fleet has been violating the Endangered Species Act of 1973, statute 16 USC 1540B, a criminal misdemeanor penalty up to 1 year imprisonment and fines up to $50,000 fines. They have been catching the endangered species of, give me a second here, of the Chinook salmon, Orchianus chawatsatsa. Chinook salmon protected, and it's an endangered species that the trawl fleet has been catching. We have this as evidence. There are videos and Facebook topics and implementations of all that. So there is evidence of trawl fleet catching that. So, and there has no violations have ever been put out to the trawl fleet as of since we can remember. Then there's the Migratory Bird Treaty Act of 1918 that the trawl fleet has been violating for many years. Have never been fined or penalized. That's a felony offense up to $250,000 or imprisonment for not more than 2 years for an individual or $100,000 for an organization. That includes traps, nets, and other equipment on vessels that they have been using intentional or not intentional. They've been catching them, and there's evidence of that also. But the federal government, with their immunity, have been tossing this away. We have been the trawl fleet has been getting away with many violations and many years of misconduct and getting away with many things. Steward Federal Office, like for instance, Steward Federal Officer Forte, we have problems and issues with every time, and he's not the only one. There's many officers in the system. Taking advantage of their position of immunity, terrorizing, latching out onto the small fishing fleet with multiple pleas and videos shown to the federal lieutenant. And still to this day, federal enforcement, especially in the Seward, Alaska area, are abusing the power of their authority. This needs to be taken care of. If not, we will take a lawsuit to the trawl fleet and the federal government. This has been going on for years. And this cannot go away because the small fleet catches 1 or 2 halibut and they get plastered over news articles in news, in Intrafish, in National Fisherman, everywhere, just for 2 pieces of halibut, or maybe 500 halibut, or say even one guy puts away. I'm not saying it's they can do that or anything, or they can't put fillets in their freezers. Yes, they should be penalized for that. But the way they act towards the small fishing fleet is terrorizing them. The trawl fleet has been doing way worse than the small fleet has been doing all these years. And there is evidence and proof, individuals, and we can bring them to court. And we have the council has to take action on this, or we will put lawsuits to the council for taking how can I say, brushing all this off for all these years. We don't hire the council to sit and look and brush away and have wine and beers with the trawl fleet at the end of the day. This is important. Take serious consideration of the positions you guys sit. and especially the federal officers need to start being upper people. How does the federal officer get into office? By public. Public puts them in there. By the Constitution. The Constitution puts the federal officer into position to implement or put actions or penalize the public, not the federal officers themselves. The federal officers have been abusing their power for many years. This has to stop.
Mr. Basarjan.
That's all I have for today. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, all right. Thank you for joining us today. See if there's any questions. Don't see any questions. Appreciate your testimony. Next up is Michael Lake testifying remotely.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
I appreciate the opportunity to be recalled. I'm sorry I wasn't available earlier. Today's my 66th birthday and I'm a little technologically challenged. So I'm trying to do the best I can here. I'm testifying today before the pot catcher processing monitoring item that was taken action by the council in the February 11th meeting of this year. And basically, I won't talk about the whole motion, but what it does basically, I believe, and I've written my letter to ask the council to reconsider. I believe the council was not informed of a bunch of consequences that may be intended or unintended by this action item deemed by the Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee, as I believe it should have been. The regulation would cause another training platform to develop lead observers to be taken away or hindered. The council did not receive information about either the existing overall shortage of lead observers or the factors that have led to those shortages. Subsequently to that February action, in May, Chelsea Radel made a very nice letter from the Alaska Groundfish Data Bank. And I'll speak to that in a second. But prior to that, one of the reasons level 1 observers can no longer gain experience is the lack of CVs due to both the advent of EM and the creation of the odds program. They can no longer work on the freezer longliner fleet where single lead level observers are now only required. They no longer receive credit by the North Pacific Observer Program for sampling experience on hake vessels due to a change in policy by the Observer Program some years ago. As an FYI, we've looked for regulations to this end, and this hake experience policy is not regulated, but it is only by policy in-house. Prior to odds, observer providers provided coverage for a fleet of 30% trawl, long line, and pot vessels that afforded opportunities for observers to gain valuable experience to qualify for lead observer status. After these platforms were subtracted from the universe of vessels we covered, generating leads in general became more difficult. While I recognize the data integrity of the information gathered on these platforms has suffered, I believe there are better ways to address this challenge. Number one, could be starters for the NPOP training to address some of these challenges. And this regulation seems to be a path of least resistance rather than taking accountability and train some observers for a little bit more. There's also a couple of letters I wrote to Mr. Kurland. I'd also like to point out the letter from Chelsea Radel. And these letters lay out the problems and challenges that any of the changes to regulation that govern the provision of observers have had. And we can and will have unintended consequences without proper vetting through the FMAC. In light of this new information, I ask that the council request the draft proposed rule be brought back for further consideration and comment from the FMAC and the public. I believe that reducing the ability of observers to train lead observers was not the council's intent with this action. As such, I request the council review the draft rule at the October meeting. Perhaps that's too soon, but at the latest, the December meeting, and make revisions as necessary. With that, I conclude my comments, except I'd like to say thank you to Mr. Chairman Kneen. And if you have any time in your spare semi-retirement, I have some observer job positions open if you need something to do. Thank you very much.
I'll be sure to polish up my resume. It's been 23 years since I was an observer. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lake. Are there any questions? Yeah, I don't see any questions.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks again. Next up, testifying remotely, Luke Lester. Okay, it looks like Mr. Lester's not on the line. Ryan Johnson testifying remotely. Okay. Mr. Johnson is not with us, so then I believe last would be Oystein Lone. And Mr. Lone is not with us either. Okay. Well, that concludes public comment. I think we should go ahead and take a quick break here. Let's come back at 2:50, and we will work on any action council would like to take. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready to take any action here in staff tasking. I'll just kind of run through the list as I have it, and then we can go from there. But the first thing David had mentioned was the circle back to the future council meeting changes discussion that we've been having, the concepts of changing when, where, how we have these meetings. We heard a little bit about it in public testimony, and if any council members would like to weigh in at this point. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. There's a couple of reasons to be thinking about this. One of them is just overall workload, but the one I've been thinking about quite a bit is the issue of controlling costs, since it seems quite likely that we may be in a position to really need to control costs much more than we are now within a couple of years. And that's about the time frame that we have for actually making changes to our actual meeting schedule and meeting locations. And I'd just be interested in if staff could bring sort of just a generic workup of what we might be able to do budget wise for savings if we took several of the ideas that have been put forward. For instance, scheduling the lower 48 meeting when it's most advantageous from a budget perspective, i.e. when costs are highest in Alaska and costs might be measurably lower in the lower 48. Converting one meeting a year to virtual, particularly if we could make that one of our shorter meetings, handling issues that are not all that complex. There's a couple of other ideas that had been discussed when we first reviewed this that aren't in my mind right now, but and just coming back with if we did all these things in combination, what would that generate in terms of savings? And I guess another one is thinking about doing the remote Alaska one at a time when the potential locations aren't filled with tourists, where we're not competing with tourists, when the local revenue would actually, when the local economy would actually benefit from our being there. And again, probably also pose a cost savings. So combining several of those, coming back with here's a proposal for what that would look like compared to now, I think would be really useful for at least me.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Twite, for starting that off. I would just hope that straw man, to be realistic with the budget scenarios that we know are in front of us in 2025, that straw man would include removing the February meeting or having the 1-day crab specs virtually as part of that February action. I think we are in a situation that people don't honestly realize how tight the budget is, but that's where we are in 2025, where we won't be able to afford meetings. So I think we should have a straw man that's realistic in that respect. And otherwise, I agree with Mr. Twite's comments, and I really appreciate people taking the time to comment on what they thought was most important in staff tasking today.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. On this point, Mr. Down.
On this point, quickly, I'm a believer in matching the responsibility that we've given Mr. Witherall with decision-making ability. And so in that respect, I would think that with the input that we've given, that we can maybe through the executive committee or something like that we can bring back a proposal that's based on what Ms. Kimball proposed, which is a realistic schedule for the meetings that matches the anticipated budget. I think that's a good way to move forward with this. I trust his decision-making ability and his knowledge of the budget and his ability to bring this to an executive committee and bring something back to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also trust Mr. Witherell to bring that back, but I guess for the public's benefit, I would summarize what I heard from the SSCAP and in public conversations, that there was no one supportive of trying to do meetings where the council and the AP are in different locations, or the SSC is in person and the council's virtual. I wouldn't expect that to be in a straw man because I didn't hear support for any of that. And thank you.
It sounds like we've got a plan. Thanks for the input there. Next on the list was the potential comment letter on the ANPR for the National Standard Guidelines, and any guidance we'd like to give to Mr. Witherell in the development of that letter and the process there. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think just as a starting point, one thing we should ask if Mr. Witherell could send either, doesn't need to be by letter, maybe just by email for efficiency purposes, a request to NOAA to extend the comment deadline to respond to the ANPR to October 15th. I think even though we were told that's very unlikely in the presentation, I think we should do that. I think it's consistent with what you at the CCC did. I think it was really important to allow the council to have this review span 2 meetings. And under a scenario with a September 12th deadline, that can't happen. I think we could emphasize in that request the uniqueness of the short timeline and the uniqueness of the approach to this ANPR to provide very little direction up front. So councils and public have very little to actually address. I think we could emphasize it's a busy summer season for Alaskans involved in fisheries, so not a great time for a short timeline. And I, as one council member, I'm not interested in a scenario if we're not granted that timeline where we send comments after September 12th deadline anyway. I think that's a bad look. It's bad process. So if the deadline doesn't change, I'm hoping we can get a comment letter in by September 12th.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think we might want to give a little bit of thought to just a few more days and covering a second CCC meeting with our request. I think maybe the 20th to do it, but leave it to Mr. Witherell to figure out. I agree completely with Ms. Kimball's thoughts that a verbal assurance that they'll look at our comments coming in a month after their deadline just doesn't do it for me. And for an issue this important, I think it's extremely important the council do go on record. So in the event that we don't get another extension in response to your request, I'd suggest in a sort of, in addition to, I think some things that are already fairly obvious that we've covered just with the presentation, I would just go back to that there was no mention of incorporating the National Seafood Strategy as one of their sort of focal points in developing the initial approach to those. And I would also just flag the timing issue and just say that as one council, we understand the durable impact of guidance for the national standards, just how important it is, and that we, for that reason, we strongly believe that the timelines that the agency is working with need to allow councils, the public, other organizations ample time to form their thoughts and provide input at each step of the process. Not just this first one, but at each step of the process. I don't think we need to say regardless of administration or anything like that. I don't think we need to get into pointing fingers at all, but just make simply the good governance argument that particularly with council process, it takes us 2 meetings to get the kind of public input we need to provide well-reasoned comments.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Well said. Ms. Trebnika.
Just quickly, one addition to Mr. Twite's statement. I think we also, during our B report presentation, expressed, and I think you were getting at this with the CCC potential review, is that it's really critical that we have an understanding of, impressions by other regional councils on our recommendations and vice versa to really flag any implications or unintended consequences from some of our recommendations. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trebnika. Yeah, I think that gives Mr. Witherell a lot to work with. Okay. All right. Next up on the list was any further discussion or direction that the council wanted to give with respect to National Standard 1 technical guidelines. I think Mr. Witherell already has enough to work with. So if we don't have any more guidance, we can just move on. There was a slight amount of interest expressed in bringing up a pot cod action. Let's see if Mr. Down is still interested in doing that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've sent a motion to staff who will put that up. I'm going to wait for it to be up on the screen before I move forward with this. I got this down to 1 page. I'll read through the motion and look for a second and speak to the motion. The Bering Sea pot catcher vessel greater than and equal to 60 feet and pot catcher processor Pacific cod fisheries are facing multiple issues simultaneously that are negatively impacting the sustained viability and rational prosecution of the fishery for all its participants. These factors include decreasing Pacific cod TACs, an increase in the number of participating LLP licenses in the CV sector, the potential for new participants in both the CV and the CP sectors, a race among existing participants, often in unsafe conditions, resulting in an inability to control bycatch of crab and increasingly shortened seasons in recent years. Many of the Bering Sea Aleutian Island pot catcher vessels greater than or equal to 60 feet and pot catcher processor Pacific cod have come before the council asking for relief from the status quo manner in which they prosecute their fishery and see this action as a potential to move forward in a manner that will bring relief and reduce bycatch. The council requests a discussion paper to request information to address the numerous concerns being encountered by the fishery and to receive data to support development of a cooperative limited access privilege program LAP for these pot sectors to address these concerns. The discussion paper should include allocation of BSAI Pacific cod quota share to BSAI LLP licenses with a Pacific cod pot gear endorsement, consideration of equal share program for greater than or equal to 60-foot pot CVs, considering issuing quota share to owners of active vessels that do not own an LLP, how this new program will impact the less than 60-foot CV fleet and ability for new entrants, history of crab bycatch by CV and CP fleets for the years 2008 through 2022, history of any deliveries to motherships or CPs acting as motherships by greater than or equal to 60-foot pot CVs for the years 2008 through 2022, history of deliveries and or catch by CV and CP fleets in the Aleutian Island for the years 2008 through 2022, crab bycatch management, establishing separate greater than or equal to 60-foot CV and CP cooperatives for Pacific cod, protections for harvesters, processors, and communities, including participation by shoreside processors and communities, use caps, transfer requirements, and other administrative requirements that apply to quota programs, including data to support initial range of use and ownership caps, establishing sideboards to protect limited access GOA and BSAI fisheries, consider impacts of management changes on crew, likely monitoring requirements necessary to support a cooperative program that allocates cooperative Pacific cod quota and apportions crab PSC to the cooperatives, including availability of observers for the CVs to move to the full observer coverage category. And finally, the council establishes a control date of June 11th, 2023 that may be used as a reference date for any future management action to address pot CPs and greater than equal to 60-foot pot CVs participation in the BSAI Pacific Cod pot sector fishery. And with a second, I'll speak to the motion.
All right, seconded by Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for the second. I'll try to move through this as quickly as I can. The first paragraph is attempt to identify the reasons that I'm bringing this to the council in the form of this motion. It includes things like the issues of decreasing Pacific cod tax and the race that's going on currently, the issues that this fleet has seen in safety, and including the loss of a vessel on the first day of the fishery a few years ago. But primarily the focus of this is on the safety and the ability of this kind of action to reduce bycatch. I want to be clear that this is just requesting a discussion paper. I'm clearly asking here for data only. I'm not asking the analysts to develop any elements or options, just to provide as I believe that's the council's job, but just asking that they provide the necessary data for us to look at this and be some information that's not prescriptive with how that information would be used. But going forward with the multiple bullet points that I have here, that to look at the allocation of a Pacific Cod share program for the LLP licenses is maybe just some background on how that would be developed and how that's been developed in the past. The consideration of equal shares is responsive to public comment in the numerous meetings that we have had with all the participants that were available, and all the participants have been notified. But we had numerous meetings over the last several years. Several of them I've attended myself, and that was one of the things that was asked for. Is there is groups, we heard that in public testimony today, that would just like to have an equal shares program or some portion of the quota set aside for equal shares. Considering issuing quota, I think that there's been some testimony indicating that there may be people who are active in this fishery. There may be one, or there may be more than one, who are active in this fishery that have been obtaining their LLP through private agreements, but they do not, in other words, the vessel owner does not own an LLP. And how would we issue shares to those type of participants? How the program will might impact the less than 60-foot CV fleet who is not a part of this motion, and the ability for new entrants into the cod pot fishery. The histories, I've identified the years 2008 through 2022. Those are years that are representative. But if I was to pick years, I would say maybe if we had a range of years, it'd be from 5 to 15 years. It's the 16-year time or 14-year time span. So it falls in that range of what we'd be looking at to get an idea of kind of what is the history of the crab bycatch in this fishery. You remember in the next bullet, that remember in the trawl program, there was a lot of discussion on what we should do with motherships or CPs acting as motherships. As far as I know, there has been no deliveries of that, and so that could be left out of this program. But just to verify that there has or there has not been deliveries to motherships from these pot catcher vessels, or deliveries to CPs acting as motherships by these greater than 60-foot pot CVs, and use the same time period there. And the same thing really applies to whether this program would include any special considerations in the Aleutian Islands, like we've done in several of the programs, based on whether there was give us some idea of what the history might have been to any deliveries that were delivered by these vessels in the Aleutian Islands. And I included the CP fleet in that just because they may have had some catch, but certainly not deliveries. Some information on crab bycatch management, how that might go forward. I did mention in one of the final bullet point there that kind of ties in with that one, that this would be, historically, we've allocated crab PSC to the cooperatives and not to the crab catcher vessels. The establishing separate co-ops, and might get some information back on how these co-ops are structured, because a CP co-op may be one way to have a co-op for the CPs, and that's a limited fleet might be one co-op, and we might need multiple co-ops, including the affiliated, non-affiliated vessels. Obviously, looking for some information that might be helpful for us in the protection for harvesters, processors, and communities. The use caps and transfer requirements that are part and parcel to these type of programs. Any information that might be useful in helping guide the council if we're going to move forward with this beyond this discussion paper would be helpful. The piece that's always included is the sideboard limitations for accessing the Gulf of Alaska or perhaps other Bering Sea, Aleutian Island limited access fisheries to protect non-rationalized fisheries from a fishery that would seek to be in a cooperative lap style program, and want to consider the impacts of how that might be on crew, how we might do that. And finally, the monitoring requirements. I've added in here that we may want to think of the availability of observers for the CVs. This is a fleet, and how if we're going to move this fleet into a full observer coverage category, that would be interesting to know how that would maybe affect. So we may get some input from the observer program folks. And finally, the control date is a normal part of these. When we move forward with this, I've looked back at several other actions that were similar to this, including the trawl action, and this is the point at which they put a control date in, and that's just that it may be used as a reference date, but it will hopefully serve as a notice to the public that we may not consider in a program like this to go forward any new activity after that date to prevent the problems that are identified in my opening paragraph from getting worse. I know we've addressed some, we had some comments today of that not supporting moving forward. I've included as much as I possibly could from those members on including some of the items that they are interested in, or I think all of the items that I'm aware that they're interested in. I have seen these proposals. I've included those items in the motion, including things like equal shares and non-LLP requirements. And I think that I'd ask for support from the council based on the fact that there may be some opposition. And as one member stated, I think there's always opposition by some segment of the fleet when we go forward with the program, or even a motion looking at a data request. It's just the heart of this motion. Going forward, we need to match the opposition that we might see with the fact that we're seeking safety, and this important element of the fact that I think there's a lot to be gained here through our ability to manage and control and cut the bycatch of crab by the pot fleet, which has been an ongoing and consistent problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Are there questions? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Down, for your motion. I have a couple of questions. First one, the bullet regarding history of deliveries to motherships. When you spoke to that, you indicated that you weren't aware of any, but that was just to confirm that.
We've learned through other issues, even at this meeting, that there's been tendering activity for the under 60 fleet. Are we certain that there's no tendering activity there that we should look at, or is that something that we should confirm at the same time?
Thank you. I think that's clear that there is tendering activity in the CV fleet. I think we know that to be true. I think that that in my mind goes along with shoreside deliveries, and that would be looked under processor considerations, and which is a part of this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And then the first bullet under allocations, when you spoke to that, it sounded more like a qualitative discussion about how those have been determined in the past. But then the very next bullet is pretty specific about equal shares. And so I just wanted to get an understanding if you intended for that first bullet to actually provide more catch history, so that we could start to craft how catch shares might be allocated beyond equal shares, or if you're really just interested in equal shares.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderhoven, for the question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In answer to that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vanderhoven, Ms. Vanderhoven, those are two separate items, those two bullet points. You have one group that's advocating that this should be a program that is for historical participants and allocates history to the LLPs. And then you've got a group that we've heard from today and multiple times when this issue has come up that would think a equal shares program would be better. In other words, just everybody gets some portion of the TAC, or 100% is that way. So that's to represent two separate viewpoints, and the catch history is being asked for, and I should have probably numbered these bullet points, but to save time. But we do have a bullet point in there for the history of deliveries by catch, by CVs and the CP fleet. So, and I see that's in the Aleutian Islands, but certainly we would look at the history of catch in this discussion paper. So I hope that's clear.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Down, for the motion. We did receive public comment today that did not express support for the council to move forward with a rationalization program because I believe the reasons given were there were other more urgent issues facing the fishery that those commenters felt the fishery participants should focus on, including crab bycatch, which is one of the primary issues that you're citing here. Did you consider that testimony? And if so, can you help me understand if those concerns that were expressed in comment are addressed here in a potential rationalization program, and how that would be? I'm just trying to close the loop on the testimony that we received today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker. I did hear the testimony today, and I think in great part I agree with that the council is going to have to look at this, and there are other concerning priorities that the council is wishing to look at. But from my perspective, if we want to cut bycatch in the pot fleet, which is a serious, ongoing, long-term issue, and protect crab, this gets us a long ways there. And I think that is one of the priorities. The other answer to that question would be that the state of Alaska has agreed with that. I think that in my reading of the priorities that have been set by the state of Alaska, I think this is very responsive to that. And so how its relative priorities are in other items, I didn't hear what those other items were in public testimony, but I think I would agree that there's we've got our plates pretty full here. And I don't know what larger priorities we have than reducing bycatch in the crab fishery now and the safety issue of this fleet. You know, I probably don't need to remind people, but you know, on the first day of this fleet in a race for fish, a boat sank and those fishers and those crew members drowned in the Bering Sea. And so that's a high priority for me when I think about that kind of thing. That this is the time to close the loop in the Bering Sea, rationalize this fishery for safety reasons and to reduce bycatch. So it's a high priority.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the motion, Mr. Down. A little bit on, it's a discussion paper, as you've said multiple times, that's requesting data, but several of these bullets don't specifically ask for data. So I guess, and it's a long list. So a couple examples, just to get a better sense of what you're looking for from staff when this comes back. There's a bullet that says, the discussion paper should include establishing separate CV and CP cooperatives for Pacific cod. So, for instance, are you just looking for a brief discussion from staff on the ability for us to do separate cooperatives for CPs and CVs? I mean, some validation that that's an approach that could be taken, or something more than that on that bullet, for instance. And then I have one more after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. I'm not looking for anything more than that. I tried to be clear in my rationale for the motion that I want this to mostly be data driven, although I agree with you, some of the bullet points are steer away from that. But I'm looking for something that's going to be informational but not prescriptive. I think that's really important at this stage, and some of these issues we need, and now I'll go into just a little more detail, but I've discussed this at length with folks from the National Marine Fisheries Service, and I've discussed it at length with other people in the fishery, and there's certain bullet points in here that were asked for when I consulted what would be a good starting place to get some information so we can get our heads around what may or may not need to be in there. So some things like the history of mothership activity, we can eliminate the whole path of going down that road and if we know that there's no history, and if we need to know the history in the Aleutian Islands, some of that kind of stuff. So I think I guess the short answer is I intend for this to be brief, informational, and not prescriptive. And in no way am I asking that the staff veer off into starting to develop elements for us, which is the council's job.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair. In the same vein, then, like another example, because I feel like this might be going to council staff, not National Marine Fisheries Service for work, but consider the impacts of management changes on crew. And certainly that would be done in a full analysis when you get to that point. But at this stage, would you just be looking for ideas on how to, or confirmation that we can analyze management changes on crew? Because as it stands, there's no management change. There's no package for them to say this would be the effect on crew. That's what I'm looking for in order to get some bounds around what we produce here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. I think a little of both of those things would be helpful. Some information on how that might be structured, or maybe how we structured that in the past, so that we're sure that if we move forward with a full analysis on this, we'd have some information to go on as to what we've done in the past there. We don't have to go through a bunch of go through an iterative process to try to find something that might be pretty simple.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Witherell.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball began to ask the questions that I was having. it's a fairly extensive list of items for us to get you information. And I want to, of course, always make sure we get you what you're asking for. And I think we're probably going to miss what you're asking for some of these items. And I still am not quite sure what you wanted us to produce for what is called crab bycatch management.
In particular in crab bycatch management, I think you could, the reason that bullet point was added was, there are some people, and I think we're probably going to hear more testimony from people that would like to have their crab bycatch allocation, the history of the vessel. Some guys would say they're cleaner fishers than other. And so just a brief description of how that's worked. I believe how that's worked in the most recent is lap programs that we've done is the crab has been allocated to the co-op for management and not to individual vessels as some kind of an IFQ. So that would be one instance I would think of that could be cleared up for the council on what we do there. But brief, I think that although it is a very extensive list, I think if we take that brief approach to each one, we're going to get back what we're looking for.
Further questions on the motion? Any amendments? Okay. Comments on the motion? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the work you put into this, Mr. Down. And thank you for answering questions about the motion. This is an extensive request, but I appreciate the clarification for Mr. Witherell about your expectations for the information that would be provided to staff. I'll support this motion. I just on the basis that you've included some elements that of those expressing concern about moving forward with this program said that if we were to move forward, we should consider like the equal shares approach and some other options for allocating quota share. And I given the fact that if this motion passes, this potential action would be moving through the council process. We will have a deliberate and inclusive approach in that process in terms of accepting public comment. And I would commit to prioritizing that throughout this process and look forward to further discussions on this. Thanks again for the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Additional comments? Okay. We can go to a vote then. Is there any opposition? Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Down. Okay, that will bring us to a couple of potential motions that were signaled for possibly crew data collection. Okay. What's that? We also talked about time limits for testimony. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think, we've learned about making changes too quickly here at the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. So I'm happy to have a brief discussion about this now and then maybe circle back at staff tasking in October and have a more substantive discussion and give the public a chance back in Alaska to also comment. I don't think we want to do anything that people don't want to do. My thought was that we had heard from a couple of stakeholders at the last meeting that are new to the process, that saw that you get 5 minutes at the AP and then you get 3 or 6 minutes at the council, and it created some confusion. And we're seeing a lot of new participants in this process. And so I thought standardizing the time with the AP and giving everybody 5 minutes would just sort of be a more equitable way to do it. And I know that personally you've struggled with cutting people off when they're talking, when they get 3 minutes, that have come a long way to talk, and just thinking a couple extra minutes might mean a lot to some of our newer participants, and even the groups that lose a minute. Any group that gets 6 minutes has been in this process for a while, and they have a lot of access, and they can still break it up and do 2 5-minute presentations with 2 different people if we do go to 5 minutes. So it's not really going to take anything away. It's going to increase the ability for public participation. But with all that said, I'm here for another year, and I don't want to push something on this council if they don't want to do. So I just thought if it makes it easier and more straightforward to just have the same amount of time to testify everywhere, might be something worth considering.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Anybody else want to weigh in on this one? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that. Constantly thinking about ways to improve the process, Mr. Mesereau. I am appreciative that we're going to give it a little bit more time. I don't think it's only organizations or associations that have been in the process for a long time that are enjoying 6 minutes. And so I want to ensure that newer organizations that also represent a lot of people, we have several tribal organizations that are still only able to barely get their testimony in 6 minutes that represent multiple tribes. I want to make sure we socialize this a little bit more so we can see if it really is a positive message to go forward to give everyone 5 minutes, or whether that might be detrimental to some organizations. So thanks for a little more time to think about this.
Mr. Kurland.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Witherell may already be thinking about this, but it would make sense to highlight it in the council's newsletter just to get the word out.
All very good comments. I think that's a good approach. Anybody else want to weigh in? Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Tway.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I was sort of along the lines of Mr. Curlin, wondering about how to really get it thoroughly socialized as Ms. Kimball. And I was just also wondering, it sounds like because Ms. Kimball specifically flagged tribal organizations, and it sounds like the agency now has a newsletter specifically tailored to tribal organizations. I was wondering if the agency would be willing to also put a note like this to that effect.
Hey, Mr. Witherell.
Just I've been using, because going back to the last agenda item, we passed a control date and there was no discussion about whether or not it should be published in the Federal Register or not, which is, anytime we've ever had a control date, there was always a discussion. So I was pleased not to have that.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion that's been sent to staff. I'll wait for that to be posted. The motion reads, the council requests the following information to inform potential GOA Tanner crab protections. Information by target fishery and gear type, pelagic trawl, non-pelagic trawl, and pot in statistical areas 525702 and 525630 from 2019 to 2023 on groundfish harvest, Tanner crab bycatch, and number and proportion of trips covered by an observer or electronic monitoring. Current Tanner and king crab distribution in the Kodiak district, and to the extent practicable, the proportion of the surveyed abundance of Kodiak district Tanner and king crab in statistical areas 525702 and 525630, the Marmot Bay Tanner crab protection area, the type 1 closure areas, Marmot Flats area, Alatac Flats and Towers areas, and the type 2 closure areas, Barnabas and Chiricahua Island area, and options to implement full monitoring requirements in statistical areas 525702 and 525630 through the current partial coverage observer or EM programs, or pay as you go for trawl and pot gear. With a second, I'll speak to it.
Seconded by Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we've heard today, this motion is responsive to ongoing comment that the council has heard from participants in the Kodiak District Tanner crab fishery. As recommended in some of the public comment we heard today, I did use the AP motion as a starting point. My motion is particularly focused on statistical areas 525-702 and 525-630. These areas have consistently contained a high proportion of Kodiak District Tanner crab abundance and have been highlighted as focus areas in public comment and in past council actions. I'm suggesting that we also look at data from the type 1 year-round closures and type 2 seasonal closures that were implemented as king crab protection areas, but may offer some protection for Tanner crab as well. The motion includes a request for information on both the distribution of king and Tanner crab and the proportion of surveyed abundance for both king and Tanner crab in these specified areas to help the council evaluate whether existing closures could potentially provide protections for Tanner crab in addition to king crab as originally intended. And Mr. Chair, I think that covers, I guess finally, I'll just say the final bullet in terms of, we have heard a fair bit of support in public comment in terms of addressing some of the concerns we've heard to implement full monitoring requirements, particularly in those two statistical areas of concern. I am not proposing that we move forward with any, I'm not initiating any action to do that. What I'm asking here is if this motion passes, for staff to outline the options that would be available and how it might work in terms of odds, if we're talking about current partial coverage program or EM for both trawl and pot gear, to just outline the potential options that might be available if the council is interested in implementing full monitoring requirements for trawl and pot gear vessels participating in those two areas.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Baker. Are there any questions on the motion? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion on that last bullet that you just were talking about. Does that extend to also looking at the cost differential between working in the current ADP process where everyone's paying an ex-vessel fee versus moving to pay as you go?
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. Yes, I think a general discussion of the impacts of that is why I did highlight in the motion, identify the options of looking at full coverage within the current partial coverage or EM programs, or the difference that would occur in terms of costs and other operations for full coverage and pay as you go. Sorry.
Further questions? Okay, any amendments? Any comments on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, a little bit more of a question. I was trying to think through Ms. Baker's response to Ms. Kimball's question and thinking about it in light of the agenda for the next PCFMAC, where we've asked the PCFMAC to take a look at something that might be similar to allowing vessels that are currently in partial coverage to essentially leave partial coverage. And well, it's different enough. Never mind. I think I just thought through the answer to my own question and apologize for that 30 seconds that nobody will ever get back.
Good talk, Mr. Twite. Good talk. We got nothing but time. All right. Other comments on the motion? Right. We ready to vote? Is there any opposition? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Anything further? Ms. Kimball.
Since we have so much time, I have a motion that I sent on observers. The The motion reads, the council requests a discussion paper for review by FMAC, which is the Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee, and the council on observer availability and training opportunities on vessels to include the number of observers of each training endorsement level needed across fishing seasons compared with the existing number of unique qualified observers and newly qualified observers, including consideration of pending management programs such as pelagic trawl electronic monitoring, moving all Bering Sea Pacific cod trawl vessels into 100% coverage under the new catch share program, and changes to monitoring requirements in the Bering Sea pot cod CP sector. A description of observer provider challenges in providing observer coverage in both partial and full coverage fisheries, and a summary of any solutions NIMS or observer providers are considering to improve observer availability. And with a second, I'll speak to it.
Seconded by Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the second. This is a version, I guess I would say, of the advisory panel motion that we've seen a couple times trying to address this issue. We haven't had a lot of discussion about it. We had a lot of discussion about it at the FMAC meeting, and the kind of the level of urgency just doesn't transfer to this body, but the level of urgency in the FMAC meeting and through a few testifiers, I think really comes through strongly. They're very concerned about the ability for observers, having enough observers generally, and the ability of observers to be trained to meet the endorsement level needed across various sectors, including some full coverage fisheries. And I think our observer providers have been working really hard to not leave vessels at the dock, to ensure everyone has the coverage to get the good data that we need to manage fisheries, but they're getting increasingly concerned about their ability to do that, given labor market challenges that we all have in every industry and every sector. And this kind of unique job that observers provide. So this was kind of a bit of a pared down version. The first bullet really is what the AP had wanted in a pared down way, but it does ensures that the analyst would consider pending management programs that will change observer coverage levels, moving pelagic trawl EM, having all of the Bering Sea cod trawl vessels that under the new program next year will be in 100% coverage, so moving out of partial coverage and needing more observer coverage than they needed previously. And in addition to the monitoring requirements we passed at a previous meeting on the pot cod CP sector that also requires level 2 observers when they didn't previously. So I'd be glad to answer any questions. We have seen a version of this in the AP motion a couple times, but we have plenty of time, so I will answer every question.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Not seeing any questions, any amendments? Any comments on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Kimball, thanks for I think a very nice distillation of what we've heard. It strikes me that a value of this could be, at least for a few years while the information is fairly fresh, is just an ongoing reference for the council to give us just a sense of the overall scope of the need and where the likely choke points are. It's been pointed out in this meeting in public testimony that may or may not have been an issue that we had thought through when we took action, for instance, fairly recently. And so having this as a reference, I think should make it clear to us or enable us to more accurately, I think, at times when we're considering actions that do impact observer supply, this should be a usable reference for that. And I think that's good for both FMAC, but also council staff and agency staff.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Additional comments? Okay, is there any opposition? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further action from the council? Ms. Kimball, on a roll.
Thank you. I'm going to try one more. I'm just going to wait for staff.
Mr. Twite.
If it's going to take much longer, I have what I think might be a fairly short item. Oh, no, never mind. I'll wait.
You're out of order.
I certainly am.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is on the universal data collection item that the SSC heard and that we heard at a previous meeting. The council initiates an analysis to establish collection of crew data from federal fisheries with the following purpose and need statement and alternatives. Purpose and need: currently only 2 federal fisheries in the North Pacific consistently collect information relative to crew on fishing vessels through a NMFS economic data collection program. Thus, there's not a regular mechanism in place to provide quantitative data in most council analyses to understand impacts on this important component of fisheries participation. The council is considering annual data collection to include crew license data, crew compensation, and number of crew positions on vessels operating in federal fisheries to support economic and community impact analyses required for FMP and regulatory amendments. Any proposed collection mechanism should provide usable data by fishery while minimizing reporting burden and cost to fisheries participants and NMFS. Alternative 1, no action. Alternative 2, implement an annual survey to collect crew license data, crew compensation, and number of crew positions on vessels operating in commercial federal fisheries in the North Pacific. Data need to be able to be delineated by fishery and area. Charter halibut vessels and vessels only active in state waters are not included. Option 1, fisheries currently subject to EDR that include crew data. Bering Sea Aleutian Islands crab rationalization and Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Amendment 80 will not be subject to a new survey effort, but have their existing EDR forms modified to be consistent with the data points under alternative 2. With a second, I'll speak briefly to it.
Seconded by Ms. Drebnicka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know this wasn't central to our discussions at this meeting. If we can reach back to our previous meeting when we saw this paper and discussed it and refer to our SSC minutes at this meeting where they discussed it. I think the SSC was really quite supportive of trying to establish collection of crew data. And I think the purpose and need is fairly straightforward. We're just looking at a way to incorporate crew and crew participation into our regular analytical process such that we have something to say about impacts to crew when we're considering actions, or specifically actions that might limit, constrain, or even expand fisheries participation or fisheries access. So I think what was provided in the paper was very, very simple. I think the SSC actually highlighted how kind of concise and straightforward the potential data collection effort might be through this, and they were appreciative of that. I know that they added some other things that we could consider, like fuel costs and bait costs and things like that. I did not include that in this motion as I wanted to continue to keep it streamlined to try to keep the council engaged and potentially supportive of moving forward a new data collection system. I did try to include an option that would minimize the burden on those that are already providing crew data, and just that option is simply to provide an opportunity for us to make that consistent with anything we would do under a survey in alternative 2. I see this as an opportunity, since we've had 2 discussions of this data collection system and with 2 kind of modifications, to move this forward and potentially modify it as we move through the process. I also think if we get a survey collection instrument back that we don't feel is satisfactory, we can do no further action on this amendment and stop it there. But I think it's worthwhile to try to receive some data, which was proposed to be collected from vessel owners, not individual crew, in order to try to meet this objective in our regular decision-making documents. That's my rationale.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Are there any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if my question goes to Ms. Kimball, but at what point do we as a council need to think about where these data would reside and who would be responsible for sort of curating them? Are we just sort of automatically assuming these data would go to the Alaska Fisheries Science Center? Or are we thinking maybe they would instead be housed within ACFIN? I think the data themselves are extremely valuable, and that just got me to thinking about where, and I don't know that we need to specify it at this point, but I don't know at what point it would be useful to begin to specify it.
Thank you for that question, Mr. Twite. That's a good question. I'm reaching back to my recollection of the discussion paper. I mean, all the data that we receive through our regular analyses is filtered through ACFIN, but it's NMFS data. So I'm not sure I can answer that question at this point. If we could try to find the right staff to answer that question, or we could see what we get out of the analytical product.
Any further questions on the motion? Any amendments? Or comments? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion and for tracking this issue. I will support it. I think crew data is a longstanding gap that's been identified in our process in terms of analyzing impacts of actions. And I will note, you mentioned anticipating the types of actions we may be able to benefit from should we go forward with this. But I'll note, just at this meeting, we had the crab sea shares analysis that was able to include information due to the data collection in the EDR program on crew information. So I think that speaks to the value of the information. So thank you.
Any further comments? Okay, we can go to a vote. Is there any opposition? Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Anything further? Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We heard a suggestion in public testimony today that we consider some additional use of First Alaskans Institute to assist with providing information to folks in the process regarding cultural awareness. And that was sort of aimed at the public. And I don't know if we want to take that on or not, but it did also get me to thinking about at what point do we think about refreshing for ourselves as well as for new council members, new AP members, new SSC members, if we're going to have those. And I know we've briefly touched on this in a previous meeting, but I can't recall. So my two questions, and probably for Mr. Witherall, are one, would a workshop along the lines of what was suggested in public testimony be even remotely within the work scope of either the council or what we understand with what First Alaskans Institute does? And then secondly, where are we on our own thoughts about refreshing our training?
Chairman, Mr. Dwight, I can't recall exactly what we said of how frequently we would redo training. We've been taking the opportunity when to have those members that didn't originally receive training at the council or AP or SSC to take other training that FIA offers when it's available. But I don't recall a specified frequency of retraining council members. I don't recall that discussion. Apologies.
Mr. Dwight.
And what about the possibility of offering just a public session where interested members of the public could devote a day to participating in a FAI workshop?
Mr. Chairman, as long as it was open to all, I think we could probably pay for that training. I'd have to be creative in how I think it fits into our grant, but yes, I think we could probably do that.
I guess I'm just going to suggest that this be another issue that we sort of think about between now and October and maybe revisit it in October.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I think I would not want to revisit that issue until the Finance Committee revisited that issue, given that we're talking about cutting out entire meetings. I just want to make sure we're thinking of all our costs in one place. So I really appreciate the ideas, but I hope the Finance Committee can deal with some of those trade-offs first.
Completely agree. There may well be a way of utilizing some short-term money that won't matter for the longer term. But yes, I think that's a really good suggestion.
Anything further on that point? Okay, or any other business? Kim.
Mr. Chair, do we need to run through any committees or are we okay there? I just want to highlight that we are trying to schedule a PCFMAC meeting and an FMAC meeting, each of which will probably be a full day in September. And it was brought up under our previous items for observers. So just to note that those agenda items include reviewing the 2024 ADP and a review of any proposals to potentially change the service delivery model and get at some additional cost efficiencies. And I wanted to assure the public, since I mentioned I'd bring that up in staff tasking, that that's the plan for that agenda for the PCFMAC. And in the FMAC, we have an agenda of looking at how to prioritize NIFWIF projects so that the agency can help prioritize their time as well. That's all I have to say on that.
Thank you, Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. You reminded me along those lines, and I'm looking at Ms. Watson. I think there's likely a need for an ecosystem committee meeting before October. Can you, Ms. Watson, can you remind me of what that was about and what the potential agenda items are? With your leave, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Dwight. I actually was just typing that into my to contact you about list. I know we have some items that came up previous to the programmatic. I will need to go back through my notes for that, but yes, either before or at October meeting, we could schedule something for ecosystem.
Thank you, Mr. Dwight. And also, we have a need for an IFQ committee meeting coming up here before too long. So I'll work on appointing a chair. I'm not completely retired yet, so I'll put a chair together there in advance of the meeting. If there's no other council business, a couple of announcements regarding plan team appointments. The council appointed Steve Whitney to the BSAI Groundfish Plan Team, Abby John to the Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Plan Team, and Dr. Sarah Wise to the Social Science Plan Team. And that's about it. Yeah. Run for the airport. Everybody have a great summer.